You know, it's easy to take roads for granted, just something we drive on every day. But the truth is, America's highways changed everything, how we live, work, and connect. Tonight, let's take a journey to see how these roads helped build a whole country. Before we get started, please like the video and subscribe to the channel, and I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. Long before the construction of modern highways and interstates, before asphalt roads and traffic signals, there existed an extensive network of trails across North America. These early paths were not laid by European settlers, but by indigenous peoples who had inhabited the continent for thousands of years. These native trails were vital arteries of movement, facilitating trade, cultural exchange, diplomacy, and seasonal migration across vast and varied landscapes. They followed the rhythms of the natural world, often tracing river valleys, ridgelines, and mountain passes to navigate the terrain efficiently. The indigenous trail networks were incredibly sophisticated. Tribes such as the Iroquois, Cherokee, Lenape, and many others established well-worn routes that connected villages, hunting grounds, and sacred sites. These paths extended across regions and even across tribal boundaries, forming a vast web of connectivity. Some trails were only a few feet wide and suitable for foot traffic, while others, worn smooth by centuries of use, allowed for the movement of larger groups and goods. These routes adapted to the land, respecting its contours and resources, and often incorporated stopover points where travelers could rest or trade. Examples of these trails include the Great Indian Warpath, which ran along the Appalachian Mountains and served both military and trading functions, and the Natchez Trace, stretching from present-day Mississippi to Tennessee. The latter would later be formalized into a key transportation route in the early American Republic. Another significant route was the Seneca Trail, used by the Iroquois Confederacy and running through modern-day New York and Pennsylvania. These trails were the continent's first transportation infrastructure, and they enabled the flow of not only material goods like furs, shells, and foodstuffs, but also ideas, stories, and alliances. When European settlers began to colonize North America in the 17th century, they encountered these indigenous pathways and quickly recognized their utility. Many colonial roads were not built from scratch, but rather adapted from these existing trails. Colonists expanded and modified them for their own needs, clearing brush, widening paths, and eventually adding rudimentary construction features like wooden planks or gravel to improve their durability. For instance, the Boston Post Road, one of the earliest mail routes in the American colonies, evolved from a series of native trails and became a backbone of communication in colonial New England. European settlers brought with them new forms of transportation, including horses, wagons, and carts, which required more stable and broader roads than the footpaths used by indigenous travelers. As a result, native trails were often widened and altered significantly. This transformation marked the beginning of a long process through which indigenous infrastructure was absorbed and overwritten by colonial and later American development. Despite this, the fundamental logic of the original trails, their respect for the geography, water sources, and seasonal patterns, often remained embedded in the routes they inspired. These early roads, based on indigenous paths, became essential for the movement of troops, settlers, and goods, particularly as colonies expanded and conflicts such as the French and Indian War or the American Revolution took shape. Roads based on native trails played key roles in military logistics, allowing for the relatively rapid deployment of forces across difficult terrain. The cultural memory of these trails also persisted in place names, legends, and historical records, even as they were paved over or forgotten. In many ways, the Native American trail systems provided the hidden foundation for the American transportation network that would later emerge. Long before the federal government would invest in national highways or interstates, these ancient paths showed how geography, necessity, and human ingenuity could shape movement across a continent. They were the first expression of a uniquely American infrastructure, one rooted not in concrete and steel, but in an intimate understanding of the land passed down through generations. Though largely unrecognized in popular history, these early trails were the first roads of America and laid the groundwork both literally and figuratively for everything that came after. During the 17th and 18th centuries, as the 13 colonies grew under British rule, the need for a more formal road network became increasingly apparent. While many early routes were adaptations of Native American trails, colonial governments recognized that organized infrastructure was essential for administrative control, economic development, and military readiness. This need gave rise to the construction of the King's Highways, a network of roads officially designated and maintained by the British Crown and colonial authorities. The term King's Highway referred to any road sanctioned by royal decree, often intended to facilitate movement between major towns, ports, and strategic locations. These roads were vital for the delivery of mail, the transportation of goods, and the rapid deployment of troops. As British colonies expanded, so too did the pressure to establish reliable overland routes that could serve both civilian and military functions. Many of these roads were constructed with the involvement of local settlers, who were sometimes required by law to contribute labor or materials to their building and maintenance. One of the most notable examples of a King's Highway was the Boston Post Road. Originally based on a network of native trails and informal paths, the Boston Post Road evolved into a major communication artery connecting New York City to Boston. It played a critical role in the delivery of mail, hence its name, and enabled the growth of commerce and coordination among colonial administrations. The road eventually branched into several routes, including the Upper, Lower, and Middle Post Roads, each serving different parts of New England. It was heavily used by travelers, merchants, and government officials alike. Another important route was the road connecting Williamsburg, Virginia, to the colonial capital of Jamestown, later extended to Yorktown and other key points in the Tidewater region. In the South, road development also facilitated the expansion of plantations and inland settlements. These routes helped colonial governments exert control over the hinterlands and ensured that news, directives, and tax collectors could reach distant areas. King's Highways were more than just dirt paths. In many areas, they were widened, graded, and in some cases paved with crushed stone or logs to improve durability. Bridges and ferries were established at key river crossings. Milestones were often installed to indicate distances to major towns, a practice borrowed from British turnpikes. These efforts marked the beginning of a more systematic approach to road construction in North America. Beyond their logistical and administrative importance, these roads played a significant cultural and economic role. Inns, taverns, and rest stops sprang up along the routes, creating early travel hubs and economic centers. The movement of people and goods accelerated, fostering the exchange of ideas and the growth of colonial identity. Roads became spaces of encounter where merchants, settlers, soldiers, and indigenous peoples would cross paths. In many ways, they served as the backbone of colonial society. The roads also played a key part in the events leading up to the American Revolution. As discontent with British rule grew, the same roads that once carried royal mail and tax officials also became conduits for revolutionary ideas and organizing. Couriers for the committees of correspondence, as well as famous riders like Paul Revere, relied on these established routes to spread messages quickly across colonies. Troop movements during the early years of the conflict likewise depended on the King's highways. The roads became strategic assets during battles and campaigns, such as the march of British troops from Boston to Concord and Lexington, which triggered the first military engagements of the Revolutionary War. Despite their royal origins, many of the King's highways persisted after independence, integrated into the infrastructure of the new American Republic. They continued to serve as key transportation corridors well into the 19th century, gradually evolving with technological and societal changes. The names of some of these roads, such as King's Highway in New Jersey and Maryland, still appear on maps and road signs today, echoing their colonial past. The King's highways represented an important transitional moment in American transportation history. They were the first concerted attempt to impose order and connectivity onto the landscape through centralized planning and labor. Though built to serve an empire, these roads ultimately became tools of unity and resistance, enabling the very revolution that would sever colonial ties. Their legacy is still felt in the layout of modern roads, the growth of cities, and the enduring principle that infrastructure is essential to governance, commerce, and national identity. In the early 19th century, as the newly formed United States began to expand beyond the original 13 colonies, the challenge of connecting distant states and territories became increasingly urgent. The Appalachian Mountains, once a natural boundary to westward movement, had become a barrier that needed to be crossed for the young nation to fulfill its ambition of continental expansion. To achieve this, the federal government undertook one of its first major infrastructure projects, the construction of the National Road. This road would become the first federally funded highway in American history, a vital link between the East Coast and the developing interior. The idea of a national road was first proposed in the late 18th century, but it gained real momentum during the presidency of Thomas Jefferson. In 1806, Congress authorized the construction of a road from Cumberland, Maryland to the Western Territories, initially targeting Wheeling, Virginia, on the Ohio River. The project aimed to promote commerce, facilitate military movement, and encourage settlement in the newly acquired lands west of the Appalachians. The funding came directly from federal coffers, marking a significant departure from earlier practices that had left infrastructure projects to states or private enterprise. Construction of the National Road began in 1811 in Cumberland. It progressed westward through rugged terrain, with workers carving the route through forests, hills, and river valleys. Engineers and laborers faced significant challenges, including difficult weather, uneven landscapes, and the need for durable bridges and culverts. Despite these obstacles, the road reached Wheeling by 1818, opening a reliable overland route to the Ohio River Valley. The road was later extended through Ohio, Indiana, and eventually reached Vandalia, Illinois, by the 1830s. The National Road was more than just a dirt path. It was engineered with care and attention to detail. The surface was made of crushed stone and gravel, designed to withstand the wear of wagons and carriages. Stone bridges, many of which still stand today, spanned rivers and streams. Milestones marked distances, and toll houses were established to help fund maintenance. The road was wide enough to accommodate two-way traffic, a rarity at the time. These features made the National Road a true marvel of early American infrastructure. The impact of the National Road on westward expansion was profound. It enabled thousands of settlers to move into the Ohio River Valley and beyond, often traveling in covered wagons or on foot. Towns sprang up along the route, offering services such as blacksmithing, lodging, and trade to travelers. These towns flourished as waypoints, creating a corridor of economic activity that spurred local development. The road also allowed for the easier movement of goods from western farms to eastern markets, reinforcing the economic interdependence of different regions. As settlers moved westward, the national road helped to bind the nation together. It symbolized the promise of opportunity and the belief that the United States was destined to grow across the continent. For many Americans, the road represented both a literal and figurative path to a better life. Families traveled it in search of fertile farmland, freedom, and a new beginning. It became a channel through which American identity and values spread across new territories. The national road also had strategic military value. During the War of 1812 and later conflicts, the road allowed for the rapid movement of troops and supplies to the frontier. It served as a logistical backbone for national defense, reinforcing the federal government's role in securing and unifying the country. This dual function, as both a civilian and military asset, highlighted the broader importance of transportation infrastructure in shaping the nation's destiny. Despite its significance, the rise of railroads in the mid-19th century gradually diminished the prominence of the national road. As trains became the preferred method for long-distance travel and freight, the road saw a decline in usage. However, its legacy endured. The route it established influenced later highway construction, and many modern roads, including US Route 40, follow its path. Portions of the original road remain in use today, preserved as historic byways and reminders of America's early journey westward. The national road stands as a testament to the vision and ambition of a young republic. It was a pioneering project that laid the groundwork for future national transportation efforts and demonstrated the power of federal investment in public infrastructure. More than just a means of getting from one place to another, the national road helped shape the cultural and economic landscape of the United States. It was a road built not only with stone and labor, but also with the dreams of a nation striving to unite its people and fulfill its manifest destiny. By the late 19th century, America was undergoing a transformation in technology, industry, and society. Among the most revolutionary changes was the advent of the automobile, which fundamentally altered the way people thought about travel, mobility, and infrastructure. As cars became more common in the early 20th century, the inadequacy of existing roads became a pressing concern. Most of the nation's roads were still dirt paths or rough gravel tracks, relics of earlier eras designed for horses, wagons, and foot traffic. These roads were often impassable in wet conditions, dusty in dry seasons, and generally unsuitable for the new motorized vehicles that promised to reshape American life. At the turn of the century, owning an automobile was a novelty and a luxury. Early motorists faced immense challenges when venturing beyond urban areas. Roads outside cities were poorly maintained, unmarked, and rarely connected in any coherent system. There were few maps, no road signs, and virtually no pavement. Travel by car required planning, luck, and a willingness to get stuck in mud, fix frequent mechanical failures, or even navigate by asking local farmers for directions. It was in this environment that the first wave of road advocacy began to emerge. Organizations formed to represent the interests of automobile owners and to pressure governments into investing in better road infrastructure. One of the earliest and most influential groups was the League of American Wheelmen, originally a bicyclist organization founded in 1880. Although created by cycling enthusiasts, the League became an early advocate for paved roads, setting the stage for broader road reform. As automobiles grew in popularity in the early 1900s, new advocacy organizations sprang up to push for nationwide road improvements. Among them was the American Automobile Association AAA, founded in 1902. The AAA quickly became a powerful voice for motorists, offering travel services, maps, and roadside assistance, while lobbying for road legislation at the local, state, and federal levels. Perhaps the most influential movement of this era was the Good Roads movement. Initially started by bicyclists in the 1890s, it gained new momentum with the rise of the automobile. The movement brought together a wide coalition of farmers, engineers, politicians, and automobile enthusiasts who all saw the benefits of improved transportation infrastructure. Farmers supported good roads to get their produce to market more efficiently. Business leaders understood that better roads meant expanded trade. Urbanites welcomed easier access to the countryside for leisure and recreation. Together they built a groundswell of support for road improvement across the country. The Good Roads movement worked tirelessly to promote awareness, organize conventions, publish magazines and pamphlets, and influence policy. One of its key strategies was to convince state governments, and eventually the federal government, that good roads were a public necessity and not merely a luxury for the wealthy. Advocates argued that roads were essential for economic growth, education, emergency services, and national unity. Their efforts slowly began to pay off as states created highway commissions, began formalizing road planning, and passed bond measures to fund improvements. During this period, experimental road building techniques began to emerge. Engineers tested various materials and designs, including macadam, concrete, and early forms of asphalt. Demonstration projects were launched to showcase the benefits of paved roads. One notable example was the construction of the first mile of concrete road in Wayne County, Michigan, in 1909. This stretch would later be hailed as a turning point in American road construction, leading to more widespread adoption of durable and weather-resistant surfaces. At the same time, the culture of road travel began to take root in the American imagination. Touring became a popular pastime for the upper and middle classes, and publications like the Blue Book guides and AAA maps began to chart routes and destinations for adventurous motorists. Road trips offered a new form of freedom and exploration, bringing Americans into contact with distant parts of their own country and fueling a growing desire for national connectivity. The rise of the automobile also began to influence government policy. By the 1910s, several states had created state highway departments to coordinate road building and maintenance. The federal government took its first major step in 1916 with the Federal Aid Road Act, which provided matching funds to states for rural road construction. This act marked the beginning of ongoing federal involvement in road infrastructure and reflected the increasing recognition that roads were critical to national interests. The early decades of the automobile era were thus marked by a dramatic shift in how Americans perceived and used roads. What had once been local, uneven paths became viewed as essential components of a modern nation. The passion and persistence of early road advocates laid the foundation for the massive highway systems that would emerge in the mid-20th century. Their vision of a connected, mobile America helped to transform transportation from a local affair into a national enterprise, forever changing the landscape and culture of the United States. In the early 20th century, America was in the midst of rapid social, technological, and economic change. The invention and proliferation of the automobile had begun to transform daily life, commerce, and travel. However, the nation's road infrastructure lagged far behind the needs of a modernizing society. Most roads outside of cities were still unpaved, uneven, and poorly maintained. These conditions made travel difficult and unreliable, especially in rural areas. It was against this backdrop that a powerful grassroots campaign emerged, led by a diverse coalition of citizens determined to bring about meaningful change. This was the Good Roads movement. The Good Roads movement began in the late 19th century, but gained significant momentum in the early 1900s, initially driven by bicyclists seeking smoother surfaces for riding. The movement soon attracted farmers who wanted better ways to get their goods to market, and automobile enthusiasts who demanded passable roads for their vehicles. This broad base of support made the movement one of the most effective and influential public infrastructure campaigns in American history. Farmers were particularly motivated to join the cause. In many rural communities, poor road conditions severely limited access to schools, hospitals, and markets. Muddy, rutted roads could delay or prevent the transport of agricultural products, leading to economic losses. Improved roads promised not only convenience, but also a higher quality of life and better economic opportunities. Rural citizens understood that good roads were a pathway to modernization and prosperity. Cyclists, organized under groups like the League of American Wheelmen, had long championed the cause of better roads. They laid much of the groundwork for public awareness campaigns, using maps, journals, and rallies to advocate for reform. As the automobile gained popularity, their efforts were joined and amplified by organizations such as the American Automobile Association (AAA), which played a central role in lobbying for state and national road improvement legislation. The influence of these advocacy groups gradually reached lawmakers. State governments began establishing highway commissions to plan and manage road construction. Some states passed bond measures to raise funds for road building, and others began experimenting with road surfacing materials like concrete and asphalt. However, the need for coordinated, large-scale funding and planning soon became apparent. This was a national problem that demanded a national solution. In 1916, after years of pressure from the Good Roads movement and growing public demand, Congress passed the Federal Aid Road Act. This landmark legislation marked the first major federal investment in the nation's road system. Signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, the act established a partnership between federal and state governments. It provided federal funds to help states construct and improve rural roads, on the condition that states matched the funds and created highway departments capable of planning and executing the work. The Federal Aid Road Act of 1916 allocated $75 million over 5 years, a substantial sum at the time. The money was distributed based on factors like state population and land area. States were required to submit road plans for federal approval, ensuring that the funds were used effectively and consistently. This requirement helped standardize road design and fostered collaboration among engineers, planners, and officials across state lines. The passage of the act was a major victory for the Good Roads movement. It legitimized the cause at the highest levels of government and set a precedent for ongoing federal involvement in infrastructure. Although implementation was slowed by America's entry into World War I in 1917, the framework established by the 1916 Act laid the foundation for future programs and a growing federal role in transportation. The impact of the Federal Aid Road Act extended beyond physical construction. It helped professionalize road building, leading to the establishment of the Bureau of Public Roads, a federal agency that would oversee infrastructure development. Engineering standards improved, and new technologies were tested and adopted more widely. The act also encouraged cooperation between rural and urban interests, uniting disparate regions in the pursuit of shared connectivity. Perhaps most importantly, the act embodied a broader vision of America as a unified nation connected by efficient transportation. It reinforced the idea that roads were not just local pathways but national arteries essential to commerce, defense, education, and cultural exchange. The Good Roads movement, with its blend of civic passion and practical advocacy, had succeeded in transforming public opinion and government priorities. The legacy of the Good Roads movement and the Federal Aid Road Act continues to be felt today. They represent the origins of the modern American highway system and the philosophy of public investment in infrastructure for the common good. What began as a grassroots campaign led by everyday citizens evolved into a national movement that reshaped the landscape, economy, and identity of the United States. Their vision of connected communities and equal access to mobility remains central to transportation policy in the 21st century. By the 1920s, the United States had experienced a transportation revolution. Automobiles were no longer a luxury reserved for the wealthy. They had become an essential part of everyday American life. Millions of people now owned cars, and the demand for better, more organized roads had never been higher. Though various states had made progress in developing their own highway systems, there was little coordination between them. The growing network of roads was disjointed, confusing, and inconsistent in terms of signage and quality. Travel across multiple states could be a logistical nightmare, with drivers often forced to rely on vague directions, inconsistent road names, and unmarked paths. Recognizing the urgent need for a cohesive national network, the federal government took a decisive step that would forever change the American landscape: the creation of the U.S. highway system in 1926. The origins of the U.S. highway system can be traced back to earlier federal efforts to promote road building, such as the Federal Aid Road Act of 1916 and its expansion through subsequent legislation. However, these programs focused primarily on funding and rural connectivity. What was still lacking was a standardized method of organizing and identifying roads across the entire country. In response, the Bureau of Public Roads and the American Association of State Highway Officials, AASHA, collaborated to create a unified national system. This new framework would introduce logical numbering, signage, and routing, providing clarity and consistency for both drivers and planners. The system that emerged in 1926 was based on a grid-like numbering scheme. Major east-west routes were assigned even numbers, with the lowest numbers in the north and the highest in the south. North-south routes received odd numbers, increasing from east to west. For example, U.S. Route 1 ran along the east coast, while U.S. Route 101 followed the Pacific coast. This logical structure helped drivers navigate with far greater ease, knowing that even-numbered roads generally meant east-west travel and odd-numbered roads indicated north-south directions. Among the most iconic roads established under the new system was U.S. Route 66. Officially commissioned in 1926, Route 66 stretched from Chicago, Illinois, to Santa Monica, California, covering a total of 2,448 miles. It passed through 8 states and connected small towns, rural communities, and major urban centers. Route 66 quickly became more than just a highway. It was a symbol of freedom, adventure, and opportunity. During the Great Depression, it served as a vital route for Dust Bowl migrants heading west in search of work and a better life. Later, it would become a favored road for post-war family vacations, inspiring songs, literature, and a deep cultural legacy. Other major highways, such as U.S. Route 30, U.S. Route 20, and U.S. Route 40, also played crucial roles in linking regions and facilitating the movement of goods and people. These roads opened up rural America to commerce and tourism, encouraging the growth of roadside businesses, including motels, gas stations, diners, and attractions. For many small towns, being located along a U.S. highway could mean economic survival. Travelers brought money and attention, creating a new kind of economy centered around road travel. The 1926 system also introduced standardized road signage, a major step forward in improving safety and usability. Black and white shield markers displayed the US route number, while directional signs and distance markers became more common along the highways. These signs provided a sense of security and predictability for drivers, fostering a greater sense of national unity through shared symbols and experiences. While the US highway system was a federal initiative, its success depended heavily on cooperation with state and local governments. States were responsible for building and maintaining the highways within their borders, using a combination of federal funding, state resources, and local labor. This partnership model helped expand the network rapidly and ensured that improvements could be made without waiting for centralized control. As a result, the system grew quickly during the late 1920s and into the 1930s, covering tens of thousands of miles. The economic impact of the highway system was profound. It enabled manufacturers to ship products more efficiently, facilitated the rise of regional and national markets, and made it easier for people to commute, visit family, or relocate. Farmers could now transport produce to cities with greater ease, while businesses could reach customers in previously inaccessible areas. The system also played a critical role in the development of American tourism. With cars and better roads, families could explore the country in ways never before possible, leading to the rise of national parks as popular destinations and further stimulating the hospitality industry. Beyond economics, the US highway system had a lasting cultural impact. It reinforced the American ideals of mobility, independence, and exploration. Songs like Get Your Kicks On, Route 66 Inches captured the romanticism of the open road, while countless books and movies featured cross-country travel as a symbol of self-discovery and freedom. Road trips became a rite of passage, and the car became an extension of personal identity. Highways were no longer just conduits for transportation, they were cultural touchstones. Despite its many successes, the system was not without flaws. Traffic congestion, inconsistent maintenance, and growing safety concerns would eventually prompt calls for an even more advanced system, leading to the creation of the interstate highway system decades later. Still, the 1926 US highway system represented a monumental achievement. It brought order to chaos, helped unify a sprawling nation, and laid the foundation for the modern transportation network. The birth of the US highway system was more than a bureaucratic milestone. It was a turning point in American history, a moment when the vastness of the country began to feel more connected, more accessible, and more alive. It was a system born out of necessity and vision, built by collaboration, and sustained by the dreams and determination of the people it served. When the United States entered World War II in 1941, the nation's transportation infrastructure suddenly became a matter of national security. The war effort required rapid, large-scale mobilization of troops, equipment, and supplies across the country. Railroads remained the backbone of long-distance transport, but the importance of highways grew significantly as military planners recognized the need for flexible, dependable road systems that could support the movement of military vehicles and logistical operations. This urgent demand for reliable ground transportation led to significant advancements in road construction techniques, materials, and strategic planning. Prior to the war, many American roads were still inconsistent in quality, and long-distance travel by automobile or truck could be unpredictable. However, the needs of war changed that rapidly. Military convoys needed to travel hundreds or even thousands of miles with minimal delay. Large bases, factories and ports had to be connected to regional and national transportation networks. The federal government began taking a more active role in identifying critical transportation corridors and improving their conditions to meet wartime demands. One of the first major efforts was the development and improvement of roads near military installations. Bases were often located in remote or rural areas, and adequate road access was essential for efficient operation. Federal funds were directed toward paving and reinforcing roads to withstand heavy military vehicles, including tanks, trucks, and transport convoys. These roads also needed to be passable year-round, regardless of weather, prompting the use of more durable materials like reinforced concrete and asphalt. During this period, engineers and construction crews gained valuable experience in building roads quickly and efficiently. Innovations in equipment such as bulldozers, graders, and paving machines became more widespread. These tools allowed for faster construction and more uniform road surfaces. The war also led to standardization in road design, as military engineers developed guidelines for width, curvature, and load-bearing capacity that would influence civilian road planning in the years to come. The importance of highways was underscored by several high-profile events during the war. In 1942, a massive convoy of military vehicles traveled from the Midwest to the East Coast in a demonstration of the need for improved long-distance roadways. These convoys revealed just how inadequate many parts of the nation's highway system remained. Poor signage, narrow lanes, and deteriorated surfaces hampered progress, reinforcing the need for a more robust and integrated transportation strategy. In addition to domestic needs, the war brought attention to Alaska's strategic importance. The construction of the Alaska Highway in 1942 was a monumental engineering and logistical achievement. Stretching over 1,700 miles from Dawson Creek in British Columbia to Fairbanks, Alaska, the highway was built in less than a year under extreme weather and terrain conditions. Although it was constructed for military purposes, the Alaska Highway later became an important route for commerce and travel in the post-war era. Federal coordination of transportation also improved during the war. The Office of Defense Transportation, ODT, was created in 1941 to manage and prioritize the movement of goods and personnel. The ODT worked closely with state highway departments, the military and private industries to ensure that critical materials and services moved efficiently. While much of the focus was on rail and shipping, the integration of highway planning marked a significant step forward in comprehensive transportation management. The war also planted the seeds for post-war transportation development. Leaders and planners began thinking ahead to what the nation would need once peace returned. Wartime experiences had shown that the existing road network was insufficient, not only for military logistics but also for peacetime growth. Industries that had shifted to wartime production anticipated a boom in automobile and truck sales after the war. Housing developments, suburban expansion, and increased domestic travel would all require improved highways. By the end of the war in 1945, the groundwork had been laid for a massive transformation of America's road system. Engineers returned from the front lines with new techniques and a clearer vision of what a modern highway network could look like. Politicians and planners recognized that federal leadership and funding would be essential to create a truly national system. The public, having experienced the efficiency of wartime logistics, came to expect better and more reliable infrastructure in peacetime. World War II had a profound impact on American road infrastructure. It highlighted the strategic value of highways, accelerated improvements in construction technology and materials, and fostered a new level of federal involvement in transportation planning. The lessons learned during the war would directly influence the development of the interstate highway system in the following decades. What began as a necessity for wartime logistics evolved into a vision for a connected, mobile America prepared for peace, prosperity, and growth. In 1956, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed the Federal Aid Highway Act into law, setting in motion the creation of the interstate highway system, the most ambitious and transformative infrastructure project in American history. This sweeping initiative would forever change the physical, economic, and cultural landscape of the United States. Spanning over 40,000 miles and connecting all 48 contiguous states, the interstate highway system was a vision brought to life by a president deeply influenced by both personal experience and global events. Eisenhower's interest in better highways dated back to 1919 when, as a young Army officer, he participated in a military convoy traveling from Washington, D.C. to San Francisco. The journey took 62 days, highlighting the dire state of America's roads. Vehicles frequently broke down, bridges collapsed under the weight of heavy trucks, and unpaved roads turned to mud in the rain. The experience left a lasting impression on Eisenhower and convinced him that America needed a national road system capable of supporting both civilian and military transport. Decades later, during World War II, Eisenhower observed Germany's Autobahn network firsthand. As Supreme Allied Commander, he saw how the Autobahns allowed German forces to mobilize quickly and efficiently. He was impressed by their design and recognized the potential benefits of a similar system in the United States. For Eisenhower, a modern highway system was not just a matter of convenience but of national security. He believed that America needed a robust transportation network that could support economic growth and facilitate the rapid movement of military resources in case of emergency. The Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956 provided $25 billion in funding over 13 years to construct 41,000 miles of interstate highways. It was the largest public works project ever undertaken in the United States at the time. The act established a funding mechanism through a federal gasoline tax, ensuring consistent revenue without relying on annual congressional appropriations. The federal government would cover 90% of the construction costs, with states responsible for the remaining 10%. The interstate highway system was designed with strict standards to ensure safety, efficiency, and uniformity. Highways had to include multiple lanes, controlled access points, medians, gentle curves, and overpasses or underpasses for intersections. These features minimized traffic accidents, reduced congestion, and allowed vehicles to travel at higher speeds over long distances. Unlike the patchwork of U.S. highways that preceded it, the interstates were intended to be seamless and standardized across state lines. The impact of the interstate system was immediate and far-reaching. Travel times between cities were dramatically reduced, making cross-country trips faster and more accessible. For businesses, the highways facilitated the efficient transportation of goods, lowering shipping costs, and enabling the rise of logistics and distribution industries. Manufacturers could expand their reach and supply chains, while retailers could more easily stock products from across the country. The trucking industry grew rapidly, eventually surpassing railroads as the dominant mode of freight transport. The new highways also reshaped American society. Suburban growth exploded in the post-war era, and the interstates made it easier for people to live farther from where they worked. Families moved out of crowded cities into newly built suburbs, commuting to urban centers via the expanding road network. This suburbanization contributed to the rise of shopping malls, fast food restaurants, and car-centric lifestyles. Roads became not just conduits for travel, but the foundation of a new way of life. Tourism experienced a renaissance as well. Americans took to the highways for vacations, exploring national parks, beaches, and roadside attractions. The idea of the road trip became a cultural phenomenon, romanticized in music, literature, and film. Motels and diners sprang up along the highways, creating a new hospitality economy based on automobile travel. Iconic routes like Interstate 10 and Interstate 95 connected major regions and gave Americans unprecedented mobility. Yet the interstate highway system was not without controversy. Urban sections of the highways often cut through established neighborhoods, displacing residents and dividing communities. Minority and low-income neighborhoods were disproportionately affected, leading to criticism of the planning process and calls for more equitable infrastructure development. Despite these challenges, the system continued to expand, adapting to changing needs and demographics. The strategic importance of the interstate system was underscored during the Cold War. In the event of a national emergency, the highways could be used to evacuate cities, deploy military assets, and support civil defense. Bridges and overpasses were designed to accommodate the movement of tanks and other heavy equipment. The system also supported the construction of auxiliary routes, including bypasses and beltways around major cities, further enhancing mobility and preparedness. Over time, the interstate system grew beyond its original scope. New routes were added, existing ones extended, and maintenance became a major focus. The system required constant investment to remain safe and functional, prompting ongoing debates about funding, tolls, and infrastructure priorities. Despite these challenges, the interstate highway system remains a vital part of the nation's economic and social fabric. Eisenhower's vision proved remarkably prescient. The highways he championed brought Americans closer together, fueled economic expansion, and symbolized the country's post-war optimism and ingenuity. The interstate system stands as a testament to the power of infrastructure to shape a nation's destiny. What began as a response to military necessity evolved into a transformative force that redefined how Americans live, work, and travel. The American highway system did more than just connect cities and facilitate trade. It transformed the very fabric of American culture, becoming a symbol of freedom, mobility, and the pursuit of the American dream. By the mid-20th century, highways were not just infrastructure but cultural icons, shaping how Americans lived, traveled, and perceived their country. As roads stretched farther and wider across the continent, they carried with them the seeds of a cultural revolution that would leave a lasting imprint on American society. One of the most iconic developments born from the highway era was the road trip. As highways became more accessible and automobile ownership surged, families and individuals began to explore the country like never before. The road trip became a rite of passage, a vacation format that combined leisure, adventure, and discovery. For many, piling into a station wagon and hitting the open road was the epitome of freedom. National parks, historical landmarks, amusement parks, and natural wonders were all within reach, turning the United States itself into the ultimate travel destination. The rise of the road trip culture also gave birth to a new class of roadside establishments designed to cater to travelers. Diners, often built in prefabricated units that could be quickly installed along highways, became a staple of the American roadside. With their neon signs, chrome finishes, and 24-hour service, diners offered hot meals, coffee, and a welcoming atmosphere to weary travelers. They quickly became gathering spots, not just for tourists, but also for local communities, embodying the spirit of American hospitality. Motels, short for motor hotels, also emerged as a new form of accommodation. Unlike traditional hotels located in city centers, motels were built along highways with parking spots right outside each room, making them convenient for drivers. The concept was a huge success and spread rapidly, with iconic chains like Holiday Inn setting the standard for consistency and comfort. Motels offered an affordable, practical solution for travelers and became a ubiquitous feature of the American roadside. In parallel with the growth of roadside culture was the rapid expansion of American suburbs. The post-war economic boom, coupled with the accessibility provided by highways, encouraged families to move out of crowded urban centers into newly developed suburban neighborhoods. Highways made it feasible to live farther from work, leading to the birth of the daily commute. Suburbia offered spacious homes, manicured lawns, and a sense of community, all within a short drive of the city. The car became an essential part of daily life, and the highway was its enabler. The suburban lifestyle promoted by highway access also changed consumer behavior. Shopping malls began to appear near highway exits, drawing customers from surrounding areas. Fast food restaurants, perfectly suited to car culture, expanded rapidly. Brands like McDonald's and Burger King built locations along busy routes, offering quick, consistent meals to drivers on the go. Drive-in theaters, gas stations with convenience stores, and car washes further exemplified the growing influence of highways on everyday life. The highway also found its way into popular culture. Songs, films, and books celebrated life on the road. Artists like Chuck Berry, Bruce Springsteen, and Willie Nelson wrote anthems about cars and travel. Jack Kerouac's novel On the Road became a defining work of the Beat generation, capturing the spirit of wanderlust and rebellion associated with highway travel. Hollywood embraced the road movie genre, with films depicting characters seeking meaning and freedom on long drives across the American landscape. Highways not only inspired but also mirrored the American ethos of exploration and individualism. The ability to get in a car and go anywhere at any time resonated with the national identity. For many, the highway was a path to opportunity, whether that meant a better job, a new home, or simply a fresh start. The road symbolized movement and change, key elements of the American dream. However, the cultural impact of highways was not universally positive. The very infrastructure that enabled suburban growth and personal freedom also contributed to the decline of urban centers. As people and businesses moved to the suburbs, inner cities faced economic downturns and social challenges. The construction of highways through urban neighborhoods often led to displacement, disproportionately affecting minority communities. Entire blocks were razed to make way for expressways, altering the cultural and social landscapes of cities across the nation. Despite these consequences, the cultural significance of highways remains profound. They democratized travel, expanded horizons, and redefined American living. The roadside diner, the family road trip, the suburban home with a two-car garage, all became symbols of a new American way of life built around mobility and access. Highways were not just roads, they were the veins through which the lifeblood of a changing society flowed. Today, while new technologies and shifting preferences are reshaping transportation, the cultural legacy of the highway endures. It lives on in nostalgia, in family traditions, and in the ongoing allure of the open road. The highway helped define 20th century America, offering a landscape of possibility where people could chase dreams, find themselves, and connect with a vast and diverse nation. As a cultural force, highways have done more than move people from place to place. They have moved hearts, minds, and generations. The American highway system, once a symbol of innovation and progress, now faces a new set of complex challenges that demand urgent attention and creative solutions. As the infrastructure built during the mid-20th century reaches or exceeds its intended lifespan, aging roads, bridges, and tunnels are becoming increasingly prone to wear and failure. According to reports from the American Society of Civil Engineers, a significant portion of the nation's highways and bridges are in poor or fair condition, requiring substantial investment for repairs and modernization. Traffic congestion is another persistent issue. With growing urban populations and increased vehicle ownership, many highways, especially around major metropolitan areas, experience chronic bottlenecks. These delays cost commuters time and fuel, reduce economic productivity, and contribute to frustration and stress. Efforts to expand road capacity are often met with high costs and environmental concerns, making the problem difficult to solve with traditional approaches alone. Environmental considerations have become central to discussions about the future of highways. Road construction and vehicular traffic contribute to air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and habitat disruption. Policymakers and engineers are increasingly focusing on sustainable infrastructure, promoting the use of cleaner materials, green construction practices, and designs that minimize ecological impact. Moreover, reducing carbon emissions from transportation is a key part of broader climate change mitigation strategies. Funding shortages present another significant challenge. The Federal Highway Trust Fund, which relies primarily on gasoline taxes, has struggled to keep pace with maintenance and expansion needs, partly due to increased fuel efficiency and the rise of electric vehicles that do not contribute to gas tax revenues. This shortfall has prompted debates over alternative funding mechanisms such as tolls, mileage-based user fees, and public-private partnerships. Balancing the need for reliable funding with concerns over equity and accessibility remains a critical policy dilemma. Despite these hurdles, technological innovation offers promising avenues for transforming the highway system. The rise of electric vehicles is already reshaping transportation, prompting investments in charging infrastructure along highways to support long-distance travel. Automakers and governments are collaborating to develop networks of fast charging stations, aiming to reduce range anxiety and promote cleaner transportation alternatives. Smart highway technologies are another emerging frontier. These include sensors embedded in roadways that monitor traffic flow, weather conditions, and structural integrity. Data collected can be used to manage traffic dynamically, provide real-time information to drivers, and alert authorities to maintenance needs before problems become critical. Connected vehicle technology enables cars to communicate with each other and with infrastructure, improving safety and efficiency. Autonomous or self-driving vehicles promise to revolutionize travel by reducing human error, improving traffic management, and potentially reshaping highway design. While fully autonomous cars are still in development and face regulatory and ethical challenges, pilot programs and testing are already underway across the country. These vehicles could reduce accidents, optimize road usage, and provide new mobility options for those unable to drive. The future of American highways will also be shaped by broader shifts in urban planning and transportation preferences. Increased interest in public transit, cycling infrastructure, and walkable communities reflects changing attitudes toward car ownership and urban mobility. Integrating highways with multimodal transportation networks will be essential to create sustainable and efficient systems. Planning for resilience is another critical aspect of future highway development. Climate change brings increased risks of extreme weather events such as flooding, heat waves, and storms that can damage infrastructure. Designing roads and bridges to withstand these stresses and recover quickly will be vital to maintaining connectivity and safety. In conclusion, America's highways are at a crossroads. The legacy of past achievements in road building provides a strong foundation, but adapting to modern realities requires innovation, investment, and thoughtful policy. By embracing new technologies, addressing environmental impacts, and securing sustainable funding, the nation can continue to build roads that not only connect places, but also support a prosperous, equitable, and resilient future. The story of American highways is ongoing, a testament to the country's enduring spirit of progress and the vital role of transportation in shaping society. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula was a region of fragmented tribes, polytheistic religions, and sparse political unity. That changed with the rise of Islam, a monotheistic faith founded by the Prophet Muhammad, who received revelations beginning in 610 CE. These teachings, later compiled into the Quran, called for submission to one God, social justice, and a new sense of communal identity under the Ummah, the community of believers. Within a generation of Muhammad's death in 632 CE, Islam had become a powerful religious and political force that began to spread rapidly beyond Arabia. Under the leadership of the Rashidun Caliphs, the successors to Muhammad, Muslim armies surged across the Middle East. Through both conquest and treaties, they brought vast territories under Islamic rule, including the Levant, Persia, Egypt, and North Africa. By 638 CE, under the second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab, Muslim forces captured Jerusalem from the Byzantine Empire. The city, sacred to all three Abrahamic religions, became part of the growing Arab Caliphate. For Muslims, Jerusalem was the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, commemorating the Prophet Muhammad's night journey. For Jews, it was the city of the ancient temple, and for Christians, it was the place of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection. Jerusalem's status as a spiritual epicenter meant that its control carried not just political weight, but deep religious significance. Despite its conquest, the new Muslim rulers generally allowed religious minorities to practice their faiths under the status of dhimmi, or protected peoples, in exchange for a tax known as the jizya. Christian pilgrims continued to travel to the Holy Land, and churches like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre remained in Christian hands. For centuries, relative stability allowed Jerusalem to serve as a spiritual crossroads. But tensions simmered beneath the surface, and the balance of power in the region remained fragile. In Europe, the fall of Jerusalem and the rapid expansion of Islam sparked a mixture of fear, admiration, and theological anxiety. The Christian world, still reeling from the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, viewed Islam as both a military threat and a heretical challenge to Christian doctrine. As Arab fleets entered the Mediterranean and Muslim armies advanced into Spain and southern Italy, the boundaries of Christendom were redrawn. The Byzantine Empire, although still powerful, began to experience significant territorial losses, and its appeals for Western aid would later plant the seeds of the Crusades. By the 11th century, the Islamic world had fragmented into competing caliphates and sultanates, but it remained intellectually and economically vibrant. Cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba became centers of learning, science, and trade. Meanwhile, Western Europe was undergoing its own transformation. The Christian Church was consolidating power, reforming itself under movements like the Cluniac reforms, and fostering a more militant vision of Christendom. Papal authority was growing, and with it came new ideas about holy war and spiritual salvation through violence. Jerusalem, as the focal point of Christian longing, was increasingly romanticized in religious texts and sermons. Pilgrimages to the Holy Land were viewed as acts of profound piety. However, as Seljuk Turks began to take control of former Abbasid and Byzantine territories in the late 11th century, reports of mistreatment of pilgrims and the destruction of Christian churches began to circulate in the West, whether accurate or exaggerated. The spiritual narrative of a lost holy city in the hands of infidels began to take hold in the Christian imagination. The idea that the Holy Land must be reclaimed grew stronger with each generation. To the Christian faithful, Jerusalem was not just another city, it was the center of their spiritual universe. Its occupation by non-Christians became a source of deep grief and religious urgency. Monastic chroniclers, clergy and traveling pilgrims alike painted a picture of a once sacred realm under desecration. While some of these accounts were likely colored by propaganda or genuine misunderstanding, they nonetheless shaped a rising tide of religious fervor in the West. By the end of the 11th century, the political landscape of Europe and the Near East was poised for a dramatic confrontation. The rise of Islam and the loss of Jerusalem were no longer distant episodes of history. They were immediate, pressing, and cast as affronts to the divine order. What began as a military conquest centuries earlier had evolved into a theological crisis. This crisis would soon erupt into one of the most prolonged and violent series of conflicts in medieval history. The stage was set for the Crusades. In November 1095, in the French town of Clermont, a momentous speech by Pope Urban II set into motion one of the most dramatic episodes in medieval history. Addressing a council of clergy and nobles, Urban called upon Christians of the Latin West to take up arms and reclaim Jerusalem and the Holy Land from Muslim control. The Pope described the suffering of Eastern Christians under Seljuk Turkish rule, emphasizing alleged atrocities against pilgrims and the desecration of holy sites. His call to action was unprecedented, offering spiritual rewards to those who would fight. He promised remission of sins, declaring that those who died on the journey or in battle would receive salvation. The reaction was immediate and electric. Cries of Deus Vult, God wills it, echoed through the crowd, and the First Crusade was born. Urban's appeal was more than a religious exhortation. It was deeply political and socially resonant. The medieval West was a world rife with violence and internal conflict. Feudal lords constantly warred over land and power, while the Church sought to channel this aggression into a cause it deemed righteous. By redirecting knights and warriors toward a distant sacred goal, the Pope aimed to consolidate Christian Europe under papal leadership. The offer of indulgences was revolutionary. Never before had the Church granted such sweeping spiritual benefits for acts of war. For many, especially younger sons without inheritance, the crusade offered both eternal salvation and earthly opportunity. The call spread rapidly through France, the Holy Roman Empire, and beyond. Preachers like Peter the Hermit stirred massive enthusiasm among commoners. The result was the People's Crusade, an early and poorly organized wave made up largely of peasants, laborers, and minor nobles. Driven by faith and desperation, they marched eastward in the spring of 1096, but were largely annihilated by Turkish forces in Anatolia. Still, the movement could not be stopped. Later that year, the official armies of the First Crusade began their march. They were led by prominent nobles such as Raymond of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Taranto, and Hugh of Vermandois. The journey to the Holy Land was grueling. Crusaders faced starvation, disease, and constant harassment. Their route through Byzantine territory required coordination with Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who offered supplies and passage in exchange for oaths of loyalty and promises to return captured territory. Trust between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was tenuous, but the mutual goal of weakening Muslim power kept the alliance intact, at least temporarily. In June 1097, the Crusaders captured the city of Nicaea, formerly a Byzantine possession. They then moved through Anatolia, enduring scorching heat and ambushes from Turkish forces. By October, they reached Antioch, a heavily fortified city crucial for controlling access to Syria. The siege of Antioch lasted over 7 months, marked by hunger, betrayal, and extraordinary brutality. When the city finally fell in June 1098, the Crusaders themselves were besieged shortly afterward by a large Muslim relief army. Only through a surprise sortie and the discovery of a supposed holy relic, the Holy Lance, did the Crusaders rally and repel the attackers. With Antioch under their control, the Crusaders turned toward Jerusalem. In June 1099, they arrived at the walls of the sacred city, now ruled by the Fatimid Caliphate. The siege was short but intense. On July 15, 1099, after scaling the walls with makeshift siege towers, Crusader forces stormed Jerusalem. What followed was a massacre that shocked even contemporaries. Muslims and Jews were slaughtered indiscriminately, and the streets were said to run with blood. Chroniclers described the killings as acts of divine justice, but modern historians view them as one of the darkest moments of the Crusades. Following the conquest, the Crusaders established the Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states like the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and the County of Tripoli. Godfrey of Bouillon refused the title of king, preferring to call himself Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, but power quickly centralized in the hands of the new Latin nobility. The success of the First Crusade was astounding, especially given the lack of centralized command, the logistical nightmares, and the overwhelming odds. It was seen in Europe as a miraculous victory, a sign of divine favor. But beneath the triumph lay a foundation of violence, suffering, and religious intolerance. The First Crusade revealed the potency of religious ideology fused with military ambition. It also exposed the brutal lengths to which men would go to claim a city sacred to 3 faiths. For the Christian West, the capture of Jerusalem marked a spiritual climax. For the Muslim world, it was a catastrophe that would not be forgotten. And for the Jewish communities caught in the storm, it was a period of unspeakable tragedy. The First Crusade had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations, but its legacy was already entangled in bloodshed and betrayal. The stage was now set for a century of uneasy rule, constant conflict, and the eventual launching of further crusades. After the conquest of Jerusalem in 1099, the victorious Crusaders faced the daunting task of governing and defending their newly acquired territories in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Out of the remnants of the First Crusade arose a patchwork of Latin Christian polities known collectively as the Crusader states. Chief among these was the Kingdom of Jerusalem, founded officially in 1100 and centered on the Holy City itself. Other principal states included the County of Edessa in the north, the Principality of Antioch along the Orontes River, and the County of Tripoli on the Mediterranean coast. These states represented the physical and ideological foothold of Latin Christendom in the Levant, established by force but sustained by a complex web of diplomacy, trade, and military vigilance. The Kingdom of Jerusalem quickly became the spiritual and administrative heart of Crusader rule. Godfrey of Bouillon, who had refused the title of king, died in 1100, and his brother Baldwin of Bouillon assumed the crown, becoming Baldwin I. Under his reign and that of his successors, the kingdom expanded to include ports like Acre and Jaffa, and inland cities such as Hebron and Bethlehem. The Latin rulers attempted to transplant European feudal structures into a Middle Eastern context, dividing lands among nobles and erecting castles such as Crac des Chevaliers and Belvoir Fortress to control territory and defend against external threats. These fortifications, often built with local materials and adapted to regional geography, were essential for the survival of the Crusader states. Daily life in the Crusader states was marked by a cautious coexistence between Latin Christians and the diverse local populations, which included Eastern Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Samaritans. Latin rulers relied heavily on native Christians, such as Armenians and Syriacs, to help administer the territories. Arabic remained a common language in the markets and fields, and Islamic law continued to apply in matters concerning Muslim residents. Despite the violence of the conquest, pragmatic arrangements emerged. Local Muslim leaders sometimes allied with Crusader lords against rival factions, and trade routes reopened under Christian oversight, linking the ports of the Levant with Italy, France, and Byzantium. Italian maritime republics like Genoa and Venice established quarters in key cities, bringing wealth and international ties. Yet the Crusader states were always precarious. Their populations were small and heavily reliant on military orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers, both of which emerged in the early 12th century. These orders combined monastic discipline with martial prowess, providing much-needed defense for pilgrims and settlements. In times of war, they acted as elite troops, garrisoning frontier castles and launching raids into enemy territory. Their growing landholdings and independence made them powerful forces in regional politics. The fragility of the Crusader states was underscored by constant external threats. The surrounding Muslim world, though fragmented after the decline of the Seljuk Empire, was slowly reawakening. Local Muslim rulers in Aleppo, Mosul, and Damascus viewed the Crusaders as both invaders and rivals. While internecine warfare among Muslim states provided the Crusaders with opportunities to expand and consolidate, it also ensured that peace was always temporary. Border skirmishes, sieges, and raids were a constant reality. The Crusader nobles spent as much time negotiating truces and managing alliances as they did fighting battles. The first major blow to the Crusader project came in 1144 with the fall of Edessa. The county of Edessa, the most remote and vulnerable of the Crusader states, was captured by the forces of Zengi, the Muslim Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. Zengi's campaign marked the beginning of a renewed Islamic counteroffensive against the Latin states. The capture of Edessa sent shockwaves through Europe and led directly to the call for the Second Crusade. Unlike Jerusalem or Antioch, Edessa had a large native Christian population and had served as an important buffer against incursions from the east. Its fall exposed the vulnerability of the Crusader network and shattered the illusion that the Holy Land had been securely reclaimed. Internally, the Crusader states struggled with issues of succession, governance, and cultural integration. The Latin aristocracy often found itself isolated, dependent on reinforcements and settlers from Europe to sustain its rule. Crusader kings and nobles married into local Christian families, creating hybrid identities that combined Western and Eastern traditions. These marriages were sometimes pragmatic, cementing alliances and ensuring loyalty, but they also revealed the gradual adaptation of Crusaders to their new environment. Still, cultural misunderstandings and religious divides persisted, and many Crusaders saw their residence in the Holy Land as temporary, hoping to return to Europe after fulfilling their vows. Despite their military and demographic disadvantages, the Crusader states maintained a surprising degree of stability for several decades. They developed their own political institutions, minted coins, issued charters, and even held ecclesiastical councils. Latin bishops were installed in formerly Orthodox or Eastern Christian sees, and churches were built in the Romanesque style familiar to Europeans. Pilgrims continued to arrive in growing numbers, protected by the military orders and the relative peace of the coastal regions. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to show. The loss of Edessa was a symptom of deeper vulnerabilities, geopolitical isolation, limited manpower, and the ever-growing unity of their Muslim adversaries. The fall of this frontier stronghold signaled a shift in the balance of power in the region. It became clear that the Crusader presence in the Holy Land, while enduring, was far from unassailable. The dream of a permanent Christian kingdom in the East would require renewed effort, greater coordination, and more bloodshed. The foundations laid in the aftermath of the First Crusade had held, but the storm was gathering once more. The fall of Edessa in 1144 marked a turning point in the history of the Crusader states and served as the catalyst for the Second Crusade. The city, located in northern Mesopotamia, was the most distant and vulnerable of the Crusader territories, a bastion surrounded by powerful Muslim states and reliant on fragile alliances. In late 1144, it was besieged and captured by Zengi, the ambitious and formidable Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. His conquest was swift and devastating. Edessa, defended by only a small garrison, fell on December 24, 1144. The Christian population suffered heavily, with many killed or enslaved, while churches were desecrated or converted. The loss sent shockwaves through Latin Christendom. It was the first major Crusader defeat since the establishment of the Crusader states, and it shattered the illusion of Christian dominance in the East. The capture of Edessa was not merely a territorial loss, but a psychological and spiritual crisis. The city had been one of the first to fall during the First Crusade and symbolized the Christian foothold beyond the Euphrates. Pope Eugenius III responded swiftly. In 1145, he issued the papal bull Quantum Predecessors, calling for a new crusade to reclaim Edessa and bolster the remaining Crusader states. This call was championed by Bernard of Clairvaux, a charismatic and influential Cistercian abbot who preached the crusade across France and Germany. His impassioned sermons invoked both spiritual urgency and divine promise, urging Christians to take up the cross once more. The Second Crusade became the first major crusading effort, led directly by European monarchs. King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of Germany vowed to lead their armies to the Holy Land. Their commitments brought legitimacy and resources, but also complicated the campaign with political rivalry and logistical challenges. Unlike the First Crusade, which was fueled by grassroots enthusiasm and local leadership, the Second Crusade was a top-down effort, marked by coordination issues and strategic missteps from the outset. Conrad's army departed first, in the spring of 1147, composed largely of German knights and foot soldiers. It traveled through Hungary and into Byzantine territory. Relations with the Byzantines were tense. Emperor Manuel I Komnenos was wary of Western armies marching through his lands, especially after the unpredictable behavior of earlier crusading forces. Conrad's army suffered from poor provisioning and frequent skirmishes with local populations. Upon entering Anatolia, they were ambushed by the Seljuk Turks at the Battle of Dorylaeum in October 1147. The result was disastrous. The German army was decimated, and Conrad himself narrowly escaped with his life. The survivors retreated to Nicaea, where they regrouped and awaited the French. Louis VII's army, meanwhile, had fared little better. Following a similar route, the French encountered many of the same difficulties. Harsh terrain, supply shortages, and Turkish ambushes took their toll. In early 1148, Louis reached the coast and sailed to Antioch. There he met Raymond of Poitiers, Prince of Antioch, and uncle to his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine. Raymond urged Louis to campaign in northern Syria and recapture Edessa, but Louis, pressured by papal expectations and desiring to fulfill his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, chose instead to march south. In Jerusalem, the leaders of the crusade held a council to determine their next move. With Edessa beyond immediate reach and reinforcements lacking, they decided to target Damascus, a wealthy and strategically vital Muslim city that had previously maintained a complex relationship with the Crusaders. The decision to attack Damascus in July 1148 proved to be a fatal error. The siege began with some initial success, but internal disagreements, poor planning, and strong local resistance soon doomed the effort. After only 4 days, the Crusaders retreated in disarray. The failure at Damascus not only ended the Second Crusade, but also discredited its leaders. The aftermath was sobering. The Crusaders had achieved none of their objectives. Edessa remained in Muslim hands. The costly expedition had strained relations between Latin Europe and the Byzantine Empire, deepened rivalries among Crusader leaders, and revealed the growing strength and unity of Muslim powers under leaders like Zengi and his son Nur-ed-Din. Bernard of Clairvaux, who had preached the Crusades so fervently, was devastated. He defended his role by attributing the failure to the sins of the Crusaders themselves, reflecting a broader medieval tendency to see divine judgment in military outcomes. The failure of the Second Crusade marked a shift in the crusading ideal. While the First Crusade had ended in miraculous success, the Second revealed the limits of Western power and the complexities of sustaining a religious war far from home. The loss of life, the humiliation at Damascus, and the disillusionment of thousands of pilgrims cast a long shadow over future crusading efforts. Yet despite its failure, the Second Crusade intensified Muslim resolve and reshaped the political landscape of the Levant. Nur-ed-Din, having inherited his father's mantle, would now rise as the principal architect of Muslim resistance in the years to come. Thus, the fall of Edessa not only ended a chapter of Crusader expansion, but also ushered in a new phase of Muslim resurgence. The tide was turning, and the fragile balance that had allowed the Crusader states to endure would soon be tested as never before. The mid-12th century saw the emergence of a formidable leader who would redefine the course of the Crusades and alter the balance of power in the Holy Land. Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West simply as Saladin, rose from relatively obscure beginnings to become the most revered Muslim commander of his time. Born in Tikrit in 1137 or 1138 into a Kurdish family, Saladin entered military service under his uncle Shirkuh, a general in the army of Nur-ed-Din, the powerful ruler of Aleppo and Damascus. Through his uncle's campaigns in Egypt and his own political acumen, Saladin rose to prominence and, following Shirkuh's death in 1169, became vizier of Egypt. When Nur-ed-Din died in 1174, Saladin moved to consolidate power. Over the next decade, he united Egypt and Syria, absorbing territories through both conquest and diplomacy. By the early 1180s, Saladin had become sultan of a vast and reinvigorated Muslim empire that encircled the Crusader states. Saladin was not merely a conqueror, but also a devout Muslim, committed to the cause of jihad as a form of both religious duty and political strategy. He positioned himself as the champion of Sunni Islam and the liberator of Jerusalem. Under his rule, the fractured Muslim world began to rally around a common cause, the expulsion of the Crusaders from the Holy Land. Saladin's leadership combined military brilliance with a reputation for chivalry, generosity and restraint that earned him respect even among his Christian enemies. He abolished the unpopular Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, re-established Sunni orthodoxy, and strengthened his position through marriage alliances, administrative reforms, and a highly mobile, disciplined army. By 1180, a fragile truce existed between Saladin and the Kingdom of Jerusalem. However, the peace was regularly broken by raids and provocations, particularly by the Crusader Lord Raynald of Chatillon, whose attacks on Muslim caravans and threats to Mecca and Medina outraged the Islamic world. Saladin warned that continued aggression would be met with force. When Reynold broke the truce in 1187 by attacking a large Muslim caravan, Saladin responded decisively, launching a full-scale campaign against the Crusader states. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Hattin on July 4, 1187, a cataclysmic defeat for the Christian forces. The Crusader army, led by King Guy of Lusignan, marched from the city of Tiberias in an attempt to relieve a siege. Exhausted by the summer heat, deprived of water, and trapped by Saladin's forces, the Crusaders were routed in a well-executed maneuver. The battle ended in disaster for the Latin kingdom. Thousands of knights and soldiers were killed or captured. Reynold of Chatillon was personally executed by Saladin for his repeated provocations, while King Guy was taken prisoner but later released. Perhaps most significantly, the defeat shattered the military strength of the Crusader states, leaving the road to Jerusalem open. Following Hattin, Saladin moved swiftly to capitalize on his victory. City after city fell to his forces with little resistance. Acre, Jaffa, and other key strongholds surrendered or were taken by force. On October 2, 1187, Saladin entered Jerusalem. Unlike the bloody conquest of the city by the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin's capture was marked by a degree of mercy and order that astonished many contemporary observers. He allowed Christians to ransom themselves and their families, permitted the Eastern Christian churches to remain, and even spared many of the city's Latin inhabitants. Property was protected, and Muslim holy sites restored. The Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, defiled during the Crusader occupation, were cleansed and rededicated. The contrast between the sack of Jerusalem in 1099 and its recapture in 1187 could not have been starker. Whereas the First Crusade had ended in the massacre of tens of thousands, Saladin's conquest exemplified restraint. His conduct enhanced his reputation not only in the Islamic world but also in Europe, where even chroniclers hostile to Islam acknowledged his nobility. While not without instances of violence, the general tenor of Saladin's rule was one of magnanimity. The fall of Jerusalem sent shockwaves through Europe. The news of the city's loss to Muslim forces triggered mass mourning and calls for a renewed crusade. Pope Gregory VIII issued the papal bull Audita Tremendi, calling for all Christian princes to take up the cross and reclaim the Holy City. This marked the beginning of preparations for what would become the Third Crusade. In the meantime, Saladin worked to consolidate his victories, reinforcing garrisons, repairing fortifications, and ensuring stability across his territories. He knew that a major counter-offensive was coming and prepared accordingly. Saladin's achievement was not merely military but ideological. He had restored Muslim control over Jerusalem, inspired Islamic unity, and offered a compelling model of leadership that blended devotion, diplomacy, and disciplined warfare. For the Crusaders, his success represented a devastating reversal. Jerusalem, the spiritual prize of the First Crusade, was once again in Muslim hands. The Latin kingdom of Jerusalem was reduced to a coastal strip. Its capital moved to Tyre. The Crusader dream of permanent dominion over the Holy Land had been dealt a mortal blow. Thus, the period from 1171 to 1187 marked the rise of one of history's most admired military and political leaders. Saladin's ascent reshaped the Crusader-Muslim conflict and redefined the stakes for both sides. His example would loom large in the minds of both his contemporaries and generations to come, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic confrontations in the entire crusading era. The Third Crusade, which began in 1189, was launched in direct response to the shocking loss of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187. It quickly became a legendary conflict, not only for its military engagements, but for the powerful personalities that shaped it, notably Richard I of England, Philip II of France, and Saladin himself. Each leader had their own motivations and ambitions, yet they shared a common goal: control of the Holy Land. Richard, nicknamed the Lionheart for his valor and martial prowess, was determined to restore Christian rule in Jerusalem. Philip II, eager to assert his influence and prestige, allied with Richard, but would ultimately return to France early in the campaign. Saladin, meanwhile, sought to defend his newly united empire and maintain his control over Jerusalem. The campaign began with the arduous journey of European forces crossing hostile territories, plagued by supply difficulties and political disputes. The first major target was the port city of Acre, strategically vital for maintaining supply lines and access to the Levant. The siege of Acre lasted nearly 2 years, from 1189 to 1191, and was marked by brutal fighting, famine and disease. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the capture of Acre was a critical turning point that allowed the Crusaders to establish a foothold on the coast. Philip II returned to France after Acre's fall, citing illness and political concerns at home, leaving Richard as the undisputed leader of the Crusader forces. Richard then turned his attention inland, engaging Saladin's army in several key battles. The Battle of Arsuf in September 1191 stands out as one of the most celebrated encounters. Richard's forces, outnumbered and weary, held firm against Saladin's attacks and launched a decisive counterattack that secured a tactical victory. Despite this success, Richard could not advance to retake Jerusalem, which remained strongly defended and strategically distant from his coastal bases. Throughout the campaign, Richard and Saladin demonstrated mutual respect and chivalry, even as they fought bitterly. Their correspondence and conduct suggested a complex relationship that transcended simple enmity. Richard admired Saladin's honor and leadership, and Saladin acknowledged Richard's bravery. This respect influenced the eventual negotiations that led to the truce. In 1192, after years of warfare and stalemate, Richard and Saladin agreed to the Treaty of Jaffa. The agreement allowed for Christian pilgrims to access Jerusalem safely, though the city itself remained under Muslim control. The treaty also delineated boundaries, with Crusader states retaining some coastal territories. This uneasy peace ended the Third Crusade without achieving its ultimate goal of retaking Jerusalem, but it preserved a fragile coexistence and opened channels for dialogue between the two cultures. The Third Crusade remains one of the most famous chapters in Crusader history, not only for its battles and sieges, but for the personalities involved and the legacy of respect amidst conflict. Richard the Lionheart's military skill and Saladin's leadership continue to inspire stories and scholarship. Their clash was a defining moment that highlighted both the enduring religious passions and the political realities of the crusading era. The Fourth Crusade, launched in 1202, began with the intention of reclaiming Jerusalem, but instead became one of the most tragic and divisive episodes in medieval Christian history. Originally, the Crusaders planned to sail to the Holy Land, relying heavily on the maritime power of Venice to provide transport. The agreement was that the Crusader army would pay Venice for a fleet of ships sufficient to carry tens of thousands of soldiers. However, when fewer Crusaders than expected arrived at Venice, they lacked the funds to pay the full amount. This financial shortfall gave the Venetians significant leverage, and rather than refunding the debt, Venice proposed a solution that would alter the course of the crusade entirely. The Venetians suggested that the Crusaders assist them in recapturing the city of Zara, a Christian port on the Adriatic coast that had rebelled against Venetian rule. Despite objections from the Pope, who threatened excommunication, the Crusaders besieged and captured Zara in 1202. This act foreshadowed the greater calamities to come. Political intrigue soon deepened the Crusades' diversion, when Alexios Angelos, the exiled son of the deposed Byzantine Emperor Isaac II, approached the Crusaders. He promised substantial rewards, military support, and the submission of the Eastern Orthodox Church to Rome if the Crusaders helped restore him and his father to the throne in Constantinople. Eager for funds and reinforcements, and influenced by Venetian interests keen on expanding their influence in Byzantine affairs, the Crusaders agreed. In 1203, they sailed to Constantinople and helped Alexios IV regain power. However, the Byzantine people were deeply divided and resentful of Latin intervention, and the promised support never fully materialized. Within months, unrest and violence erupted. Alexios IV was overthrown and killed, and the Crusaders found themselves stranded and betrayed. With their debts mounting and no way home, the Crusaders resolved to capture Constantinople outright. In April 1204, they launched a brutal assault on the city, breaching its massive walls after fierce fighting. The sack of Constantinople was unprecedented in its violence and destruction. Over the course of days, the Crusaders looted priceless treasures, desecrated churches, destroyed ancient art and manuscripts, and massacred many inhabitants, both civilians and clergy. The city, the heart of Eastern Orthodox Christianity and a center of classical learning and culture, was left devastated. This catastrophic event not only shattered Byzantium's power, but also deepened the already profound schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. The spiritual and political rift widened as mutual accusations of betrayal and sacrilege hardened. The Latin Empire was established on Byzantine soil, but it proved unstable and short-lived, unable to maintain control or legitimacy. The Fourth Crusade, far from achieving its sacred goals, resulted in Christian armies attacking fellow Christians, weakening Christendom and reshaping the geopolitical landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean. This tragic diversion marked a low point in the crusading movement and had lasting repercussions for centuries, symbolizing the complex interplay of religious zeal, political ambition, and economic interests that could corrupt even the most sacred causes. The period from 1217 to 1272 saw a series of crusades known as the Later Crusades, which included the Fifth through Ninth Crusades. These campaigns reflected both the persistence of crusading zeal and the gradual diminishing of its power and influence in the Holy Land and beyond. The Fifth Crusade, launched in 1217, focused on Egypt, seen as the key to controlling Jerusalem. Crusaders hoped to weaken Muslim power by capturing Cairo, but despite initial successes such as the capture of Damietta, the campaign faltered. A failed attempt to advance further up the Nile ended in disaster, forcing the Crusaders to surrender Damietta in 1221 and marking a significant setback. The Sixth Crusade, led by Frederick II, Holy Roman Emperor, was remarkable for its different approach. Instead of relying primarily on military force, Frederick negotiated directly with the Egyptian Sultan al-Kamil. In 1229, through diplomacy rather than battle, Frederick achieved the peaceful handover of Jerusalem, Bethlehem and Nazareth to the Crusaders. This treaty was a rare moment of success and allowed Christian pilgrims access to the Holy Land once again. However, Frederick's methods were controversial, and his strained relations with the papacy weakened his position. The Seventh Crusade was led by Louis IX of France, known as Saint Louis. Starting in 1248, this crusade also targeted Egypt, particularly the city of Damietta. Despite capturing the city, Louis' forces were eventually defeated, and he was captured in 1250. His release came only after a heavy ransom was paid. Undeterred, Louis launched the Eighth Crusade in 1270, which was diverted to Tunisia. This campaign was marred by disease, and Louis himself died of illness shortly after arriving. The crusade ended in failure, and this event symbolized the waning power of crusading fervor. The Ninth Crusade, often considered the last major medieval crusade, was led by Prince Edward of England between 1271 and 1272. Edward's efforts were limited and largely unsuccessful, reflecting the reduced resources, political support, and enthusiasm for crusades in Europe. Despite some minor military actions, the crusade failed to reverse the steady Muslim reconquest of the region. Throughout these later crusades, the initial idealism and mass mobilization seen in earlier campaigns had diminished significantly. European monarchs became more preoccupied with internal affairs and political struggles, while financial and logistical challenges hampered large-scale crusading efforts. The diminishing flame of the Crusades revealed the limits of religious warfare and the complex realities of medieval geopolitics. The Holy Land remained under Muslim control, and the dream of permanent Christian dominion faded as the 13th century drew to a close. The year 1291 stands as a defining and tragic moment in the history of the Crusades, with the fall of Acre, the last major Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, marking the final collapse of the Latin East. For nearly 2 centuries, since the First Crusade captured Jerusalem in 1099, Crusader states had maintained a precarious foothold along the eastern Mediterranean coast, but over time, their position grew increasingly untenable. Acre had risen to prominence as the principal military, political, and commercial center for the Crusaders after the loss of Jerusalem in 1187. It was a fortified city with massive walls, towers, and a bustling harbor that served as the critical link to Europe, where supplies, reinforcements, and pilgrims continued to arrive. Despite its strategic importance, Acre was a city surrounded by hostile forces and vulnerable to sustained siege. In the late 13th century, the Mamluks, a powerful Muslim dynasty based in Egypt known for their military skill and religious fervor, emerged as the dominant force opposing the Crusader presence. Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil, determined to eliminate the Crusader threat once and for all, gathered a large and well-equipped army to lay siege to Acre. Beginning in April 1291, the Mamluk forces encircled the city with thousands of troops, siege engines, and cavalry. The Crusaders, numbering only a fraction of the Mamluk army, were exhausted from decades of warfare, and their hopes for meaningful aid from Europe had largely vanished due to shifting political interests and limited resources. Despite their dire circumstances, the defenders of Acre fought fiercely, manning the city's walls and mounting counterattacks. Knights from the military orders, including the Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights, stood alongside local soldiers and desperate civilians. For nearly 2 months, they withstood the Mamluk assaults, but the overwhelming pressure, combined with shortages of food and weapons, slowly wore down the defenders. In late May 1291, after relentless bombardment and breaches in the walls, the Mamluks launched a final assault. They poured into the city, overwhelming the remaining defenders in brutal hand-to-hand combat. What followed was a devastating sack of Acre. The Mamluk soldiers looted homes, churches, and warehouses, destroying valuable relics, manuscripts, and artworks that represented centuries of Christian presence and culture in the region. Thousands of inhabitants were killed or captured, including refugees who had fled from other lost Crusader territories. The destruction was not limited to physical structures, but extended to the very fabric of the Crusader society that had endured for generations. Acre's fall effectively marked the end of the Crusader states in the Levant. Other remaining coastal outposts quickly fell or were abandoned, and the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, which had existed in name for decades, ceased to exist as a political entity. The significance of Acre's fall went far beyond a military defeat. It symbolized the complete failure of the crusading enterprise to secure a permanent Christian presence in the Holy Land. The religious and spiritual goals that had motivated millions of Europeans, including the reclaiming of Jerusalem as a sacred city, remained unfulfilled. Over time, enthusiasm for crusading waned in Europe. Monarchs and nobles faced rising challenges closer to home: political conflicts, dynastic struggles, economic developments, and the growth of centralized states began to dominate their agendas. The financial and human costs of crusading, combined with repeated failures, sapped the willingness of European powers to invest in further expeditions to the Levant. In addition, the complex realities of the Eastern Mediterranean had changed. Muslim powers, especially the Mamluks, had consolidated control and organized efficient administrations. The fractured and weakened Crusader states could no longer hope to compete with the military strength and political unity of their adversaries. Diplomatic efforts and truces occasionally offered temporary respite, but these were fragile and ultimately ineffective in reversing the tide. The fall of Acre thus marked the end of an era. The Crusades, which had shaped medieval Europe and its relations with the wider world for centuries, had come to a close as a military movement. While their legacy persisted in cultural exchanges, architectural monuments, and historical memory, the dream of reclaiming the Holy Land through war was shattered. The loss of the Latin East forced Europe to reconsider its place in the Mediterranean and its relationship with the Muslim world. In the aftermath, crusading shifted focus toward other regions, including the Baltic, Spain, and North Africa, but the original goal of liberating Jerusalem faded into the past. The end of the Crusader states in the Levant underscored the limits of religious warfare and highlighted how shifting political priorities, economic realities, and military capabilities shape history. The fall of Acre stands as a solemn reminder of the costs of conflict and the fragility of empires built on conquest and faith. It closed a chapter on the Crusades that would influence Christian and Muslim relations for centuries, shaping perceptions, tensions, and dialogues between East and West into the modern era. The Crusades left a vast and intricate legacy that extends far beyond the battlefields and politics of medieval Europe and the Middle East, shaping the course of history from the 14th century well into the modern era. While the armed conflicts themselves ended centuries ago, their reverberations have deeply influenced culture, religion, international relations, and collective memory. One of the most profound long-term impacts of the Crusades was the intense cultural exchange between East and West. The movement of crusaders, merchants, scholars, and pilgrims facilitated the transfer of goods, ideas, and knowledge. Europeans encountered advanced Islamic science, medicine, mathematics, philosophy, and architecture. This interaction helped to reintroduce and preserve classical knowledge from ancient Greece and Rome that had been safeguarded in the Islamic world during Europe's so-called Dark Ages. This revival of learning contributed significantly to the intellectual flourishing known as the Renaissance, which reshaped European civilization in the centuries that followed. Economic changes also followed the Crusades. The increased trade between Europe and the East led to the growth of powerful maritime republics such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became centers of commerce, banking, and cultural exchange, laying early foundations for the modern capitalist economy. The Crusades also helped stimulate urban development in Europe, as demand for goods like spices, silk, and precious metals increased. Although much of the crusading effort was framed as religious warfare, it became inextricably linked with economic and political ambitions, which had lasting effects on the Mediterranean world and Europe's global outlook. Yet the Crusades also left behind a darker, more tragic legacy marked by violence, suffering, and deep social scars. The wars brought unprecedented brutality, with the slaughter of civilians, Muslims, Jews, and Eastern Christians alike, often sanctioned or ignored by Crusader leaders. The sack of Jerusalem in 1099, the massacres during the capture of Acre in 1291, and numerous other violent episodes left entire communities devastated. These events fueled cycles of revenge and mistrust that hardened religious identities and sowed the seeds of lasting hostility. The schism between the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, already present, was exacerbated by the events of the Fourth Crusade, especially the sack of Constantinople in 1204, which deepened divisions and bred resentment that persists in some form even today. Christian-Muslim relations were profoundly affected by the Crusades, shaping perceptions, politics, and conflicts for centuries. The Crusades introduced a framework of religious conflict and othering that often painted the opposing side as enemies of faith and civilization. This narrative has been invoked repeatedly through history, sometimes inflaming tensions, and sometimes used by leaders to rally support or justify violence. While the Crusades were a specific historical phenomenon, their memory has been adapted and misinterpreted over time, sometimes fueling prejudice and misunderstanding rather than dialogue. The romanticized image of the Crusades as noble quests of chivalrous knights fighting for a sacred cause became a powerful myth that influenced European culture, literature, and identity. Medieval chronicles, epic poems, and later national histories often glorified the Crusaders, emphasizing valor and religious devotion while minimizing political intrigue, greed, and brutality. This romanticism persisted into the modern era and was sometimes appropriated by nationalist and religious movements to promote certain ideologies. In contemporary political and cultural discourse, the Crusades are frequently referenced, often stripped of historical context, and used to symbolize deep-rooted cultural or religious conflicts. This oversimplification risks perpetuating stereotypes and obscuring the multifaceted realities of the past. To fully understand the Crusades' legacy, it is essential to acknowledge the human cost and the quiet tragedies experienced by individuals and communities on all sides. Beyond the famous battles and leaders, countless people endured displacement, loss of life, destruction of homes, and the disruption of entire societies. Refugees fled advancing armies, families were torn apart, and cultural heritages were damaged or lost. These personal and communal sufferings often go unnoticed amid grand narratives of conquest and faith, yet they form a crucial part of the Crusades' story. The Crusades remind us of the complexities of human history, where faith, politics, economics, and culture intertwine in ways that defy simple explanation. They challenge us to move beyond binary views of good and evil and to appreciate the nuanced human experiences involved. The events of the Crusades shaped medieval Europe and the Islamic world and influenced global interactions that continue to the present day. Their legacy invites ongoing reflection on the nature of conflict, coexistence, and the long-lasting effects that historical events can have on societies, identities, and international relations. In considering the Crusades' impact, we also confront the importance of memory and interpretation. How history is remembered, taught, and invoked influences how communities understand themselves and others. The Crusades serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious zealotry, intolerance, and the use of history to justify violence or division. At the same time, the exchanges and encounters they prompted demonstrate the potential for cultural dialogue and learning even amid conflict. As modern societies grapple with questions of faith, identity, and coexistence, the legacy of the Crusades remains a powerful reminder of both the tragedies and the possibilities embedded in our shared human past. Ancient Egypt stands as one of the most influential and fascinating civilizations in human history. Its story spans over 3 millennia, from the dawn of its unification around 3100 BCE to its eventual decline in the 4th century CE. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's unique geography and natural resources played a pivotal role in the formation and growth of its remarkable culture and society. This chapter introduces the beginnings of ancient Egyptian civilization, its rise, and the crucial role the Nile played in shaping one of the greatest ancient cultures. The geography of ancient Egypt was central to its development. The country is located in northeastern Africa, bordered by deserts to the east and west, and by the Mediterranean Sea to the north. But perhaps the most significant geographic feature of Egypt was the Nile River, which stretched for over 4,000 miles from Central Africa to the Mediterranean. The Nile provided a lifeline to the Egyptians, offering water, transportation, fertile soil, and abundant fish and wildlife. Each year the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich silt that enabled the Egyptians to cultivate crops and sustain large populations. The annual flooding of the Nile was seen as a gift from the gods, an event that allowed Egypt to thrive as an agricultural powerhouse. Beyond its geographical advantages, Egypt's natural isolation, protected by vast deserts, provided a sense of stability and security. This allowed Egyptian culture and society to develop relatively undisturbed by outside forces for many centuries. It was within this unique environment that one of the earliest great civilizations of antiquity would rise. The early history of Egypt is marked by its unification. Before around 3100 BCE, Egypt was divided into two kingdoms: Upper Egypt, located to the south, and Lower Egypt, located in the north around the Nile Delta. The unification of these two regions is traditionally attributed to King Narmer, also known as Menes, who became the first pharaoh of a unified Egypt. Narmer's unification marked the beginning of the dynastic period, a time when Egypt would be ruled by a succession of powerful and influential dynasties. With the establishment of the first dynasty around 3100 BCE, Egypt's political and religious structures began to take shape. The pharaoh, viewed as both a divine ruler and the earthly representative of the gods, was central to the government. Pharaohs would rule over Egypt for centuries, and their power and influence were supported by a class of officials, priests, and soldiers. In this early period, Egypt's distinct cultural and religious practices began to emerge, setting the stage for the monumental achievements that would follow. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian civilization was its complex and enduring religious system. The Egyptians believed in a multitude of gods and goddesses, each of whom governed various aspects of nature and human life. Central to their belief system was the concept of Ma, which represented order, balance, and justice. The pharaoh was considered the earthly guarantor of Ma, ensuring harmony between the gods, the land, and the people. The dynastic period also saw the development of Egypt's distinct art, architecture, and writing systems. The Egyptians are perhaps best known for their monumental achievements in architecture, including the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, which were built as tombs for the pharaohs. These impressive structures, along with the vast temples, monuments and obelisks that dotted the Egyptian landscape, serve as a testament to the engineering and artistic capabilities of the ancient Egyptians. In terms of writing, the Egyptians developed hieroglyphs, a system of pictorial symbols used to record religious texts, royal decrees, and historical events. This writing system played a key role in the preservation of Egypt's history and culture, allowing future generations to understand and learn from the accomplishments of their ancestors. Egypt's rise as a powerful civilization was also facilitated by its access to trade routes, which connected it to the broader Mediterranean world, the Near East and Africa. Egypt's wealth, culture and influence spread throughout the ancient world, and its legacy would continue to inspire civilizations for millennia. In summary, ancient Egypt was born out of its unique geography, the fertile Nile River, and the development of a strong, centralized government under the leadership of the pharaohs. Over time, Egypt would rise to become one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in the ancient world. Its remarkable achievements in art, architecture, religion, and governance would shape the trajectory of history and leave a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The origins of Egyptian religion are deeply entwined with the development of Egyptian society itself. Religion was not just a system of beliefs in ancient Egypt. It was an integral part of daily life, governing everything from politics to social norms to individual actions. The ancient Egyptians believed that their gods were intimately involved in every aspect of their world, from the rising and setting of the sun to the flooding of the Nile. Understanding Egyptian religion requires us to explore how these beliefs emerged, how they evolved, and how they influenced the daily lives of the people. The roots of Egyptian religion are believed to stretch back to pre-dynastic times, long before the unification of Egypt in 3100 BCE. Early Egyptian religious beliefs were animistic, focusing on the worship of natural forces and deities associated with the elements, animals, and aspects of nature. Over time, these beliefs became more structured and began to form a coherent system. As communities grew and settled along the banks of the Nile, the Egyptians began to personify natural forces and the cycles of life and death, leading to the creation of a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. The formation of the Egyptian pantheon was gradual, with local deities worshipped in specific regions, often associated with cities or natural features such as rivers, animals, or the sun. Over time, these regional gods merged and became part of a larger unified system. The gods in the Egyptian pantheon were typically anthropomorphic, meaning they had human-like features, though they often had animal characteristics as well. Some of the most important gods included Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Isis, the mother goddess, Horus, the god of kingship, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These gods were believed to govern various aspects of the cosmos and were deeply connected to both the natural and supernatural worlds. In addition to the major gods and goddesses, the Egyptians also believed in a variety of spirits and lesser deities who influenced daily life. These included household gods, protective spirits, and deities associated with specific tasks, such as Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge. The importance of these gods in the everyday life of Egyptians cannot be overstated. Priests, temples, and rituals were a constant part of Egyptian society. Religious practices were central to political life as well, as the pharaohs were seen as divine rulers, intermediaries between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's role was not only as a political leader, but also as a religious figure, responsible for maintaining cosmic order and harmony. One of the most important concepts in Egyptian religion was Ma'at, which represented order, balance, and justice. Ma'at was seen as the fundamental force that maintained harmony in the universe, ensuring that everything in the world functioned according to divine will. Ma'at was personified as a goddess, often depicted with an ostrich feather on her head. This concept was central to Egyptian spirituality, influencing the actions of the pharaoh and every aspect of the kingdom. The pharaoh's primary duty was to uphold Ma'at, ensuring that justice and order prevailed both in the physical world and in the afterlife. Ma'at's role in Egyptian religion extended beyond the actions of the ruler. It was believed that every individual had a responsibility to live according to the principles of Ma'at, ensuring personal harmony and the well-being of society. This meant behaving in a morally upright manner, following the laws, and respecting the gods. The Egyptians believed that if Ma'at was disrupted, chaos and disorder would ensue. The concept of Ma'at was also connected to the idea of judgment in the afterlife. In the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at to determine whether they had lived a righteous life and could enter the afterlife. The daily rituals and religious observances of the Egyptians were intricately connected to their beliefs in Ma'at. Temples were built in honor of the gods, where priests performed daily rituals to maintain the favor of the gods and ensure the continued prosperity of Egypt. These rituals involved offerings of food, incense, and other gifts, and were intended to sustain the gods and keep cosmic balance intact. Major festivals and celebrations were held throughout the year to honor specific gods, with the most important being the Festival of the Opet, which celebrated the divine union of the gods and the pharaoh. The Egyptians also believed that their gods had human characteristics and could be both benevolent and wrathful. The gods were seen as protectors, guiding their people through difficult times, but they were also capable of punishing those who violated the principles of Ma'at. One of the most famous examples of divine wrath is the story of the sun god Ra, who sent the goddess Sekhmet to punish humanity for their disobedience. The balance between divine protection and retribution was an essential part of Egyptian religious thought. In conclusion, the origins of Egyptian religion were shaped by the need to understand and cope with the natural world and the forces that governed it. Over time, this evolved into a rich and complex system of beliefs centered around a pantheon of gods and the concept of Ma'at. Religion in Egypt was not a separate part of life. It was interwoven with every aspect of society, from governance to daily rituals. The gods and goddesses were seen as integral to the welfare of the state, and their influence extended into every corner of Egyptian life. As such, Egyptian religion played a fundamental role in the development of this great civilization, influencing its politics, culture, and spirituality for centuries. Ra, the sun god, is one of the most powerful and revered deities in ancient Egyptian mythology. As the central figure in Egypt's religious system, Ra was associated with life, light, warmth, and the very essence of creation. His influence was so profound that he became the cornerstone of Egyptian religious thought and was considered the king of all gods. This chapter delves into the myth of Ra's creation, his journey across the sky, and his significant role in Egyptian society and governance. Ra was believed to be the creator of the universe, responsible for bringing light and life to the world. In the Egyptian creation myth, Ra's emergence from the primordial waters of Nun marks the beginning of time and existence. According to one version of the myth, in the beginning there was only darkness and chaos. From the waters of Nun, the ancient Egyptian concept of the primordial ocean, Ra arose as the first divine being. Ra was said to have created himself, and by extension, the cosmos. As the god of the sun, His primary role was to bring order and structure to the world, dispelling the chaos that once ruled. Ra's journey across the sky was a central part of his daily existence. Egyptians believed that Ra's traveled across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed through the heavens each day. As the sun rose in the east, Ra's began his journey, sailing from the horizon to the zenith of the sky, where he would reign supreme. As he traveled, Raz would pass through different realms, each with its own challenges and obstacles. At night, Raz would descend into the underworld, known as Duat, where he would battle the forces of darkness and chaos, primarily represented by the serpent Apep or Apophis. The struggle between Raz and Apep symbolized the eternal fight between order and chaos, light and darkness. The myth of Ra's nightly journey was not only a cosmological explanation for the cycle of day and night, but also a reflection of the ancient Egyptians' belief in the need to maintain harmony and balance in the universe. Ra's victory over Apep each night was seen as essential for the continuation of life and the preservation of Maat, the divine order. This daily cycle reinforced the idea that life itself was an ongoing struggle against disorder, and that divine intervention was necessary to maintain cosmic stability. Ra's association with the pharaohs of Egypt was another crucial aspect of his role in Egyptian religion. The pharaoh was considered not only a political leader, but also a divine ruler on earth, directly descended from Raz. This divine connection was vital for the legitimacy of the pharaoh's reign. Pharaohs were seen as living embodiments of Ra's power and as intermediaries between the gods and the people. As such, the pharaoh's role was to maintain Maat, the divine order, and ensure that Egypt remained protected and prosperous under Ra's watchful gaze. The association between Raz and the pharaohs is most evident in the royal titulary, which included the phrase "son of Raz." This title was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and emphasized his close relationship with the sun god. Raz was seen as the ultimate source of royal authority, and the pharaoh's actions were believed to reflect the will of Raz. In this sense, the pharaoh was not just a political leader, but a manifestation of Ra's divine power and will on earth. One of the most important aspects of the relationship between Raz and the pharaoh was the pharaoh's role in maintaining the cosmic order. The pharaoh was seen as the protector of Maat, ensuring that the universe remained in balance and that the natural cycles of life continued uninterrupted. Just as Raz brought light and life to the world each day, it was the responsibility of the pharaoh to bring order, justice and prosperity to Egypt. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Maat was believed to directly affect the well-being of the country, its people and its rulers. Ra's influence extended beyond the political realm. He was also associated with various temples and monuments built in his honor. The most famous of these is the Temple of Raz at Heliopolis, which became a major center of worship. At the temple, priests would perform elaborate rituals and sacrifices to honor Raz and ensure his continued favor. Ra's image was often depicted as a man with the head of a hawk, crowned with a solar disk, which became one of the most recognizable symbols in Egyptian art. His presence was felt not only in religious contexts, but in every aspect of Egyptian culture, from art to architecture to daily life. The concept of Ra's eternal presence and power was also reflected in the Egyptian practice of sun worship. Temples dedicated to Raz were built throughout Egypt, and sun worship became an important part of Egyptian religious practice. The daily worship of Raz was not limited to the elite. The general population participated in various sun-related rituals and festivals, which were believed to invoke Ra's blessings for the country's prosperity. In summary, Ra was not only the sun god, but also the very essence of creation, light and life in ancient Egypt. His creation myth explained the origins of the world and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Ra's daily journey across the sky symbolized the cyclical nature of life, while his battle with Apep represented the constant need to uphold Ma'at, the divine order. His association with the pharaohs emphasized the divine right to rule, and the pharaohs themselves were seen as manifestations of Ra's power. Through the worship of Ra, the ancient Egyptians sought to ensure the continued prosperity and stability of their civilization, placing the sun god at the center of their religious, political, and cultural life. The myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most powerful and influential stories in ancient Egyptian mythology. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis are central figures in the Egyptian religious system, representing death, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a symbol of hope for the Egyptians, reinforcing their beliefs about the afterlife and the importance of moral behavior in life. Osiris was originally a god associated with fertility and agriculture. He was a beloved ruler of Egypt, bringing prosperity and abundance to the land. His wife Isis was a goddess of magic and wisdom, known for her devotion to Osiris and her powerful abilities to heal and protect. Together, they represented the harmonious balance of life, death, and rebirth. The myth takes a dark turn when Osiris's brother Set, the god of chaos and destruction, becomes jealous of Osiris's popularity and power. In his envy, Set devises a cunning plan to kill Osiris and take his throne. Set traps Osiris in a beautiful, ornately decorated coffin, which he seals and throws into the Nile River. The coffin is carried away, and Osiris's body is eventually discovered by Isis. Heartbroken, Isis embarks on a quest to find and restore her beloved husband. With the help of her magical powers and the assistance of her sister Nephthys and the jackal-headed god Anubis, Isis is able to recover Osiris's body. However, Set, not willing to allow his brother's resurrection, dismembers Osiris's body and scatters the pieces across Egypt. Undeterred, Isis and her sister search for and reassemble Osiris's body, bringing him back to life through the power of her magic. The resurrection of Osiris is one of the most significant events in Egyptian mythology. It symbolizes the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Osiris's ability to be resurrected represents the promise of life after death and the possibility of regeneration. Osiris, after his resurrection, becomes the ruler of the afterlife, presiding over the judgment of souls and guiding the dead to their final resting place. The concept of the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs, and Osiris was the key figure in this process. The idea that one could live again in a different form after death provided comfort and hope to the ancient Egyptians. Osiris's resurrection also had profound implications for the pharaohs of Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to be the living embodiments of Horus, the son of Osiris, and were thus directly connected to Osiris in both life and death. After their deaths, the pharaohs were believed to join Osiris in the afterlife, and they were often depicted as being reborn in a similar way to their divine ancestor. This connection between Osiris and the pharaohs reinforced the concept of divine kingship and the idea that death was not an end, but a continuation of the eternal cycle. The myth of Osiris and Isis also had a significant impact on the religious practices of ancient Egypt. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became the basis for many of the rituals and beliefs surrounding burial and the afterlife. Egyptians believed that through proper burial rites and offerings to the gods, the soul could be assured of its place in the afterlife, where Osiris would judge it and determine its fate. In addition to its religious significance within Egypt, the myth of Osiris and Isis also influenced the afterlife beliefs of later civilizations. The story of Osiris's resurrection would later be echoed in various religious traditions, especially in the concept of a dying and rising god, a motif that appears in numerous mythologies across the world. Some scholars believe that the Osiris myth may have influenced the development of Christian resurrection theology, with similarities between the resurrection of Osiris and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Osiris also became a symbol of hope for the common people of Egypt. In a society where life was often difficult and uncertain, the story of Osiris's resurrection reminded the Egyptians that death was not the end, and that there was hope for renewal and rebirth. The resurrection of Osiris represented the idea that life, in all its forms, was cyclical, renewed each day with the rising of the sun, and again with the resurrection of Osiris. In conclusion, the myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most important and enduring stories in ancient Egyptian religion. It encapsulates the central themes of life, death, and resurrection, offering Egyptians both a moral framework for living and a vision of hope for the afterlife. The story's impact extended far beyond Egypt, influencing the religious traditions of later civilizations and continuing to resonate through time as a powerful symbol of rebirth and eternal life. The early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 3100 BCE to 2686 BCE, marks a crucial phase in the formation of one of the most powerful and enduring civilizations in history. It is during this period that Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the rule of the first pharaoh, Narmer, also known as Menes. This unification laid the foundation for Egypt's political structure and religious beliefs, while the establishment of the First Dynasty helped to solidify the concept of divine kingship. The story of Narmer's unification of Egypt is one of the most important moments in the history of the ancient world. Narmer, who ruled around 3100 BCE, is believed to have been the king who succeeded in bringing together the two previously separate regions of Upper and Lower Egypt. The unification was symbolized by the creation of the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial slate slab depicting Narmer wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt. This image clearly shows Narmer as the supreme ruler of both regions, and the palette itself represents one of the earliest examples of Egyptian art that illustrates the idea of unified Egypt. Narmer's successful unification allowed him to establish the First Dynasty, which marked the beginning of a long line of rulers that would dominate Egypt for the next 3 millennia. The title of pharaoh, which was used to refer to the king of Egypt, came to be associated with both political authority and divine status. Pharaohs were considered not only as the supreme political rulers, but also as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people. Their role as the earthly embodiment of the gods made them central to both the governance of Egypt and its religious practices. With the establishment of the First Dynasty, the pharaohs became key figures in both the spiritual and political lives of the Egyptian people. Their divine status was reflected in their association with the gods, and their authority was seen as ordained by the divine forces. This connection to the gods played a crucial role in ensuring the pharaoh's legitimacy and power. The idea of divine kingship also helped to reinforce social order in Egypt, as the pharaoh was seen as a symbol of the gods' will on earth. Another key aspect of the early dynastic period was the beginning of pyramid-building projects. Early on, the pharaohs sought to demonstrate their power, wealth, and divine connection through monumental architecture. The construction of large-scale structures, including mastebous rectangular tombs and early pyramids, signaled the pharaohs' desire for eternal life and their role in the afterlife. The pyramids, as elaborate tombs for the pharaohs, also reflected the central role of religion in Egyptian life. These tombs were designed not only to house the pharaoh's body, but also to provide a space for their soul to reside in the afterlife. The earliest pyramid building project was the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, built for Pharaoh Djoser during the 3rd dynasty c. 2670 BCE. This pyramid, designed by the architect Imhotep, represented a major architectural innovation and marked the beginning of Egypt's pyramid building tradition. The step pyramid's construction demonstrated the pharaoh's ability to mobilize vast resources and labor forces, as well as the importance of religion in Egyptian society. It was also one of the first large stone structures built in Egypt, setting the stage for the later, more iconic pyramids of the Old Kingdom. The role of the pharaohs in Egyptian religion was intertwined with their political authority. As divine rulers, the pharaohs were seen as responsible for maintaining Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian concept of order, justice and harmony. Ma'at was not only a moral code but also a cosmic order that governed both the heavens and the earth. The pharaoh was expected to uphold Ma'at by maintaining peace and prosperity, overseeing the proper performance of religious rituals, and ensuring that Egypt was in balance with the gods. The pharaoh's ability to do this was believed to be essential for the continued welfare of the country. In addition to overseeing the rituals that ensured Egypt's continued prosperity, the pharaohs were also responsible for the construction of temples dedicated to the gods. These temples, which were often grand and lavish, served as the focal point for religious life in Egypt. Within these temples, the pharaohs performed rituals and made offerings to the gods to ensure the gods' favor and the prosperity of the land. The early dynastic period laid the groundwork for many of the religious and political practices that would define Egyptian civilization for centuries to come. It established the divine nature of the pharaoh's role and the importance of monumental architecture in expressing power and devotion to the gods. As Egypt moved into the Old Kingdom, the role of the pharaohs in both politics and religion would continue to evolve, leading to the creation of some of the most iconic structures in history, including the Great Pyramids of Giza. In conclusion, the early dynastic period was a foundational time in the history of Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under Nama, the establishment of the First Dynasty, and the rise of the pharaoh as a divine ruler set the stage for the grandeur and influence of Egyptian civilization. The early pyramid building projects and the central role of religion in political life shaped the trajectory of ancient Egypt for centuries, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The fourth dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, is considered one of the most remarkable periods in the history of Egyptian civilization. This era saw the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, monumental achievements that not only symbolized the power and wealth of the pharaohs, but also reflected the deep religious beliefs that permeated ancient Egyptian society. It was a time when the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler, a living god whose role was critical in ensuring the harmony of the cosmos and the prosperity of the nation. The fourth dynasty is most famously associated with the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops. Khufu's reign marked the pinnacle of pyramid construction, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza being his crowning achievement. This pyramid, the largest of the 3 pyramids at Giza, is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the pharaoh's power and vision. The Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall, and it remains the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. It was built with millions of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, and the scale of the pyramid's construction required a massive workforce of laborers, engineers and craftsmen. Khufu's pyramid was not only an engineering marvel, but also a deeply religious symbol. The pyramid was designed to be the pharaoh's tomb, but it was also meant to facilitate his journey to the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaohs were not just kings, but but were considered divine beings, living gods on earth. The construction of the pyramid was thus seen as a means of ensuring the pharaoh's immortality and divine favor in the afterlife. The pyramid, as well as the surrounding complex of temples and smaller pyramids for the pharaoh's family members, were designed to serve as places where the pharaoh's soul could rest in eternity. Pharaoh Khufu's divine status was not an isolated concept. It was part of a broader religious framework that emphasized the pharaoh's connection to the gods, particularly Ra, the sun god. Ra was believed to be the creator of all life, and the pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was seen as the intermediary between the gods and the people. This divine status of the pharaoh was essential in maintaining Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of order, balance and justice, which was vital for the continued prosperity of Egypt. During the Fourth Dynasty, the belief in the pharaoh's divine nature was reinforced through rituals, monuments and inscriptions that linked the pharaoh with the gods. Khufu, for example, was often depicted in royal imagery as a godlike figure, further solidifying his divine status. The building of massive pyramids such as the Great Pyramid was a physical manifestation of this divine connection. By constructing these grand structures, the pharaohs were not just asserting their political power, but were also fulfilling their religious duties to ensure the favor of the gods and the stability of the world. Another significant development during the Fourth Dynasty was the introduction of the concept of the Ka, which would become central to Egyptian ideas about the afterlife. The Ka was believed to be a person's soul or spiritual essence, and it was thought to live on after the body's death. The pharaoh's Ka was considered to be eternal, continuing to exist in the afterlife. This belief influenced the construction of elaborate tombs, as the pharaoh's Ka needed a place to reside after death. The pyramid was therefore not only a tomb, but also a place for the pharaoh's Ka to be preserved for eternity. The concept of the Ka also had a broader societal impact. It reinforced the belief that the soul was just as important as the body, and that the afterlife was an extension of earthly life. The Ka required offerings of food, drink, and other items to ensure its well-being in the afterlife. This is why tombs were often filled with goods that the deceased might need in the next world. For the pharaohs, these goods were often placed in elaborate burial chambers within the pyramids, ensuring that the pharaoh's Ka would remain nourished and cared for in the afterlife. In addition to Khufu, his successors in the Fourth Dynasty, such as Pharaoh Khafre Chephren and Pharaoh Menkaure, continued the tradition of pyramid building. Khafre, for example, built the second pyramid at Giza, and his complex is also home to the famous Great Sphinx, a massive limestone statue with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. The Sphinx is believed to represent Khafre himself, further emphasizing the pharaoh's divine nature and his role as a god on earth. The pyramid building projects of the Fourth Dynasty were not only about the pharaoh's afterlife, but also about reinforcing the political and religious order of Egypt. These massive monuments were symbols of the pharaoh's power and divine right to rule, and they served as reminders of the eternal connection between the ruler and the gods. They were also expressions of Egypt's ability to mobilize labor, resources, and technology to create awe-inspiring structures that would stand for millennia. In conclusion, the Pyramid Age and the Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt represent one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of the ancient world. The reign of Pharaoh Khufu, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, stands as a lasting testament to the divine authority of the pharaohs and their role in ensuring the balance of the universe. The introduction of the Ka and the emphasis on the afterlife further solidified the religious beliefs of the time, and the pyramid-building projects of the era were monumental both in their scope and their cultural significance. The legacy of the Fourth Dynasty continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egypt and the ancient world as a whole. The Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which lasted from around 2055 to 1650 BCE, marks a pivotal period in ancient Egyptian history. This era followed a time of instability known as the First Intermediate Period, where the once unified kingdom had fractured, leading to political disarray and decentralization. As Egypt transitioned from the Old Kingdom, the power of the pharaohs was restored, and a new era of stability and prosperity emerged. The Middle Kingdom would lay the groundwork for many of Egypt's most lasting achievements, both politically and religiously. The Middle Kingdom began with the reunification of Egypt under Pharaoh Mentuhotep II, who established the 11th dynasty. His victory over rival dynasties and his ability to restore centralized authority were crucial in bringing Egypt out of the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. Following his reign, the 12th dynasty, which included pharaohs like Amenemhat I and Senusret I, brought further stability to the nation. These pharaohs focused on administrative reforms, military campaigns, and large-scale building projects, which marked the beginning of the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. One of the most significant developments during the Middle Kingdom was the rise of the god Amun. Amun's emergence as a powerful deity reflects the broader religious transformations that took place during this period. Initially, Amun was a local god worshipped primarily in Thebes, a city in Upper Egypt. However, as the Middle Kingdom progressed, Amun's status was elevated, and he became one of the most important gods in the Egyptian pantheon. Amun's rise to prominence coincided with the growing political and religious power of Thebes. As the capital of the Middle Kingdom shifted back to Thebes, Amun became closely associated with the pharaohs, who sought to consolidate their political and divine power by aligning themselves with this powerful god. Amun's attributes as a creator god and his connection to the sun made him an appealing figure for the pharaohs, who were eager to strengthen their divine right to rule. Over time, Amun's role expanded, and he was associated with creation, fertility, and kingship. The role of Amun in religious life reached its peak during the reign of Pharaoh Amenemhat II, who ruled during the 12th dynasty. Amenemhat II, like his predecessors, worked to strengthen the political and religious unity of Egypt, and he did so in part by fostering the worship of Amun. This religious alliance between the pharaohs and Amun helped to solidify the legitimacy of the ruling family, as it reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's power came from divine favor. Amenemhat II and his successors built grand temples dedicated to Amun in Thebes, which became a center of religious worship and political authority. During the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs were often portrayed as the earthly representatives of the gods, and they used their connection to Amun to further strengthen their rule. Amun was seen as a protector of the pharaoh and the nation, and his favor was crucial for ensuring the pharaoh's success in both war and peace. As the pharaoh's association with Amun grew, the god's cult became increasingly influential, and his high priests gained significant power and wealth. This growing influence of Amun would have long-lasting consequences for Egyptian religion. By the New Kingdom period, Amun would be firmly established as the king of the gods, a status he would hold for centuries. The rise of Amun also led to the development of monumental religious architecture, including the vast temple complexes that would be built in his honor, such as the Temple of Karnak. The construction of these temples became a symbol of both the pharaoh's devotion to Amun and the pharaoh's divine right to rule Egypt. Another important aspect of the Middle Kingdom was the development of literature and culture. The pharaohs of the 12th dynasty were not only great military and political leaders, but also patrons of the arts. This period saw the production of some of the most famous works of Egyptian literature, including the wisdom literature and the Tale of Sinuhe, a narrative that explores themes of exile, identity, and the divine order. These literary works reflect the values and beliefs of the time, and offer insight into the social and religious landscape of the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom also saw the beginning of Egypt's expansion beyond its borders. Pharaohs like Senusret III launched military campaigns into Nubia and the Sinai Peninsula, securing valuable resources and asserting Egyptian power over neighboring regions. These campaigns were not just about territorial expansion. They were also a way for the pharaohs to reinforce their divine right to rule by demonstrating their power and influence over foreign lands. In conclusion, the Middle Kingdom was a time of consolidation for Egypt, both politically and religiously. The transition from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom brought stability after a period of turmoil, and the rise of Amun as a major deity played a central role in this process. The pharaohs' association with Amun helped to legitimize their power, and the god's influence would continue to grow throughout Egyptian history. The Middle Kingdom also saw advancements in literature, military expansion, and monumental architecture, all of which contributed to Egypt's long-lasting legacy. The Middle Kingdom is remembered as a time of great achievement, and it set the stage for the golden age of the new kingdom that would follow. The reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, c. 1353–1336 BCE, represents one of the most radical and controversial periods in ancient Egyptian history. Known for his religious revolution, Akhenaten introduced a drastic departure from the long-established polytheistic beliefs of Egypt by embracing monotheism. His dedication to the worship of Aten, the sun disk, marked a significant shift in both religious practices and societal norms. This chapter will explore Akhenaten's religious reform, its impact on Egyptian art and culture, and the return to traditional polytheism after his death. Akhenaten, originally named Amenhotep IV, ascended to the throne during the 18th dynasty, a period when Egypt was at the height of its power. Initially, he ruled under the traditional pantheon of gods, but in a dramatic break with tradition, Akhenaten introduced the worship of Aten as the sole god. Aten, depicted as a sun disk with rays extending to the earth, became the central figure in Akhenaten's religious vision. Unlike the other gods, who were often represented in human or animal form, Aten was symbolized as a simple disk of light, emphasizing his abstract, all-encompassing nature. This religious revolution was not merely a change in the gods worshipped, it was an entire reorganization of Egyptian society and culture. Akhenaten built a new capital city, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, which was dedicated entirely to the worship of Aten. The city was designed with an open, airy layout, reflecting the god's association with the sun and the sky. Akhenaten's decision to move the capital away from Thebes, the traditional center of religious power, was a bold political statement as well. He aimed to shift both the political and religious center of Egypt to Aten, and away from the established priesthood of Amun, who had long held great influence in Egypt. Akhenaten's religious reform also had a profound impact on Egyptian art. Traditional Egyptian art had followed strict conventions, with idealized depictions of the pharaohs and gods. However, during Akhenaten's reign, there was a radical departure from these norms. In the art of the Amarna period, Akhenaten and his family were depicted with exaggerated features, such as elongated heads and necks, which may have symbolized their divine nature, or simply been a stylistic choice. These depictions were far more naturalistic than previous royal portrayals, which had adhered to rigid conventions of royal perfection. This shift in artistic style is seen as a reflection of Akhenaten's desire to emphasize a more personal and intimate connection with the divine, as opposed to the grand, idealized representations of past pharaohs. In addition to the religious and artistic changes, Akhenaten's reign also led to significant social and economic disruptions. The shift to the worship of Aten undermined the power of the priesthood of Amun, who had controlled vast wealth and influence. As Akhenaten reduced the prominence of Amun and the traditional temples, it is likely that many in Egyptian society, especially the priests and elites, resisted his reforms. This disruption, combined with other factors such as the decline of Egypt's international influence during Akhenaten's reign, may have contributed to the instability that followed his death. Akhenaten's religious reforms were not long-lasting. After his death, his successor, the boy pharaoh Tutankhamun, restored the traditional polytheistic beliefs and the worship of Amun. Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, marked a return to the old religious order. The city of Akhetamun was abandoned, and the focus of religious and political life returned to Thebes and the worship of the traditional gods. Akhenaten's successor, I, also continued this trend by erasing Akhenaten's name and legacy from monuments and inscriptions. The restoration of polytheism was followed by a return to the strong influence of the Amun priesthood. The power and wealth of the priesthood of Amun were quickly restored, and the gods of Egypt returned to their prominent positions in the religious hierarchy. Akhenaten's radical religious reforms were largely erased from memory, and his reign became an anomaly in Egyptian history. However, despite the eventual return to polytheism, Akhenaten's reign had a lasting impact on Egyptian art and culture. The artistic style of the Amun period influenced subsequent generations of Egyptian artists who incorporated elements of Akhenaten's more naturalistic approach into their work. Additionally, Akhenaten's attempt at monotheism sparked debates that would resurface in later periods of Egyptian history, as well as in other ancient civilizations. Akhenaten's religious revolution remains one of the most fascinating and perplexing episodes in ancient Egyptian history. His shift to monotheism and the worship of Akhenaten was a bold experiment in religious and political power, but it was ultimately short-lived. Nevertheless, his reign continues to capture the imagination of scholars and historians who debate the reasons behind his religious reforms and their impact on Egyptian society. In the end, Akhenaten's legacy is one of both innovation and rejection, a reminder of the complexity and fluidity of religious and cultural traditions in ancient Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter remains one of the most significant archaeological finds in history. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings, contained an extraordinary wealth of treasures, including the famous gold mask of Tutankhamun, as well as countless artifacts that have provided invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian culture, art, and religion. This discovery not only brought King Tut to international fame, but also shed new light on the religious and political history of Egypt, particularly during the transition from the reign of Akhenaten to the restoration of traditional polytheistic worship. Tutankhamun ascended to the throne at a young age, likely around the age of 9 or 10, following the death of his father, Akhenaten, and the subsequent collapse of Akhenaten's religious reforms. Akhenaten's attempt to establish the worship of Akhenas, the sole god, had been deeply controversial, and after his death, the return to the traditional religious order was inevitable. As pharaoh, Tutankhamun was a figurehead, with the real power lying in the hands of his advisors, such as the vizier I and General Horemheb. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tutankhamun's reign was marked by the restoration of the traditional polytheistic beliefs that had been disrupted by Akhenaten. Tutankhamun's most significant religious actions were his restoration of the worship of the old gods, particularly Amun, the chief deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Akhenaten's efforts to suppress the worship of Amun had caused widespread unrest, and the return to the traditional gods was seen as a necessary step to heal the divisions caused by Akhenaten's reign. Tutankhamun's restoration of Amun worship included the reopening of temples that had been closed during the Amun period and the reinstatement of the powerful Amun priesthood. The pharaoh also took steps to erase Akhenaten's name from monuments and inscriptions as part of the broader effort to undo his predecessor's religious changes. Although Tutankhamun's reign was short, he died around the age of 18 or 19. His restoration of the old gods had a profound impact on Egyptian religious life. The gods, such as Amun, Osiris, and Ra, returned to their central positions in the Egyptian religious system. Amun, in particular, regained his status as the king of the gods, and his cult based in Thebes flourished once again. The power of the priesthood of Amun was strengthened, and Egypt's religious and political landscape returned to the familiar order that had existed prior to Akhenaten's reforms. In addition to the religious changes, the afterlife beliefs of Egyptian pharaohs also played a central role in Tutankhamun's reign. Like all pharaohs, Tutankhamun's ultimate goal was to ensure a successful journey to the afterlife, where he would join the gods and continue his reign in a divine realm. Egyptian religion held that the pharaoh's soul, or Ka, was eternal, and it was the pharaoh's duty to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order, during his reign. Upon death, the pharaoh's Ka was believed to journey through the underworld, facing various trials and challenges before ultimately reaching the realm of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Osiris was one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his role in the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs. Osiris, originally a god of fertility and agriculture, became associated with death and resurrection. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered by his brother Set and dismembered, but his wife, Isis, successfully reassembled his body, allowing him to be resurrected. This myth of death and rebirth was symbolic of the eternal cycle of life, death and renewal, and it was central to the pharaoh's understanding of the afterlife. The pharaoh's connection to Osiris was believed to ensure his immortality. Upon death, the pharaoh's body would be preserved through mummification, and his Ka would be placed in a tomb along with offerings for the afterlife. The tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, contained not only the pharaoh's mummy, but also a wealth of objects intended to ensure his comfort and survival in the afterlife. These items included furniture, clothing, jewelry, and food, as well as statues and representations of the gods, including Osiris and Amun. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed the pharaoh's close connection to the god Ra, the sun god, who was believed to journey through the sky each day, bringing light and life to the world. Ra's influence on Egyptian religion was profound, and the pharaoh's role as the living embodiment of Ra was a central part of his divine authority. In the afterlife, the pharaoh was thought to join Ra in the celestial realm, ensuring the continued order and prosperity of Egypt. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb not only provided a wealth of material culture, but also illuminated the religious and spiritual beliefs of ancient Egypt. The tomb's treasures, many of which were devoted to the gods of Egypt, reveal the deep reverence with which the pharaohs approached the divine realm. Tutankhamun's tomb contained numerous statues, amulets, and inscriptions that demonstrate the importance of the gods in his life and death. These artifacts highlight the belief in a divine order that transcended earthly existence and the pharaoh's essential role in maintaining that order. In conclusion, Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, was marked by the restoration of Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs and a return to the worship of the gods, particularly Amun and Osiris. The discovery of his tomb has provided modern scholars with unparalleled insight into the religious practices, art, and material culture of ancient Egypt. The gods of Egypt, from Amun and Osiris to Ra, played a central role in the afterlife beliefs of the pharaohs, and the legacy of these beliefs continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world today. The New Kingdom c. 1550-1070 BCE is often regarded as the peak of ancient Egyptian civilization, marked by immense military power, cultural flourishing, and monumental building projects. Among the many great pharaohs of this period, Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, stands out as one of the most influential and legendary rulers in Egyptian history. His reign, lasting from 1279 to 1213 BCE, is considered a high point in Egyptian power, with Ramses II being celebrated for his military successes, his role in constructing vast temple complexes, and his consolidation of Egypt's divine right to rule through his association with the gods. Ramses II's reign followed a period of relative stability after the turbulent 18th dynasty, during which Egypt had established its dominance in the ancient world. Under Ramses II, Egypt reached the height of its territorial expansion and political influence. His military campaigns, especially against the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh, demonstrated his prowess as a warrior and strategic leader. Although the battle itself was inconclusive, Ramses II presented it as a great victory, securing his reputation as a defender of Egypt's borders and an upholder of Ma'at, the divine order. The gods played a central role in legitimizing Ramses II's reign, reinforcing his divine right to rule. Amun, Ra, and Pa, three of the most powerful gods in the Egyptian pantheon, were closely associated with the pharaoh, as they were with all Egyptian rulers. Amun, as the king of the gods, was the most prominent deity associated with Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the earthly representative of Amun, who was believed to give the pharaoh divine sanction to rule. The close relationship between Ramses II and Amun was evident in the construction of grand temples and monuments dedicated to the god, which not only served religious purposes, but also reinforced the pharaoh's authority and divine right. Ra, the sun god, was also of central importance during Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the living embodiment of Ra, particularly in the context of his military campaigns, where he was shown as a divine warrior under Ra's protection. Ra's influence extended beyond the earthly realm, as the pharaoh was also believed to join Ra in the afterlife, continuing his rule in the celestial realm. The pharaoh's association with Ra reinforced his status as the protector of Egypt and the guarantor of its prosperity. Ptah, the god of creation and craftsmanship, was another important deity during Ramses II's reign. Ptah was particularly associated with the city of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, and Ramses II, as a ruler deeply invested in monumental architecture, sought to honor Ptah through the construction of temples and statues. The pharaoh's connection to Ptah underscored his role as a builder and creator, further solidifying his divine authority. Ramses II's dedication to the gods was not limited to his military exploits. It was also expressed in his monumental construction projects. Throughout his reign, Ramses II oversaw the building of some of Egypt's most iconic temples and monuments, many of which were dedicated to the gods he revered. One of the most famous of these is the Abu Simbel complex, located in southern Egypt near the Nubian border. The temple at Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside, is an awe-inspiring example of Ramses II's architectural ambition. The complex features 4 colossal statues of Ramses II seated on a throne, symbolizing his dominance over both the earthly and divine realms. The Abu Simbel temples were not only a testament to Ramses II's grandeur, but also a demonstration of the pharaoh's role as the chosen of the gods. The temples were specifically designed to honor Ra-Horakhti, the sun god, and to celebrate Ramses II's divine right to rule. The most impressive aspect of the Abu Simbel temple is the fact that twice a year during the solstices, the sunlight would penetrate deep into the temple's inner sanctum, illuminating the statues of Ramses II and the gods, further emphasizing the pharaoh's connection to Ra and the divine. In addition to the Abu Simbel temples, Ramses II also commissioned the construction of several other monumental structures, including the Ramseum, a mortuary temple dedicated to his own memory, and the temple at Karnak, which was expanded and enriched during his reign. These monumental buildings not only showcased Ramses II's devotion to the gods, but also reinforced his legacy as a ruler who had ensured Egypt's prosperity and divine favor. Ramses II's reign was also marked by the flourishing of Egyptian art, literature, and culture. The pharaoh was not only a military and political leader, but also a patron of the arts. His reign saw the production of grand inscriptions and reliefs that depicted his victories, divine associations, and building projects. The artistry of the time reflected the grandeur and power of the pharaoh, with intricate carvings, paintings, and sculptures that continue to captivate audiences today. Ramses II's long reign, which lasted 66 years, was a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity for Egypt, but it also marked the apex of Egypt's imperial ambitions. By the time of his death, Egypt had become the dominant power in the ancient world, and Ramses II's legacy as one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs was firmly established. His military victories, religious devotion, and monumental building projects ensured that his name would be remembered for millennia. In conclusion, the reign of Ramses II represents the height of Egypt's power during the New Kingdom. The pharaoh's close association with the gods, particularly Amun-Ra and Ptah, reinforced his divine right to rule, and his grand building projects, including the Abu Simbel temples, stand as enduring symbols of his authority and devotion. Ramses II's reign was a time of military success, cultural flourishing, and religious consolidation, and his legacy continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization. Over 5,000 years ago, along the fertile banks of the Nile River, one of the earliest and most remarkable civilizations in human history began to take shape. This land, later known as Egypt, was uniquely suited for the growth of complex society thanks to its predictable agricultural cycle, natural geographic defenses, and access to vital trade routes. The Nile's annual flooding deposited rich silt onto the land, making it possible for early communities to flourish in an otherwise arid landscape. As small villages began to develop into powerful city-states, the need for centralized authority and coordinated effort gave rise to the first kings and eventually the pharaohs. By around 3100 BCE, a momentous event took place that would define the identity of Egypt for millennia. The unification of Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north marked the beginning of the early dynastic period and the formation of a single kingdom ruled by a central figure known as the pharaoh. According to tradition, this unification was achieved by a king named Nama, often identified with Menes, who is depicted in the famous Nama palette, wearing the crowns of both regions, symbolizing his dominion over all Egypt. This symbolic act was not just political, it had profound religious and cultural implications. The king was not merely a ruler, but a divine intermediary between the gods and the people, a living embodiment of the sky god Horus, and later associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This divine kingship formed the foundation of the pharaoh's power and helped justify the immense resources allocated to royal building projects, including the pyramids. The pharaoh was seen as essential to maintaining Menat, the ancient Egyptian concept of cosmic balance, justice, and order. Without Menat, the world would descend into chaos. It was the pharaoh's sacred duty to uphold this balance through rituals, temple construction, military campaigns, and administrative governance, because death was not considered an end, but a transition to another realm. the preservation of the pharaoh's body, and the assurance of his journey to the afterlife became national priorities. The tomb of the pharaoh was thus not merely a place to bury a body, but a sacred structure designed to assist in the king's resurrection and eternal rule among the gods. The consolidation of power under the early dynastic kings also laid the groundwork for monumental architecture. Innovations in administration, writing, and labor organization allowed for the planning and execution of large-scale projects. Hieroglyphic writing first emerged during this period, primarily for religious and bureaucratic purposes, enabling the state to record offerings, taxes, laws, and decrees. With a growing centralized state, supported by a religious ideology that emphasized eternal life and divine rule, it became both politically feasible and spiritually necessary to build elaborate tombs and temples. As the pharaohs solidified their authority, they commissioned increasingly sophisticated funerary structures. The early tombs, known as mastabas, were flat-roofed rectangular buildings made of mud brick. These would evolve into stepped structures like the step pyramid of Djoser and eventually into the true pyramids of Giza. But the motivation for such constructions was rooted deeply in the culture of divine kingship established during the early days of Egyptian civilization. The king was more than a man, he was a god in human form, and the land he ruled was not merely a kingdom, but a sacred reflection of the cosmos. The unification of Egypt also led to standardized religious practices, monumental art styles, and a shared cultural identity that extended from the Mediterranean coast to the Nubian border. Local deities were incorporated into a national pantheon, often centered around the sun god Rhea and Osiris, the ruler of the afterlife. Temples and rituals reinforced the divine status of the pharaoh, while also serving as economic and political centers. This fusion of religion and state power was unparalleled and gave Egypt a level of stability that would endure for centuries. Trade flourished under this centralized rule, allowing Egypt to acquire materials such as cedar from Lebanon, gold from Nubia, and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. These exotic goods were not only signs of wealth, but were vital components in temple and tomb construction and in the elaborate funerary rituals that accompanied royal burials. The rise of the pharaohs was not an isolated political phenomenon, but part of a broader system in which belief, economy, and social hierarchy were all intertwined to support the divine mission of the king. By the dawn of the Old Kingdom, the stage was set for the era of pyramid building. The unification of Egypt and the emergence of the god-king pharaoh provided the necessary ideological and administrative framework for the vast undertakings that would follow. The pyramids were not simply grand tombs, they were expressions of a world-view in which the afterlife was real, the pharaoh was divine, and eternity could be built in stone. With the foundation of Egyptian civilization firmly established, the world was about to witness the construction of some of the most extraordinary monuments ever built by human hands. In the early stages of Egyptian civilization, the concept of burial and the construction of tombs evolved gradually. The first tombs were relatively simple structures designed to protect the deceased and their possessions in the afterlife. These early tombs, known as mastabas, were rectangular, flat-roofed buildings made primarily of mud brick or stone. The mastaba was an essential feature of early Egyptian burial practices, and it served as a precursor to the monumental pyramid structures that would later define the landscape of Egypt. The word mastaba itself comes from the Arabic term for bench, describing the flat-topped shape of the tombs. Mastabas were typically constructed for the elites, particularly high-ranking officials and nobles, who were considered worthy of such a significant burial. They were often filled with various offerings for the deceased, such as food, furniture and statues to ensure comfort in the afterlife. The tombs would also include a false door, which allowed the soul of the deceased to enter and exit the tomb, while also providing a means for family members to offer prayers and tributes. The development of mastebas was initially restricted to the early dynastic period, but the desire to honor the deceased with ever more impressive and lasting structures grew stronger. It was during the third dynasty of the Old Kingdom, under Pharaoh Djoser, that a breakthrough in tomb architecture occurred. The first truly revolutionary step in this evolution came with the design of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt. Imhotep, the vizier and architect of Pharaoh Djoser, is credited with the design and construction of this groundbreaking structure. Imhotep's innovation was the Step Pyramid design, a radical departure from the flat-roofed mastaba. Instead of a single uniform rectangular structure, Imhotep constructed a series of stacked mastabas, each smaller than the one beneath it, to create a stepped effect. This new form not only represented a more complex and ambitious approach to burial architecture, but also symbolized the divine connection between the pharaoh and the gods. The Step Pyramid, built around 2670 BCE, was initially conceived as a tomb for Pharaoh Djoser. It stood at the heart of an expansive funerary complex, complete with temples, courtyards, and a surrounding wall. The pyramid itself was composed of 6 stepped layers, each of which was smaller than the one beneath it, creating a towering effect. The final structure reached a height of about 204 feet 62 meters, making it an impressive achievement for its time. The Step Pyramid represented not only a monumental leap in architectural design, but also reflected the changing religious and cultural beliefs of ancient Egypt. The pyramid's design mirrored the cosmic order and symbolized the pharaoh's ascent to the afterlife. The stacked mastabas were seen as steps that allowed the pharaoh to ascend to the heavens, joining the gods in eternity. This celestial symbolism would remain a central theme in Egyptian pyramid design for centuries to come. The pyramid complex at Saqqara also marked a significant shift in the purpose of tombs. Previously, tombs were relatively simple structures meant only to house the deceased. With the construction of the Step Pyramid, tombs became grand, multifunctional sites that combined both the burial of the pharaoh and the performance of religious rituals. The complex was designed as a vast ceremonial center with temples, altars, and even sacred spaces where offerings could be made to honor the gods and ensure the pharaoh's successful journey to the afterlife. The construction of the Step Pyramid also required a high degree of innovation in engineering and logistics. Thousands of workers were employed to quarry and transport the stone blocks, which were cut from the local limestone at Tura. The immense scale of the project required careful planning and organization, with skilled artisans, laborers, and architects working in concert. The sheer scale of the pyramid, combined with the ingenuity required for its construction, cemented Imhotep's reputation as one of the greatest architects in history. Following the completion of the Step Pyramid, the idea of stacked mastabas continued to inspire future pharaohs, although it was not long before the design evolved further. While the Step Pyramid itself was a monumental achievement, it was not the final word in pyramid construction. Over time, subsequent pharaohs, including those from the 4th dynasty, began to refine the concept and experiment with more advanced designs. The Step Pyramid served as the foundation for the future development of the true pyramid shape. This evolution would culminate with the construction of the smooth-sided pyramids at Giza, most notably the Great Pyramid of Khufu, which would become one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. However, the Step Pyramid's significance cannot be overstated. It was the first of its kind, and marked the beginning of the monumental age of pyramid construction that would define the Old Kingdom and the history of ancient Egypt. In conclusion, the transition from simple mastabas to the innovative step pyramid at Saqqara represented a critical moment in the evolution of Egyptian tomb architecture. Imhotep's design not only marked a revolutionary leap forward in architectural complexity, but also laid the groundwork for the great pyramids that would follow. The step pyramid was more than just a tomb. It was a testament to the ambition, religious devotion, and engineering ingenuity of ancient Egypt. It symbolized the ascent of the pharaoh to the divine realm and set the stage for the creation of some of the most iconic monuments in the history of mankind. The fourth dynasty of ancient Egypt, which flourished from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, marks a period of unparalleled architectural achievement, particularly in the realm of pyramid construction. During this time, Egypt saw the construction of some of the most iconic and monumental structures in the world, including the Great Pyramid at Giza. These advancements were made possible due to the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu, whose innovations in pyramid design laid the foundation for the awe-inspiring pyramids that followed, culminating in the pyramid of his son Pharaoh Khufu. Sneferu, the founder of the fourth dynasty, was a visionary leader who realized the importance of monumental construction as a means to solidify his power and ensure his legacy. His contributions to pyramid architecture are crucial as they represent the transition from the earlier stepped pyramids to the smooth-sided true pyramids that would come to define Egypt's architectural identity. Sneferu is credited with designing and overseeing the construction of two major pyramids, the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, both of which stand as testaments to his architectural genius. The Bent Pyramid, located at the site of Dahshur, is one of Egypt's most unusual pyramids. Built during the early part of Sneferu's reign, the Bent Pyramid was designed with a steep angle of about 54 degrees, which would have created a structure with a sharp, pointed appearance. However, midway through construction, the builders noticed that the steep angle might make the pyramid unstable. The engineers, concerned that the pyramid might collapse under its own weight, decided to change the angle of the upper portion of the pyramid to a gentler slope of about 43 degrees. This resulted in the distinctive bent shape that gives the pyramid its name. Despite its unconventional shape, the Bent Pyramid represents an important step in the evolution of pyramid design. It was the first attempt at building a smooth-sided pyramid, and the engineering lessons learned from its construction would go on to inform later, more successful pyramid projects. While the Bent Pyramid was not the flawless structure that Sneferu and his engineers had hoped for, it paved the way for the next great pyramid project, the Red Pyramid. The Red Pyramid, also located at Dahshur, was another major achievement in pyramid design. Unlike the Bent Pyramid, the Red Pyramid was built with a consistent stable angle of 43 degrees, which made it the first true smooth-sided pyramid in history. It is often referred to as the North Pyramid, because it stands to the north of the Bent Pyramid, and it was completed towards the end of Sneferu's reign. The Red Pyramid is considered one of the best preserved pyramids in Egypt, and its design represents a significant advancement in pyramid architecture. The Red Pyramid stands at a height of about 104 meters, 341 feet, and is made up of millions of limestone blocks, many of which were quarried from nearby sources. The pyramid's smooth, uniform sides were achieved through careful planning and precise engineering, making it one of the most stable and impressive pyramids of its time. The successful construction of the Red Pyramid marked the culmination of Sneferu's architectural vision and represented a key milestone in the development of pyramid construction. With the completion of the Red Pyramid, Sneferu's innovations in pyramid design had set the stage for the most famous pyramid of all, the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid, built by his son Pharaoh Khufu, would become the largest and most ambitious pyramid ever constructed. It remains one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the engineering prowess and architectural skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed around 2580 BCE, was the crowning achievement of Egypt's pyramid building era. Standing at an original height of 146.6 meters, 481 feet, it was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. The pyramid covers an area of 5.3 hectares and is composed of over 2.3 million limestone blocks, each weighing several tons. The construction of the Great Pyramid required a vast workforce and an unprecedented level of organization, planning and engineering expertise. The logistics of building the Great Pyramid were staggering. It is estimated that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were involved in the construction process, including skilled craftsmen, laborers and engineers. The stones used in the construction of the pyramid were quarried from nearby sites, with the finer limestone used for the outer casing coming from the Tura quarries located across the Nile. The transportation of these massive blocks was an extraordinary feat in itself, requiring the development of ramps, sledges and other lifting mechanisms to move the stones into place as construction progressed. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Pyramid is the precision with which it was constructed. The pyramid is aligned with incredible accuracy to the 4 cardinal directions, with the north-south axis aligning almost perfectly with true north. The sides of the pyramid are also aligned with astonishing precision, with only a slight variation of a few centimeters over the entire structure. This level of accuracy demonstrates the advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and engineering possessed by the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid's construction was a monumental task that took several decades to complete. The project required careful coordination of workers, materials, and tools, and it is believed that the workers were organized into specialized teams, each responsible for different aspects of the construction. These teams would have worked in shifts, using ramps, levers, and other tools to transport and position the massive stone blocks. In addition to the pyramid itself, Khufu's tomb complex also included a mortuary temple, causeway, and subsidiary pyramids for his queens. The entire complex was designed to ensure that Khufu's body and possessions were protected for eternity, and that he would be able to ascend to the afterlife and join the gods. The Great Pyramid stands as a symbol of Khufu's divine power and authority. It was built not only as a tomb for the pharaoh but also as a monument to his eternal rule. The pyramid's sheer scale and complexity reflect the grandeur of the Old Kingdom and the absolute power of the pharaohs during this golden age of Egyptian civilization. In conclusion, the Fourth Dynasty represents the apex of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt. The innovations of Sneferu, including the bent pyramid and the red pyramid, laid the foundation for the later achievements of Khufu and the construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza. These monumental structures not only reflect the engineering brilliance of the ancient Egyptians, but also serve as lasting symbols of the power, religious beliefs, and cultural legacy of the pharaohs. The pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty continue to inspire awe and admiration to this day, standing as some of the most enduring and iconic monuments in the history of human civilization. The construction of the pyramids remains one of the most extraordinary achievements in the history of architecture and engineering. The sheer scale of these monumental structures, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and engineers for centuries. Despite the absence of modern technology, the ancient Egyptians successfully built these massive stone structures using a combination of skilled labor, sophisticated tools, and ingenious techniques. In this chapter, we will explore who built the pyramids, the tools and materials they used, and how they accomplished such feats of construction without the technological advances we take for granted today. Contrary to the popular myth that slaves were responsible for building the pyramids, evidence shows that the workers who constructed these monuments were skilled laborers who worked in large teams. These laborers were not slaves, but rather a combination of seasonal workers, craftsmen, and professional builders who were employed by the state. The Egyptians had a well-organized labor force, and pyramid construction was seen as a state-sponsored project, often undertaken by workers who were compensated for their efforts. The laborers who worked on the pyramids were primarily recruited from the surrounding agricultural communities. During the annual flooding of the Nile, when agricultural work was halted, these workers would be put to work on the pyramid construction sites. The workers were housed in temporary workers' villages near the pyramids, such as the village discovered near the Great Pyramid at Giza. These villages provided accommodations, food, and medical care to the laborers who would work in shifts to build the pyramids. The labor force was highly organized, and workers were divided into specialized teams based on their skills. Skilled laborers such as stonemasons, carpenters, and metal workers were essential to the construction of the pyramids. Other workers were responsible for tasks such as transporting the massive stone blocks, preparing the quarry sites, and managing the logistics of the project. The construction of the pyramids was a massive logistical undertaking, requiring the coordination of thousands of workers, the transportation of millions of tons of stone, and the careful planning of every step in the construction process. The tools and materials used by the ancient Egyptians in pyramid construction were relatively simple, but extremely effective when used with the right techniques. The primary building material for the pyramids was limestone, which was quarried from nearby sites. The core of the Great Pyramid, for example, was made of roughly cut limestone blocks, while the outer casing was made of finer, more polished limestone. In addition to limestone, the Egyptians also used granite for certain structural elements, such as the internal chambers and the king's burial chamber in the Great Pyramid. To cut and shape the stones, the Egyptians used a variety of tools made from copper and stone. Copper chisels, saws, and drills were used to cut and shape the limestone blocks. These tools were sharpened regularly to ensure that they remained effective, and workers often used abrasive materials such as sand to help in the cutting process. Stone hammers and copper tools were also used to break the larger blocks of stone into manageable pieces. One of the most ingenious techniques employed by the Egyptians was the use of ramps to move the massive stone blocks into place. There are several theories about how the ramps were constructed and used, but the most widely accepted theory is that a straight or zigzagging ramp was built on the side of the pyramid to transport the stones upward as construction progressed. Workers would drag the stone blocks up the ramp using sledges and ropes, and the stones would be placed in position using levers and other lifting devices. In addition to ramps, it is believed that the ancient Egyptians used counterweight systems to help move the massive blocks. These counterweights would have been used to assist in lifting the stones, making it easier to raise them to higher levels of the pyramid. Levers, rollers, and sledges were also essential tools in the movement of the stones, and workers used these tools in combination to lift and position the blocks with remarkable precision. The process of moving and placing the stones was a slow and labor-intensive one. Each stone block had to be carefully positioned to ensure that it fit perfectly with the surrounding blocks. The precision with which the stones were cut and placed is one of the most impressive aspects of pyramid construction, as the blocks fit together so perfectly that even today, many of the joints are virtually seamless. The construction of the pyramids required not only skilled labor and sophisticated tools, but also careful planning and organization. The workers were organized into teams, each with a specific task, and the construction process was divided into different phases. The first phase involved preparing the quarry sites and cutting the stones. The second phase was focused on transporting the stones to the pyramid site, while the final phase involved the actual construction of the pyramid itself. The pyramid building project would have been overseen by a team of architects, engineers and supervisors who ensured that everything was done according to plan. These supervisors would have coordinated the various teams of workers and ensured that the construction process was carried out efficiently and without delays. The ability to organize such a massive workforce and oversee such a complex construction project speaks to the advanced administrative skills of the ancient Egyptians. In addition to the logistical challenges, the construction of the pyramids also required advanced knowledge of engineering and mathematics. The Egyptians used a system of geometry to ensure that the pyramids were constructed with precise measurements and angles. They also employed astronomical knowledge to align the pyramids with the cardinal points and to orient the structures in relation to the stars. Despite the lack of modern technology, the Egyptians were able to build the pyramids with remarkable precision and efficiency. The techniques and methods they used to accomplish this incredible feat remain a subject of study and fascination. Through a combination of skilled labor, clever tools and advanced planning, the ancient Egyptians were able to construct the pyramids, monuments to their pharaohs and symbols of their enduring legacy. In conclusion, the construction of the pyramids was a monumental achievement that required the efforts of thousands of skilled laborers, craftsmen and engineers. The workers who built the pyramids were not slaves, as commonly believed, but skilled individuals who were employed in a highly organized and efficient manner. The tools and techniques used by the Egyptians were simple but effective, and the logistics of the pyramid building process were carefully planned to ensure the success of the project. The ability to construct such massive and precise structures without modern technology remains one of the most impressive achievements of ancient Egyptian civilization. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, also known as the Pyramid of Cheops, stands as the crowning achievement of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. Built around 2580 BCE, it is the largest of the three pyramids at Giza and one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. Its sheer scale, precision, and the mysteries surrounding its construction continue to captivate researchers, historians, and engineers alike. This chapter will delve into the architecture of the Great Pyramid, exploring the precision of its design, its internal chambers, the alignment with celestial bodies, and the theories regarding its symbolic and religious significance. The Great Pyramid was built during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, under the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, whose ambitious vision sought to leave a lasting legacy. Originally standing at 146.6 meters, 481 feet, the pyramid is made up of approximately 2.3 million limestone blocks, with each block weighing several tons. It covers an area of 5.3 hectares and was, for over 3,800 years, the tallest man-made structure in the world. The precision and scale of the Great Pyramid demonstrate the advanced engineering and architectural skills of the ancient Egyptians. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Pyramid is its geometric precision. The pyramid's base is nearly perfectly square, with each side measuring approximately 230.4 meters, 755.9 feet. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with incredible accuracy to the cardinal directions, with only a slight variation of a few centimeters over the entire structure. The pyramid is oriented to within 0.05 degrees of true north, a level of precision that would have been difficult to achieve even with modern technology. This precise alignment is a testament to the advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and engineering possessed by the ancient Egyptians. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid is just as impressive as its external design. The pyramid contains several chambers, passageways, and shafts, each with a specific purpose. The most significant of these is the King's Chamber, which is located near the center of the pyramid. The King's Chamber is constructed entirely of massive granite blocks, which were transported from quarries in Aswan, located more than 800 kilometers 500 miles to the south. The chamber is also aligned with incredible precision, with the walls and ceiling being perfectly level and parallel. The burial sarcophagus of Khufu, made of red granite, lies within the chamber, though the king's body is believed to have been removed long ago. One of the most puzzling features of the Great Pyramid is the system of narrow shafts that run through the pyramid structure. These shafts are angled at precise inclinations and extend from the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber out to the exterior of the pyramid. The purpose of these shafts has long been a subject of speculation. Some scholars believe that they were intended to align with certain stars or constellations, possibly related to the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Others suggest that the shafts may have had a symbolic or ritualistic function, serving to facilitate communication between the king and the gods. In addition to the internal chambers and shafts, the Great Pyramid's alignment with celestial bodies is another fascinating aspect of its design. The pyramid is oriented in a way that aligns with the stars, specifically with the constellation of Orion, which was associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The alignment with Orion reflects the religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, who believed that the pharaohs were divine beings and that their pyramids served as a means of connecting with the gods and the afterlife. The alignment of the Great Pyramid with the cardinal directions is also thought to have astronomical significance. The Egyptians were skilled astronomers and had an advanced understanding of the movements of the stars and planets. The pyramid's precise alignment with true north suggests that the builders had a deep knowledge of the Earth's axial tilt and the stars' positions in the sky. It is believed that the Egyptians used a system of sighting rods and the stars to achieve such precise alignments, possibly using the circumpolar stars which never set to determine true north. The construction of the Great Pyramid was a monumental task that required a vast workforce and unprecedented organization. It is estimated that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were involved in the construction, including skilled craftsmen, laborers, and engineers. The materials used in the pyramid's construction were sourced from nearby quarries, and the massive limestone blocks were transported to the pyramid site using a combination of ramps, sledges, and rolling logs. The finer limestone used for the outer casing came from the Tura quarries, located across the Nile. The granite blocks used in the King's Chamber were transported from Aswan, which required sophisticated methods of transportation over long distances. The logistics of building the Great Pyramid are still not fully understood, but it is believed that ramps were used to move the massive blocks into place as the pyramid rose. There are several theories about the design of these ramps, including straight ramps, zigzagging ramps, and spiral ramps that may have been built around the pyramid's exterior. Regardless of the exact method, the construction of the Great Pyramid was a highly coordinated and labor-intensive process that required careful planning, engineering expertise, and precise execution. Beyond its architectural and astronomical precision, the Great Pyramid of Khufu is imbued with religious and symbolic significance. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a gateway to the afterlife. The pyramid's shape, with its smooth, sloping sides, symbolized the rays of the sun, and it was believed that the pyramid's apex served as a point of connection between the pharaoh and the gods, allowing the soul of the king to ascend to the heavens. The pyramid was also designed to protect the king's body and possessions, ensuring that he could continue to rule in the afterlife. The Great Pyramid is also part of a larger complex that includes several other pyramids, temples, and causeways, all of which were designed to honor Khufu and his journey to the afterlife. The complex was carefully planned to reflect the pharaoh's divine status and to ensure that he would be protected for eternity. In conclusion, the Great Pyramid of Khufu stands as one of the most remarkable architectural and engineering achievements in human history. Its precision, scale, and alignment with celestial bodies are a testament to the advanced knowledge and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The pyramid's symbolic and religious significance as a gateway to the afterlife and a means of connecting with the gods underscores the importance of the pharaohs in Egyptian society. The Great Pyramid continues to inspire awe and admiration, serving as a lasting symbol of the grandeur and mystery of ancient Egypt. The Giza Plateau, home to the most famous pyramids in the world, is not just the location of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, it is also the site of the monumental pyramid complexes of two other pharaohs, Khafre and Menkaure. These two pyramids, while smaller than Khufu's Great Pyramid, are no less impressive and play a significant role in the overall religious and architectural significance of the Giza complex. In this chapter, we will explore the pyramid complexes of Khafre and Menkaure, their temples, the Great Sphinx, and the religious meanings embedded in the layout of the entire complex. Khafre, the son of Khufu, built his pyramid slightly smaller than his father's, but it is still a massive and awe-inspiring structure. The Pyramid of Khafre stands at a height of 143.5 meters, 471 feet, just slightly shorter than the Great Pyramid, but its position on the Giza Plateau gives it the illusion of being larger due to its elevated location. This pyramid is also notable for its smooth outer casing, which is still visible at the top, giving us a glimpse of what the pyramids may have originally looked like when they were first constructed. The pyramid complex of Khafre is distinct in several ways. It is surrounded by a large mortuary temple, which was designed to honor the pharaoh and to facilitate his transition to the afterlife. The mortuary temple was connected to a long causeway that led to a valley temple located at the foot of the pyramid. The valley temple was an important part of the pyramid complex, as it served as the place where the pharaoh's body would have been prepared and embalmed before being placed in the tomb. The causeway, which was often paved with large stones, would have been used to transport the pharaoh's body from the valley temple to the mortuary temple and ultimately to the burial chamber inside the pyramid. One of the most iconic features of Khafre's pyramid complex is the Great Sphinx, a colossal statue with the body of a lion and the head of a man, believed to represent Khafre himself. The Sphinx is carved from a single piece of limestone and measures about 73 meters 240 feet long and 20 meters 66 feet high. It is the largest monolithic statue in the world and one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Egypt. The Sphinx is believed to have been constructed as a guardian for Khafre's pyramid, protecting the pharaoh's tomb and ensuring his safe passage into the afterlife. The Great Sphinx is also thought to have a deeper symbolic and astronomical significance. Some scholars suggest that the Sphinx was aligned with the rising sun during the spring equinox, marking the start of a new season and symbolizing the renewal of life. The Sphinx's position, facing the east, may also be intended to link Khafre with the sun god Ra, reinforcing his divine status and his role as a god-king. The precise alignment of the Sphinx and its relationship with the celestial bodies highlight the advanced astronomical knowledge of the ancient Egyptians, who used the positions of the stars and the sun to guide their religious practices and construction projects. To the south of Khafre's pyramid lies the Pyramid of Menkaure, the third and smallest of the three pyramids at Giza. Standing at a height of 65 meters, 213 feet, Menkaure's pyramid is significantly smaller than those of his father and grandfather. However, it is still a remarkable structure and its construction and layout reflect the same precision and attention to detail as the larger pyramids. The Pyramid of Menkaure is also distinguished by its use of granite, a more durable and finer material, for the casing stones of the pyramid. This use of granite was a significant advancement in pyramid construction, demonstrating the increasing sophistication of the architectural techniques used by the ancient Egyptians. Menkaure's pyramid complex, like that of his father, is surrounded by a mortuary temple, a causeway, and a valley temple. The mortuary temple was dedicated to the pharaoh's cult and served as the site for rituals that honored Menkaure after his death. The valley temple, located at the base of the pyramid, was where the pharaoh's body was prepared and embalmed, as with the other pyramids. A causeway connected the two temples, facilitating the transport of the king's body to the tomb. One of the most notable features of the Pyramid of Menkaure is the series of statues that were discovered within the mortuary temple. These statues, including the famous statue of Menkaure and his queen, are masterpieces of ancient Egyptian art and provide valuable insights into the aesthetics and religious practices of the time. The statues depict Menkaure in a traditional pose, standing tall with one hand forward, representing his eternal rule and his divine power. The Queen's statue, which shows her in a similar pose, reinforces the idea of the pharaoh's divine connection to the gods and the afterlife. The layout of the entire Giza pyramid complex was carefully planned to reflect the religious and cosmic beliefs of ancient Egypt. The pyramids, temples, and the Sphinx were all aligned with celestial bodies, and their arrangement was designed to represent the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The pyramids themselves were believed to be the pharaoh's earthly homes, where they would be reborn into the afterlife and take their place among the gods. The orientation of the pyramids and the precise alignment with the stars were symbolic of the pharaoh's divine status and their connection to the gods. In addition to their religious significance, the Giza pyramids also served as a reflection of the power and wealth of the pharaohs. The construction of these monumental structures required vast resources, skilled labor, and advanced engineering techniques. The pyramid complexes were not just tombs, they were grand statements of the pharaoh's absolute power, their ability to control vast resources, and their divine right to rule. In conclusion, the pyramid complexes of Khafre and Menkaure, like the Great Pyramid of Khufu, are masterpieces of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. The precision of their construction, the use of advanced materials, and the careful alignment with celestial bodies reflect the religious and cultural significance of the pharaohs and their connection to the divine. The Great Sphinx, standing watch over Khafre's pyramid, remains one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt, embodying the strength, power, and mystery of the civilization that built these awe-inspiring monuments. The Giza Plateau continues to be a testament to the ingenuity, vision, and enduring legacy of the ancient Egyptians. The history of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt spans a period of several centuries, during which time these monumental structures evolved from simple, stepped pyramids to the grandiose stone tombs of the Fourth Dynasty. However, by the end of the Old Kingdom, pyramid construction began to decline, and the focus of royal tomb construction shifted away from the monumental pyramids of Giza. This transition marks the end of an era in Egyptian history, with the decline of pyramid building, driven by a combination of economic, political, and religious factors. In this chapter, we will explore why large pyramids fell out of favor and the subsequent shift to rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings during the New Kingdom. The end of the Old Kingdom, c. 2181 BCE, saw a period of political instability, economic decline, and social upheaval in Egypt. This period, known as the First Intermediate Period, was characterized by weak central authority and regional fragmentation. The Old Kingdom had been a time of great wealth and power, but by the end of the era, Egypt's political and economic systems were struggling. Several factors contributed to this decline, and they played a significant role in the cessation of pyramid construction. One of the most significant reasons for the decline in pyramid construction was the growing cost of building these massive tombs. The construction of the large pyramids required vast resources, including labor, materials, and money. The pyramid complexes, with their grand mortuary temples, causeways, and burial chambers, were an enormous financial burden. The increasing demands for labor and the costs associated with quarrying, transporting, and carving the massive stone blocks used in pyramid construction put a strain on the Egyptian economy. As the economy faltered and resources became scarcer, the ruling pharaohs of Egypt found it increasingly difficult to justify the vast expenditures required for pyramid building. The lavish construction of these tombs, with their associated religious ceremonies, became unsustainable. The loss of centralized control and the rise of regionalism further compounded the financial difficulties, making it difficult for the pharaohs to continue the tradition of pyramid building on such a grand scale. In addition to the economic challenges, there were also political factors that contributed to the decline of pyramid construction. The collapse of the Old Kingdom led to a weakening of the central authority of the pharaohs. As Egypt fragmented into smaller competing regions, local rulers, or nomarchs, gained more power. The centralized control that had been necessary for the construction of large pyramids was no longer in place, and regional rulers began to focus their efforts on their own tombs and burial sites, often opting for simpler, less expensive forms of tomb construction. Moreover, the religious and ideological significance of the pyramid as a royal tomb began to change. During the Old Kingdom, the pyramid had been seen as a symbol of the pharaoh's divine power and his eternal life in the afterlife. However, as political and social changes took place, the symbolic value of the pyramid was gradually eclipsed by new beliefs and practices. The idea of the afterlife remained central to Egyptian religion, but the elaborate pyramid complexes of the Old Kingdom were no longer seen as the only means by which the pharaohs could ensure their immortality. By the time of the Middle Kingdom, c. 2055, 1650 BCE, the construction of pyramids had become less popular, and a new form of tomb architecture began to emerge: the rock-cut tomb. These tombs were carved directly into the cliffs of the desert, often in remote valleys far from the pyramid fields. The rock-cut tombs were more cost-effective and easier to construct than the massive stone pyramids of the Old Kingdom. They also allowed for greater privacy and security for the deceased, as they were hidden from view and less likely to attract tomb robbers. The shift from pyramid construction to rock-cut tombs can be seen in the development of the Valley of the Kings, which became the burial site for pharaohs during the New Kingdom, c. 1070 BCE. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile near Thebes, is home to some of the most famous royal tombs in Egyptian history, including the tomb of Tutankhamun. Unlike the pyramids, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were hidden deep within the cliffs, protecting the pharaoh's final resting place from potential invaders. The Valley of the Kings represented a new approach to royal burial, one that emphasized privacy, security, and practicality over grandeur and ostentation. While the tombs of the New Kingdom pharaohs were still elaborate and filled with treasures, they were no longer constructed as monumental pyramids. Instead, the tombs were cut into the rock, with long corridors and chambers designed to hold the pharaoh's mummified body and the goods needed for the afterlife. In addition to their practicality, rock-cut tombs also reflected changes in Egyptian religious beliefs. The emphasis on the sun god Rhea and the solar symbolism of the pyramid began to give way to a more complex and diverse understanding of the afterlife. The tombs in the Valley of the Kings were designed to reflect these new religious beliefs, with detailed paintings and inscriptions that depicted the journey of the soul through the afterlife. The rock-cut tombs also allowed for the burial of smaller, more intimate tomb complexes, where the pharaohs could be buried alongside their family members and retainers. Despite the decline in pyramid construction, the legacy of the Old Kingdom pyramids remained an important part of Egyptian culture. The pyramids continued to be revered as symbols of the divine power of the pharaohs, and their construction techniques and architectural innovations influenced the design of tombs and monuments throughout Egypt's history. The shift to rock-cut tombs did not diminish the importance of the afterlife in Egyptian religion, but it reflected a change in the way the Egyptians approached burial and the protection of the pharaoh's soul. In conclusion, the decline of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt was a result of a combination of economic, political, and religious factors. As the Old Kingdom came to an end, the resources required to build large pyramids became unsustainable, and the political fragmentation of Egypt further weakened the central authority needed for such grand projects. The shift to rock-cut tombs, particularly in the Valley of the Kings, marked a new phase in Egyptian burial practices. While the pyramid remained an enduring symbol of royal power, the rock-cut tombs of the New Kingdom reflected the changing needs and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, ushering in a new era of tomb construction. The ancient Egyptians believed that life did not end with death. Instead, they saw death as a transition to another existence in the afterlife. The pyramids, as monumental tombs, were central to this belief system, serving as both the final resting places of the pharaohs and as gateways to the afterlife. The burial rituals associated with these grand structures, including mummification, tomb goods, and the religious texts used in the afterlife journey, were integral to ensuring the deceased would live on in eternity. In this chapter, we will explore the funerary practices linked to the pyramids, the Book of the Dead, burial rituals, the use of canopic jars, and how the pyramids served as a means to facilitate the deceased's passage into the afterlife. Mummification was perhaps the most important and intricate of all Egyptian funerary practices. It was believed that for the deceased to live forever, their body had to be preserved. The process of mummification, which took up to 70 days, was carried out by skilled embalmers and priests. The first step involved removing the internal organs, which were believed to be the seat of life and essential to the preservation of the body. The heart, however, was often left in place, as it was considered the center of intelligence and emotion, and it was thought to be needed for the journey to the afterlife. After the removal of the organs, the body was dehydrated using natron, a naturally occurring salt that helped to preserve the flesh and prevent decomposition. Once the body had dried, the embalmers would wrap it in linen bandages, often coating the body with resin to seal and protect it. Amulets and protective charms were placed between the layers of bandages to guard against evil forces during the journey to the afterlife. The final step of the mummification process involved placing the body in a sarcophagus, a stone or wooden coffin, which would then be placed in the tomb. The burial chamber inside the pyramid would contain not just the mummified body of the deceased, but also a range of items meant to accompany the individual into the afterlife. These items were believed to provide comfort, sustenance, and protection in the next world. Among the most important of these were the tomb goods, objects such as jewelry, furniture, clothing, food, and even personal items like games and cosmetics. These items were thought to be necessary for the deceased to enjoy a comfortable life in the afterlife, ensuring they would have all they needed in their eternal existence. One of the most significant sets of tomb goods was the collection of offerings placed in the tomb to sustain the deceased on their journey. These offerings were often food and drink, as well as other material items such as incense and perfumes, which were believed to please the gods and provide the deceased with comfort in the afterlife. It was common for these offerings to be left in small chambers near the burial chamber, sometimes arranged in elaborate displays to ensure that the deceased would be well cared for in the afterlife. Along with the physical items placed in the tomb, the ancient Egyptians also believed that the deceased needed to have knowledge of the afterlife to ensure their safe passage through the various challenges they would face. This is where the Book of the Dead came into play. The Book of the Dead was a collection of spells and prayers written on papyrus scrolls or inscribed on the walls of tombs, designed to guide the deceased through the perilous journey in the afterlife. These texts provided instructions on how to navigate the underworld and face the gods and supernatural beings that would judge the deceased's soul. The Book of the Dead contained spells for protection, guidance and resurrection. Among its most important sections were those focused on the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found to be light and pure, the deceased would be granted eternal life. If it was heavy with sin, the soul would be devoured by Amit, a fearsome creature that represented a fate worse than death. Canopic jars were another essential part of the burial ritual. These jars were used to store the internal organs of the deceased that had been removed during the mummification process. There were 4 jars in total, each representing one of the 4 sons of Horus, who were believed to protect the organs. The lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines were placed in these jars, which were then sealed and placed within the tomb to accompany the deceased on their journey. The jars were often intricately decorated with faces and symbols, and their presence in the tomb reflected the Egyptians' belief in the importance of preserving every part of the body for the afterlife. As well as the physical preparations for the afterlife, the pyramids themselves played a significant role in ensuring the pharaoh's successful transition to eternity. The pyramid was not just a tomb but a spiritual gateway. It was believed that the pyramid, with its precise alignments and monumental size, would help the pharaoh's soul ascend to the heavens and unite with the gods. The orientation of the pyramid was carefully chosen to align with celestial bodies such as the North Star and the Sun, which were central to the Egyptian religious belief system. The pyramid's shape, a massive stone structure tapering toward the sky, symbolized the rays of the sun and the pharaoh's connection to the divine. The tombs of the pharaohs were also often equipped with elaborate texts and reliefs depicting scenes of the afterlife, including offerings to the gods and depictions of the deceased enjoying an eternal life of luxury. These inscriptions served to guide the soul and provide it with the necessary tools for a successful journey. The pyramid was designed to help facilitate the soul's transition from the physical world to the divine realm. In conclusion, the burial rituals of ancient Egypt were deeply tied to the religious beliefs of the time. Mummification, the inclusion of tomb goods, and the use of the Book of the Dead were all essential components of the funerary process, ensuring the deceased would be properly prepared for the afterlife. The canopic jars served to preserve the internal organs, while the pyramid itself acted as a spiritual gateway to the heavens. These rituals not only reflected the Egyptians' beliefs in the afterlife, but also their commitment to ensuring that the deceased would continue to exist in a comfortable and meaningful way for eternity. The ancient pyramids are not only renowned for their architectural grandeur, but also for the rich array of inscriptions that adorn their walls. These inscriptions, often referred to as the pyramid texts, are the earliest known religious texts in ancient Egypt. Carved into the stone walls of the pyramids, these spells, hymns, and incantations were meant to protect the pharaoh in the afterlife, ensuring his safe passage through the underworld and his ultimate resurrection. In this chapter, we will explore the pyramid texts and the lost knowledge they contain, shedding light on ancient Egyptian cosmology, religious beliefs, and the spiritual significance of the pyramids. The pyramid texts are found in the pyramids of the Old Kingdom pharaohs, particularly those at Saqqara, the burial site of the pharaohs of the 5th and 6th dynasties. The earliest pyramid texts were discovered in the Pyramid of Unas, the last ruler of the 5th dynasty, who reigned around 2300 BCE. The texts were later copied and expanded upon in the pyramids of subsequent kings, such as those of Teti, Pepi I, and Pepi II. These texts are not merely decorative inscriptions, but serve as a vital component of the pharaoh's burial ritual. The pyramid texts were intended to guide the pharaoh's soul through the trials and challenges of the afterlife, ensuring that he could overcome the dangers of the underworld and ascend to the heavens to join the gods. The texts contain a wide range of prayers, spells, and incantations designed to protect the deceased from harmful forces, offer guidance on navigating the afterlife, and even invoke the gods' blessings. One of the key themes in the pyramid texts is the protection of the king's body and soul. Many of the spells were designed to prevent the decay of the king's body, which was seen as crucial for his continued existence in the afterlife. For example, one of the most famous spells in the pyramid texts is a series of incantations that are meant to prevent the pharaoh's body from being consumed by worms and other creatures. These spells invoke the help of various deities, including Osiris, the god of the dead, who is believed to have the power to preserve and protect the deceased. In addition to protecting the king's physical body, the pyramid texts also focus on the protection and sustenance of his soul. The afterlife, according to Egyptian beliefs, was a perilous journey, filled with challenges, demons, and hostile gods. The texts provide the pharaoh with the knowledge and tools he needs to face these dangers. One of the most well-known spells in the pyramid texts is the opening of the mouth ritual, which was meant to restore the pharaoh's senses and allow him to interact with the gods in the afterlife. This ritual, which involved the ceremonial opening of the pharaoh's mouth by priests, was a symbolic act that enabled the deceased to speak, eat, and drink once again, thus ensuring his continued existence. The pyramid texts also reveal a great deal about the ancient Egyptian understanding of the cosmos and the afterlife. Central to Egyptian cosmology was the idea of Mara, the principle of cosmic order, balance, and justice. Mara was personified as a goddess who was responsible for maintaining harmony in the universe. In the pyramid texts, the pharaoh is frequently described as a representative of Mara on earth, and his role in the afterlife is to restore order and balance to the world. The texts also speak of the pharaoh's union with the sun god Ra, a powerful symbol of rebirth and regeneration. The pharaoh's journey through the afterlife is often depicted as a journey toward the sun, where he would be reborn and take his place among the gods. The pyramid texts also provide insight into the Egyptian understanding of death and the afterlife. Death was not viewed as the end of existence, but rather as a transition from one state of being to another. The texts describe the pharaoh's soul's journey through the underworld, where it must pass through various obstacles and face a series of trials. One of the most important trials the soul must face is the weighing of the heart, a judgment in which the deceased's heart is weighed against the feather of Mara. If the heart is found to be pure, the soul is allowed to continue its journey toward the afterlife. If it is found to be heavy with sin, the soul is devoured by Amit, a fearsome creature that represents death and destruction. The religious texts carved into the pyramids also offer valuable insights into the worship of the gods in ancient Egypt. The pyramid texts mention numerous deities, including Osiris, Ra, Hathor, and Anubis, each of whom played a crucial role in the afterlife. Osiris, in particular, is frequently invoked as the god of the dead, and his resurrection is seen as the model for the pharaoh's own rebirth. Ra, the sun god, is also an important figure in the texts, as the pharaoh's journey to the sun symbolizes his spiritual ascent to the divine realm. In addition to the religious themes present in the pyramid texts, there are also references to the king's role as a divine ruler on earth. The pharaoh was not simply a political leader, but a god-king, believed to be the living embodiment of Horus, the god of kingship. The texts emphasize the pharaoh's divine power, describing him as a ruler who brings order to the world and ensures the prosperity of the land. The texts also highlight the king's role in ensuring the welfare of the people, as the stability and success of Egypt were believed to depend on the pharaoh's actions. The pyramid texts are not only important for what they tell us about ancient Egyptian religious beliefs and cosmology, but also for what they reveal about the culture and society of ancient Egypt. These texts reflect a highly sophisticated understanding of the afterlife and the cosmos, and they offer a window into the mindset of the ancient Egyptians. The intricate rituals, prayers, and spells that were performed in the pyramids highlight the importance of the king's spiritual well-being and his connection to the gods. The texts also underscore the belief that the pharaoh's actions on earth had a direct impact on the fate of the cosmos and the people of Egypt. In conclusion, the pyramid texts provide us with a remarkable insight into the religious, spiritual, and cultural life of ancient Egypt. These ancient inscriptions were designed to protect the pharaoh in the afterlife, guiding him through the dangers of the underworld and ensuring his resurrection. They reveal a complex and highly developed understanding of the cosmos, the gods, and the nature of life and death. The pyramid texts are not just a record of ancient Egyptian beliefs, but also a testament to the enduring legacy of a civilization that placed great importance on the afterlife and the divine nature of the pharaoh. As we look at these texts today, we are reminded of the incredible depth of thought and the sophistication of the ancient Egyptians, who viewed the pyramid as a sacred structure that could bridge the gap between life and the divine realm. The ancient pyramids of Egypt have long fascinated both scholars and the general public, not only for their architectural grandeur and historical significance, but also for the mysteries that continue to surround them. Despite centuries of study and exploration, many secrets of these monumental structures remain hidden, while others have only recently come to light through modern archaeological techniques. In this chapter, we will delve into the most recent discoveries, examine some of the enduring mysteries, and separate fact from fiction when it comes to the pyramids. In recent years, advanced technologies like 3D scanning, cosmic ray imaging, and robotic exploration have allowed scientists to make new discoveries in the pyramids that were previously unimaginable. One of the most significant breakthroughs occurred in 2017 when a team of scientists used a technique called muon tomography to detect a large, previously unknown void inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. This void, which is located above the Grand Gallery, is thought to be at least 30 meters 98 feet long, and its purpose remains unknown. Some speculate that it may have been a hidden chamber or a structural feature designed to distribute weight more evenly within the pyramid, but the lack of direct access to this space has left its true function a mystery. This discovery added to a growing list of intriguing features that have been uncovered in the pyramids over the years. For example, in the early 20th century, archaeologists discovered hidden shafts and chambers within the Pyramid of Khufu, and more recently, the Pyramid of Khufu was found to have an intricate system of tunnels and chambers that had been sealed off for millennia. These hidden spaces have led to much speculation about the true purpose of the pyramids. Were they simply tombs for pharaohs, or were they part of a much larger, more complex religious and astronomical system? Beyond the scientific discoveries, the pyramids have become the subject of numerous myths and speculative theories. One of the most famous and persistent theories is that the pyramids were built by extraterrestrials or advanced ancient civilizations, such as the fabled lost continent of Atlantis. Proponents of these theories point to the precision of the pyramids' construction and the apparent alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies as evidence of otherworldly influence. However, there is no credible evidence to support these claims, and mainstream archaeology continues to assert that the pyramids were built by the ancient Egyptians using advanced techniques for their time. These theories, while popular in some circles, are widely regarded by scholars as pseudoscience. Another enduring mystery is the question of how the ancient Egyptians were able to move the massive stones used in pyramid construction. Some estimates suggest that the Great Pyramid of Khufu contains around 2.3 million blocks, each weighing several tons, and the methods by which these stones were transported from the quarries to the construction site have long been a subject of debate. Recent studies have proposed several possible methods, including the use of ramps, cranes, and levers, but the exact process remains elusive. The lack of definitive evidence has fueled a variety of theories, including some that suggest the use of advanced technologies that have since been lost to history. The alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies also continues to fascinate researchers. The Great Pyramid, for example, is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, with its sides facing north, south, east, and west. The precision of this alignment, which would have required advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, has led some to propose that the ancient Egyptians had access to astronomical knowledge far beyond what was previously believed. Some theories even suggest that the pyramids may have been designed to serve as a form of calendar, or that they were built to mark the position of specific stars or constellations in the sky. While these ideas remain speculative, they highlight the extraordinary level of understanding the ancient Egyptians had of the cosmos. One of the most intriguing aspects of the pyramids is the role they played in ancient Egyptian cosmology and religion. The pyramids were not merely tombs, they were believed to be part of a cosmic system designed to ensure the pharaoh's safe passage to the afterlife and his eventual resurrection as a divine being. The alignment of the pyramids with the stars, the use of pyramid texts, and the emphasis on the pharaoh's connection to the gods all point to a deeply spiritual purpose behind the construction of these monumental structures. The pyramids were meant to be more than just tombs. They were designed to facilitate the pharaoh's ascent to the heavens and his transformation into a god. Despite the many discoveries made in recent years, there is still much that remains unknown about the pyramids. Some questions may never be fully answered, and new mysteries may continue to surface as technology advances. However, the enduring fascination with these ancient structures is a testament to their significance and the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians who built them. Whether it is through the latest archaeological discoveries or through the myths and legends that have been passed down through generations, the pyramids will continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world for centuries to come. In conclusion, the modern discoveries and enduring mysteries of the pyramids reflect the ongoing quest to understand the ancient world. While much has been learned about how the pyramids were built and the purpose they served, many questions remain unanswered. Theories about extraterrestrial involvement and lost technologies continue to capture the popular imagination, but the scientific evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that the pyramids were constructed by the ancient Egyptians using the knowledge and techniques available to them at the time. As new technologies and methods of exploration emerge, it is likely that more secrets of the pyramids will be uncovered, further enriching our understanding of one of the most extraordinary civilizations in history. The origins of the Vikings can be traced back to the rugged and diverse landscapes of Scandinavia, a region that encompasses present-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Before the Viking Age officially began in the late 8th century, the Norse people had already developed a distinct cultural and societal identity. Their way of life was shaped by the challenging geography of the region, where dense forests, fjords, and mountains influenced settlement patterns and economic activities. Agriculture was difficult due to the harsh climate, leading many to rely on fishing, hunting, and trade. The long, dark winters and short summers played a crucial role in shaping their resilience and adaptability. Early Scandinavian society was structured around local communities, known as clans or kindreds, which were led by chieftains. These leaders were responsible for maintaining order, settling disputes, and leading warriors in battle. Society was divided into three main classes: the jarls, the aristocratic rulers who controlled land and resources; the carls, who were free farmers, craftsmen, and traders; and the thralls, who were slaves captured in war or born into servitude. This hierarchical system ensured that power and wealth were concentrated among the ruling elite, but the system also allowed for some social mobility through acts of bravery, trade, and marriage alliances. Despite being decentralized, Scandinavian societies maintained a strong sense of law and justice. Assemblies known as things served as governing councils where free men could voice their opinions, resolve disputes, and create laws. These gatherings were crucial in maintaining order and reinforcing the principles of honor and loyalty that were deeply ingrained in Norse culture. Honor was of utmost importance, and personal reputation often determined an individual's standing within the community. Feuds and blood vengeance were common, as families sought to protect their honor through retaliation when wronged. Religious beliefs played a fundamental role in shaping the worldview of the Norse people. Before the widespread adoption of Christianity, they practiced what is now referred to as Norse paganism, a polytheistic religion centered around a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Odin, the Allfather, was revered as the god of wisdom, war, and death, often depicted as a one-eyed wanderer seeking knowledge. Thor, the god of thunder and protector of humanity, wielded his mighty hammer Mjolnir to battle giants and other forces of chaos. Freyja, the goddess of love, fertility, and war, held a prominent place in Norse mythology, along with her twin brother Freyr, who was associated with prosperity and harvests. The Norse cosmos was envisioned as a great tree called Yggdrasil, which connected the 9 realms, including Asgard, the home of the gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and Hel, the underworld ruled by the goddess Hel. The concept of fate, or word, was deeply embedded in their beliefs, with the Norns, 3 mystical beings weaving the destinies of gods and men alike. The afterlife was a crucial aspect of Norse mythology, with warriors who died bravely in battle being chosen by the Valkyries to reside in Valhalla, Odin's great hall, where they would prepare for Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world. Sacrificial rituals and ceremonies were common in Norse religious practices. Temples and sacred groves served as places of worship where offerings of food, weapons, and sometimes even human sacrifices were made to appease the gods. Seasonal festivals marked important events, such as the winter solstice, which was celebrated as Yule, a time of feasting and honoring the gods. The Norse also believed in spirits and supernatural beings, including elves, dwarves, and land spirits, which played a role in their daily lives and agricultural practices. By the time the Viking Age began, the Norse people had developed a robust and dynamic society shaped by their environment, traditions, and religious beliefs. Their warrior culture, seafaring expertise, and trading networks set the stage for the expansion that would define the Viking Age. The values of honor, loyalty, and resilience remained at the core of their identity, influencing their interactions with the wider world in the centuries to come. The Viking Age officially began with one of the most infamous raids in European history. On June 8, 793 AD, a fleet of Viking longships appeared off the coast of Northumbria, heading for Lindisfarne, a small island home to a wealthy monastery. The monks who lived there had little warning before the Norse warriors stormed the island, looting its treasures, burning its buildings, and slaughtering or enslaving many of its inhabitants. The attack on Lindisfarne shocked the Christian world, marking the beginning of what would become centuries of Viking raids across Europe. The brutality of the attack left a lasting impression, as the sacred site was reduced to ruins, and survivors spread word of the northern invaders who showed no regard for the Christian faith or its places of worship. The reasons behind the sudden Viking expansion are complex and rooted in a combination of economic, political, and environmental factors. One of the primary motivations was the search for wealth. The Vikings came from societies that relied heavily on trade, and they knew that monasteries and towns across Europe were rich in gold, silver, and valuable goods. The fragmentation of political power in many parts of Europe made these targets even more vulnerable. The Carolingian Empire in France, Anglo-Saxon England, and the various kingdoms of Ireland were often engaged in internal conflicts, making it easy for small, highly mobile Viking raiding parties to strike without facing strong resistance. The lack of a centralized defensive system in many regions allowed the Vikings to exploit weaknesses and return year after year to pillage new locations. Another major factor driving Viking expansion was the growing population of Scandinavia. By the late 8th century, limited arable land and increasing competition among chieftains created pressure to seek new territories. Younger sons who had no inheritance opportunities at home often turned to raiding as a way to gain wealth and status. Some Norse groups eventually transitioned from raiding to settling in new lands, establishing long-term Viking communities in England, Ireland, and France. Over time, these settlements grew into powerful strongholds, influencing the cultural and political landscapes of the regions they occupied. Many Vikings took local wives, adopted regional customs, and integrated into existing societies, gradually shifting from plunderers to rulers. The technological superiority of the Viking longship played a crucial role in their early success. These ships were designed for speed, agility, and the ability to navigate both open seas and shallow rivers. This versatility allowed Viking raiders to strike deep into the heart of Europe, attacking inland settlements that had never faced seaborne threats before. Their hit-and-run tactics made them difficult to predict and counter. Rather than engaging in prolonged sieges or large-scale battles, Viking warriors preferred quick, brutal assaults that left little time for organized defense. Their longships could be hauled over land and used to bypass enemy fortifications, giving them a strategic advantage that few other armies possessed at the time. Early Viking raids targeted isolated monasteries, coastal villages, and unprotected trade centers. Monasteries were particularly attractive because they were not only rich but also lightly defended. The monks who lived there had no military training, and Christian doctrine discouraged armed resistance. Viking attacks on monasteries spread quickly across Europe, with similar raids occurring in Scotland, Ireland, and the Frankish territories within just a few years of Lindisfarne. The psychological impact of these raids was immense, as terrified communities fled before the Viking onslaught, abandoning their homes and wealth in the face of the seemingly unstoppable northern warriors. The success of these early raids encouraged more warriors to join the Viking expeditions. What began as small-scale plundering soon evolved into organized, large-scale campaigns involving hundreds of ships and thousands of warriors. As Viking leaders amassed wealth and power, they became more ambitious, moving beyond simple raiding to the establishment of permanent settlements and even attempts at conquest. In some cases, entire armies were formed, led by powerful warlords who sought to carve out their own kingdoms in foreign lands. Viking-controlled territories such as the Danelaw in England and the Duchy of Normandy in France emerged as a direct result of these conquests, altering the political landscape of medieval Europe. The Viking Age was only just beginning, and Europe would never be the same again. The fear and awe that the Vikings inspired would shape the policies of kings and emperors, forcing them to develop new military strategies and fortifications to protect their lands. Over the next several centuries, Viking expansion would continue, leaving a permanent mark on the history of the Western world. Their reputation as fierce warriors, skilled traders, and daring explorers would define an era, ensuring that the legacy of the Vikings would never be forgotten. As the 9th century dawned, Viking raids intensified and evolved into widespread campaigns of expansion across Europe. No longer were these Norse warriors content with isolated attacks on monasteries and coastal settlements. Instead, they launched full-scale invasions that altered the political and cultural landscapes of the regions they targeted. The British Isles, Ireland, and the Frankish territories became primary targets for Viking aggression, leading to the establishment of new settlements, trade centers, and even Viking-controlled territories. The British Isles faced some of the most relentless Viking attacks. England at the time, divided into several competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, struggled to mount a unified defense against the Norse incursions. The first major recorded Viking assault on England after Lindisfarne came in 835 AD, when Danish raiders targeted the Isle of Sheppey. Over the following decades, attacks became more frequent and devastating. Entire towns were sacked, churches were plundered, and rulers found themselves constantly under threat. One of the most significant events of this period was the arrival of the Great Heathen Army in 865 AD. Unlike previous Viking raids, which were largely hit-and-run operations, this invasion force was a coordinated effort by several Norse warlords, including the legendary brothers Ivar the Boneless, Ubbi, and Halfdan. The Great Heathen Army systematically conquered large portions of England, toppling the Kingdom of Northumbria in 866, East Anglia in 869, and threatening the powerful Kingdom of Wessex. The legendary Anglo-Saxon King Alfred the Great ultimately resisted Viking domination, achieving a critical victory at the Battle of Edington in 878 AD, which led to the Treaty of Wedmore. This treaty divided England between the Anglo-Saxons and the Vikings, resulting in the establishment of the Danelaw, a vast territory in which Norse customs and laws prevailed. Ireland also became a prime target for Viking expansion. The Norse first raided the Irish coast in the early 9th century, but by the mid-800s, they had begun establishing permanent settlements. One of the most important Viking strongholds was Dublin, founded in 841 AD. Dublin quickly grew into a major center of trade and commerce, connecting Ireland to the vast Viking trade network that stretched from the North Atlantic to the Middle East. Other settlements such as Limerick, Waterford, and Cork also emerged as key Viking enclaves. The Norse integrated into Irish society to some extent, intermarrying with the local population and participating in the complex web of Irish dynastic conflicts. The Frankish Empire, ruled by the descendants of Charlemagne, was another frequent target of Viking aggression. The vast wealth of Frankish monasteries and towns made them attractive to Norse raiders. In 845 AD, a massive Viking fleet, led by the legendary chieftain Ragnar Lothbrok, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris. The Frankish king Charles the Bold was forced to pay a ransom of £7,000 of silver to make the Vikings withdraw. However, this only encouraged further raids, and Frankish rulers found themselves repeatedly extorted by Viking warbands demanding tribute, known as Danegeld. In an effort to stem the tide of Viking invasions, Charles the Simple struck a historic deal in 911 AD with the Viking leader Rollo. Under this agreement, Rollo was granted the region that would become Normandy in exchange for swearing fealty to the Frankish crown and defending the territory against future Viking attacks. Over time, Rollo and his descendants adopted Frankish customs, language, and Christianity, laying the foundation for the powerful Duchy of Normandy. The Viking expansion across Europe was not merely about plundering and warfare. It also facilitated cultural exchange, economic growth, and the establishment of new trade routes. Viking merchants traveled as far as Byzantium and the Islamic Caliphates, bringing back goods, knowledge, and influences that would shape the societies they interacted with. The Norse presence in Europe helped forge connections between distant regions, leading to an era of increased trade and exploration that would shape the continent for centuries to come. As the Viking Age progressed, the Norse presence in Europe evolved from raiding parties to organized settlements and political entities. The impact of their expansion was profound, reshaping borders, economies, and cultures. Though they began as feared invaders, many Vikings ultimately integrated into the societies they once terrorized, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. The Vikings were not only fearsome raiders and warriors, but also highly skilled traders and merchants. From the 9th to the 11th century, Viking trade networks stretched across vast distances, connecting Scandinavia with Europe, the Middle East, and even Central Asia. Their ability to navigate rivers and open seas allowed them to establish trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between different civilizations. This commercial aspect of Viking society played a crucial role in their expansion and influence. One of the most important Viking trade routes extended from the Baltic Sea through Eastern Europe, reaching as far as Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Utilizing the extensive river systems of modern-day Russia, including the Neva, Volkhov, Dnieper, and Volga rivers, Viking merchants, often referred to as the Rus, traveled deep into Slavic and Byzantine territories. This route became known as the Varangian route, a key artery of commerce that connected northern Europe to the wealth and splendor of the Eastern Roman Empire. Many Viking traders settled in cities such as Novgorod and Kiev, which became major centers of Norse trade and governance. By navigating the Dnieper River, they reached the Black Sea, where they conducted business in Constantinople, a city the Vikings called Miklagard, meaning the Great City. Trade between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was highly lucrative. The Norsemen brought valuable goods such as furs, honey, beeswax, and high-quality swords, while in return they received silk, spices, wine, and glassware from Byzantine merchants. Many Viking warriors also served as mercenaries in the Byzantine military, with the most famous among them joining the elite Varangian Guard, an imperial unit composed largely of Norse fighters. These warriors were highly prized for their loyalty and combat skills, and their presence in Constantinople strengthened the Viking-Byzantine relationship. Another major trading partner of the Vikings was the Islamic world. The Caliphate, which controlled vast territories stretching from Spain to Persia, had an insatiable demand for northern European goods. The Vikings played a key role in supplying the Islamic markets with commodities such as furs from Scandinavian animals, walrus ivory, amber, and most controversially slaves. The Vikings engaged in the slave trade extensively, capturing individuals from raids in England, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, and selling them in markets throughout the Islamic world. Silver was the most sought-after commodity by the Norse traders, and the discovery of thousands of Arab silver coins, known as dirhams, in Viking hordes across Scandinavia is evidence of the extensive commercial ties between the Vikings and the Muslim world. The Viking economy was not solely based on external trade. Within their own territories, they established bustling marketplaces in cities such as Hedeby, Birka, and Kaupang. These trading hubs became melting pots of different cultures, where Norse artisans, Slavic merchants, and Middle Eastern traders exchanged goods and knowledge. Hedeby, one of the largest Viking trading towns, was a focal point of commerce, connecting Scandinavia to the rest of Europe. Archaeological discoveries at these sites, including coins from the Islamic world, Byzantine jewelry and silk from China, confirm the vast global reach of Viking commerce. Weapons also played a critical role in Viking trade. While Viking warriors were skilled craftsmen in producing their own swords, spears, and axes, they also traded for superior Frankish swords, which were considered among the best in Europe. In return, Vikings provided raw materials such as iron and worked metal goods. The trade of weapons not only equipped Viking raiders, but also helped local rulers in Scandinavia consolidate power by arming their followers. The impact of Viking trade extended beyond material goods. It facilitated cultural exchange, spreading ideas, religious influences, and technological advancements. The Vikings introduced new shipbuilding techniques, navigational skills, and even elements of their mythology to the regions they encountered. At the same time, they absorbed aspects of Christianity, Islamic scholarship, and Byzantine military tactics, which influenced their own societies over time. By the end of the 11th century, Viking trade had transformed from its early stages of piracy and raiding into an organized economic system. The interconnected trade networks built by the Norse ensured that Scandinavia remained a central part of European and global commerce. While their warrior reputation remains legendary, the Viking Age was also a golden era of trade and cultural exchange that helped shape the medieval world. As the Viking Age progressed from the 9th to the 11th century, Norse warriors and settlers moved beyond raiding and established permanent settlements and even entire kingdoms. These Viking-ruled territories played a crucial role in shaping the political and cultural landscapes of Europe. Their influence extended across England, Ireland, Scotland, Normandy, and the Isle of Man, leaving a legacy that would persist for centuries. One of the most significant Viking territorial expansions occurred in England with the formation of the Danelaw. The Danelaw was the name given to the region of England under Viking control, established after the successful campaigns of the Great Heathen Army in the late 9th century. This vast area encompassed much of northern and eastern England, including major cities such as York, which the Vikings captured in 866 AD and turned into a major trading and political centre. The Danelaw was governed by Norse customs and laws rather than Anglo-Saxon traditions, leading to a distinct cultural blend that influenced language, governance, and even place names. Many settlements still bear Viking-derived names, such as those ending in by, for example, Derby, Whitby, and Thorpe, for example, Scunthorpe. The Norse presence in England lasted until the early 11th century, when King Athelred the Unready and later King Canute of Denmark unified the land under a single crown. While the Danelaw in England was one of the most well-documented Viking settlements, the Norse also established a significant foothold in France. One of the most famous Viking rulers of this era was Rollo, a powerful Norse warlord who led repeated raids into Frankish territory. In 911 AD, King Charles the Simple of the West Frankish Kingdom made a strategic decision to grant Rollo and his followers land in what is now Normandy. In return, Rollo agreed to swear loyalty to the Frankish crown, convert to Christianity, and defend the territory against further Viking incursions. This agreement marked the foundation of Normandy, a region whose name itself means land of the Northmen. Over time, Rollo's descendants adopted Frankish customs and language, merging Viking and Frankish traditions into a unique Norman identity. By the 11th century, the Normans had become a dominant force in European politics, culminating in the Norman conquest of England in 1066 under William the Conqueror, a direct descendant of Rollo. Beyond England and France, Viking settlements also thrived in Scotland, Ireland, and the Isle of Man. The rugged coasts and numerous islands of Scotland made it an attractive destination for Norse expansion. The Vikings first targeted monasteries and coastal settlements, but over time they established permanent communities, particularly in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. These northern isles became Norse strongholds, serving as important hubs for trade and further raiding expeditions. The Hebrides and parts of the Scottish mainland also fell under Viking control, with Norse earls ruling over these territories well into the Middle Ages. Viking influence in Scotland was so profound that even today, Norse cultural and linguistic elements persist in certain regions. Ireland, too, became a key area of Viking activity. Unlike in England, where the Norse established large-scale territorial control, the Viking presence in Ireland was more focused on trade and urban development. The founding of Dublin in 841 AD marked the beginning of one of the most significant Viking settlements in the British Isles. The Norse turned Dublin into a bustling trade hub, connecting Ireland to a wider network of commerce that included the British Isles, Scandinavia, and even the Mediterranean. Other cities, such as Waterford, Limerick and Cork, also developed under Viking influence, serving as centres for trade, shipbuilding and governance. Despite repeated conflicts with Irish kings, the Norse maintained a strong presence in Ireland until the late 11th century, when the local Gaelic lords eventually reclaimed control. The Isle of Man, located in the Irish Sea, became another vital Viking outpost. Due to its strategic position between Ireland, Scotland and England, the island served as a crucial link in the Viking trade and military network. The Norse established a lasting presence on the island, leaving behind significant archaeological and cultural remnants, including the famous Norse runestones that still stand today. The Viking influence on the Isle of Man persisted even after the formal end of the Viking Age, as the island continued to be ruled by Norse Gaelic kings for several centuries. Viking settlements and kingdoms did more than expand Norse influence. They contributed to the blending of cultures, languages, and traditions. The integration of Viking settlers with local populations led to the development of new hybrid societies where Norse customs mixed with those of the Anglo-Saxons, Celts, and Franks. This cultural fusion laid the groundwork for future political changes in Europe, from the rise of Norman power to the strengthening of royal authority in England and France. By the late 11th century, the era of Viking conquests and settlements began to decline. The Christianization of Scandinavia, stronger European monarchies, and shifting political landscapes led to the gradual assimilation of Norse territories into larger kingdoms. However, the impact of the Viking settlements remained long after their decline, shaping the history and identities of the regions they once ruled. The Vikings' influence was not limited to the western regions of Europe. They also left a significant mark on the east. From the 9th to the 11th century, the Norse played a pivotal role in the formation of the Kievan Rus, a federation of Slavic and Norse tribes that would lay the foundations for the future Russian Empire. The Vikings, known as the Varangians in the east, also had extensive interactions with the Byzantine Empire, ranging from trade and diplomacy to mercenary service. These connections had lasting consequences for the political, cultural, and military landscapes of both regions. The foundation of Kievan Rus is traditionally attributed to the Varangians, who were invited by the Slavic tribes to rule over them and bring stability. In the 9th century, the Eastern Slavs were living in a fragmented and tumultuous region, often plagued by infighting and external threats. According to the primary chronicle, a key historical source from the period, the Slavic tribes sent out emissaries to find a ruler who could unite them. The emissaries eventually found a suitable leader in Rurik, a Varangian prince from the Norse homeland. Rurik and his successors established the Rurikid dynasty, which ruled Kievan Rus for several centuries. Rurik's rule was followed by his successors, including Oleg of Novgorod, who expanded the influence of the Varangians in the region. Oleg's conquest of Kiev in 882 AD marked the establishment of the Kievan Rus as a political entity. Under Oleg and his successors, the Kievan Rus began to grow into a powerful state, with the city of Kiev becoming the capital. The Varangians contributed not only to the military prowess of Kievan Rus, but also to its cultural and economic development. They integrated with the local Slavic population, intermarrying and adopting many Slavic customs while retaining their Norse traditions and governing structures. Trade was one of the main factors behind the prosperity of Kievan Rus. The Varangians had established extensive trade routes connecting the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, passing through important river systems such as the Dnieper, Volga, and Don. These trade routes connected the Vikings with the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic caliphates, and other distant regions. Kievan Rus became a crucial node in the East-West trade network, with goods such as furs, honey, wax, and slaves being exchanged for luxury items like silks, spices, and coins. This trade helped establish Kievan Rus as an influential power in the East, and the wealth generated from commerce allowed the Varangian rulers to consolidate their power. The Vikings' relationship with the Byzantine Empire was complex, involving both trade and warfare. The Byzantines were well aware of the Vikings' growing power, and they sought to establish diplomatic and commercial ties with the Norsemen. The most famous example of this relationship is the Varangian Guard, a group of elite Viking mercenaries who served as the personal bodyguards of the Byzantine emperors. The Varangian Guard was formed in the 10th century, initially composed of Norse warriors from Kievan Rus, but later expanding to include other Viking groups. The Guard became legendary for their loyalty and martial prowess, often serving as the Byzantine emperor's most trusted soldiers. In return for their service, the Varangians were paid well, granted land, and given significant political influence within the Byzantine Empire. The Varangian Guard played a key role in several major military campaigns, including the defense of Constantinople from invasions and internal revolts. The Guard's reputation for fierce loyalty and combat ability made them invaluable to the Byzantine emperors, and many Varangians were eager to join the elite unit. The Guard's presence in Constantinople also facilitated cultural exchange between the Vikings and the Byzantines. The Norsemen adopted many aspects of Byzantine culture, including their religion, and the Byzantines learned from the Vikings' naval expertise and martial traditions. In addition to the Varangian Guard, Viking mercenaries served in other military roles across the Byzantine Empire. Norse warriors fought in Byzantine armies as part of a larger group of foreign soldiers known as the barbarian mercenaries. These warriors were highly prized for their combat skills and often played decisive roles in important battles. In the 11th century, the Byzantine Empire relied increasingly on Viking mercenaries to support its military campaigns, as the empire faced numerous threats from both the east and the west. The relationship between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was not limited to warfare and mercenary service. Trade between the two powers flourished, with the Vikings sending furs, timber, and slaves in exchange for Byzantine luxury goods. The most famous trade route between the two regions passed through the Dniester River and into Constantinople, where Viking traders could sell their goods in the bustling markets. This exchange of commodities fostered a deeper cultural connection between the two civilizations, and many Vikings came to adopt Byzantine-style art, clothing, and architecture. The Viking connection to the East was not confined to Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings also engaged in trade and warfare with the Islamic caliphates. Viking raiders had long struck at the coasts of Europe, but they also ventured further south, conducting raids on Muslim-controlled territories in the Mediterranean and North Africa. However, the Vikings also had peaceful trade relations with the Islamic world, exchanging goods like furs, slaves, and walrus ivory for luxury items like silver, spices, and textiles. These interactions further integrated the Vikings into the global economy of the medieval world. In conclusion, the Vikings' role in the East was multifaceted and impactful. Through their connections with the Byzantine Empire and the formation of Kievan Rus, the Norsemen helped shape the political, economic, and military landscapes of Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Their legacy in the region was not only one of conquest but also of trade, cultural exchange, and mercenary service, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the East. The Christianization of the Vikings is one of the most significant cultural transformations in Scandinavian history. Spanning from the 10th to the 12th century, this process marked a profound shift in Viking society from paganism to Christianity and dramatically influenced their political, social, and cultural development. The conversion of Viking leaders such as Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity across Scandinavia, and the effects of this religious transition were felt throughout Viking culture and traditions. Before the Christianization of the Vikings, Norse society was deeply rooted in pagan beliefs. The Vikings worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, the most prominent of whom were Odin, Thor, and Freya. Their religious practices revolved around rituals, sacrifices, and a strong connection to nature. The Vikings believed in the existence of a complex world of gods, giants, and spirits, and their worldview was shaped by these spiritual beliefs. However, with the arrival of Christianity, this polytheistic system began to be replaced by the monotheistic faith of Christ. The introduction of Christianity into Scandinavia was not a sudden or forced process. It was a gradual transition that unfolded over several centuries. The first major step in the Christianization of the Vikings came through contact with Christian missionaries from the British Isles and the Carolingian Empire. These missionaries were the first to preach Christianity to the Norse peoples, often meeting resistance but also gaining converts among certain segments of Viking society. One of the earliest and most significant moments in the Christianization of the Vikings occurred with the conversion of Harald Bluetooth, King of Denmark. Harald Bluetooth, who ruled from around 958 to 986 AD, is credited with uniting Denmark and introducing Christianity to his kingdom. According to historical records, Harald converted to Christianity after being influenced by Christian missionaries, possibly following his exposure to Christianity during his time in Germany and other Christianized parts of Europe. Harald Bluetooth's conversion marked a turning point for Denmark, as he sought to bring Christianity to his people in a way that strengthened his rule and consolidated his power. Harald Bluetooth's conversion was symbolized by the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian practices within Denmark. The king famously had a runestone erected, known as the Harald Stone, which commemorates his conversion and the Christianization of Denmark. Harald's efforts to spread Christianity were not without challenges, as many of his subjects remained committed to their traditional Norse beliefs. However, Harald's political power and military influence helped to secure the spread of Christianity, and by the end of his reign, Denmark was firmly on the path toward Christianization. Following Harald's reign, other Viking leaders followed suit in embracing Christianity, but perhaps the most influential figure in the Christianization of Norway was Olaf Tryggvason. Olaf Tryggvason, who reigned from 995 to 1000 AD, is often seen as one of the most fervent advocates for Christian conversion in Scandinavia. Olaf was a staunch Christian who had converted to the faith during his travels in Europe, and he sought to impose Christianity on the Norwegian people. Olaf's conversion of Norway was marked by a series of violent campaigns against pagan resistance, including the destruction of temples and the forcible conversion of Norse chieftains and warriors. Olaf's efforts were brutal but effective, and by the end of his reign, Norway had largely embraced Christianity. The conversion of both Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason had profound effects on Viking culture and traditions. As Christianity spread throughout Scandinavia, many of the traditional Norse gods and religious practices were abandoned or adapted to the new Christian faith. Pagan rituals and sacrifices, once central to Viking life, were increasingly replaced by Christian practices such as baptism, prayer, and the celebration of Christian holidays. The Christianization of the Vikings also led to the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian institutions in Scandinavian societies. The Vikings began to build churches in place of their former pagan temples, and Christian monasteries were founded to support religious education and missionary work. The Christianization of the Vikings also had a profound impact on Viking art and culture. As the Norse adopted Christianity, their artistic expressions began to shift. Christian themes began to appear in Viking art, such as depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and biblical stories. Viking warriors, once associated with pagan symbols and iconography, began to use Christian symbols and relics, such as crosses, in their daily lives and in battle. Christian saints and religious figures were venerated, and Viking warrior elites increasingly adopted Christian values of chivalry and honor. By the 12th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in Scandinavia. The conversion of the Vikings was not without its difficulties, as pockets of paganism persisted for some time, particularly in remote areas. However, the process of Christianization was largely complete by the end of the 11th century. The Viking Age, which had been marked by raiding, conquest, and the worship of Norse gods, had come to an end. The Christianization of Scandinavia marked the beginning of a new era, in which Viking society would increasingly become integrated into the broader European Christian world. The Christianization of the Vikings is not only a story of religious transformation, but also one of political and cultural change. Christianity provided the Vikings with new forms of governance, law, and social organization, which helped to stabilize their societies. The introduction of Christian monarchs, bishops, and clergy altered the political dynamics of Scandinavia, as rulers sought to align themselves with the Pope and the Christian Church. This process also fostered closer ties between Scandinavia and the rest of medieval Europe, leading to increased trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The Christianization of the Vikings was thus a defining moment in the history of Scandinavia, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. In conclusion, the Christianization of the Vikings from the 10th to the 12th century was a complex and transformative process that reshaped Viking society. Through the efforts of leaders like Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason, Christianity spread across Scandinavia, replacing pagan traditions with Christian practices. This religious transformation had far-reaching effects on Viking culture, from art and literature to governance and social structures. The conversion of the Vikings marked a key turning point in the history of Scandinavia, leading to a new chapter in the region's development and integration into the broader European Christian world. The Viking Age, which spanned roughly from the late 8th century to the early 11th century, came to an end as Europe underwent significant political, social, and military transformations. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the Vikings, once feared and revered as raiders, traders, and explorers, were transitioning from their warrior-based societies into more centralized and stable medieval kingdoms. A series of key events, including the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, the consolidation of Scandinavian kingdoms, and the decline of raiding culture, marked the definitive end of the Viking Age and the beginning of a new era in European history. One of the most pivotal moments in the closing chapter of the Viking Age was the Battle of Stamford Bridge, fought on September 25, 1066, in England. This battle was the culmination of a series of invasions into England by Norse leaders, most notably Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway. Hardrada, a formidable warrior with a long history of raiding and warfare, sought to claim the English throne, which had been left vulnerable after the death of King Edward the Confessor. His invasion was part of a larger struggle for control over England, with several claimants vying for the throne. Harald Hardrada's army landed in northern England, but they were met by the forces of King Harold Godwinson of England, who had recently defeated another claimant, Tostig Godwinson, Harold's brother. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a brutal and decisive engagement, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Despite initial Viking successes, Hardrada and his forces were ultimately defeated by Harold's army. Harald Hardrada was killed in the battle, marking the end of a long era of Viking invasions into England. The battle's significance lies not only in the defeat of one of the last major Viking leaders, but also in the broader shift in the political and military balance of power in Northern Europe. The Battle of Stamford Bridge, however, was not the final conflict in the struggle for the English throne. Just days later, Harold Godwinson would face another invasion, this time from William the Conqueror of Normandy. The Battle of Hastings, fought on October 14, 1066, resulted in Harold's death and the Norman conquest of England. This marked the final chapter in the Viking attempts to conquer and influence England. While the Vikings had a lasting impact on the culture and governance of England, their days of raiding and military dominance were now over. In the aftermath of Stamford Bridge and the events of 1066, the Viking societies in Scandinavia began to undergo significant changes. The once fragmented kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were beginning to consolidate into centralized monarchies. This shift toward more structured and powerful kingdoms was driven in part by the need to defend against external threats, such as the Norman invasions of England and the growing influence of the Christian Church. By the late 11th century, many Viking rulers had embraced Christianity, and their reigns were increasingly characterized by attempts to modernize their societies and consolidate power. One of the most notable figures in this process was King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Saint Olaf. Olaf's reign in the early 11th century marked a turning point for Norway, as he worked to strengthen the monarchy and bring the country into line with the growing Christian kingdoms of Europe. Saint Olaf's efforts to centralize power and suppress local chieftains helped lay the groundwork for a more unified and stable Norway. However, Olaf's death in battle in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad did not mark the end of his influence. He became a martyr and saint, and his legacy continued to shape Norway's development, particularly in the creation of a centralized Christian kingdom. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia also saw the rise of strong monarchs who sought to create more stable and efficient kingdoms. In Denmark, King Sweyn Forkbeard, who ruled from 1018 to 1030, and his son, King Canute the Great, who ruled from 1016 to 1035, played key roles in uniting Denmark and extending their rule to England and parts of Norway. Cnut's reign marked the peak of Viking influence in Europe, as he ruled over a North Sea empire that stretched from England to Denmark and Norway. However, following Cnut's death, his empire fractured, and the political landscape of Scandinavia began to shift toward more localized rule and the decline of Viking-era power structures. The decline of the raiding culture that had defined the Vikings for centuries was closely linked to these political and cultural changes. As the Viking kingdoms became more centralized and Christianized, the emphasis on raiding and plundering began to diminish. The Old Norse way of life, which had been centered around warfare, conquest, and the accumulation of wealth through raids, was gradually replaced by a focus on governance, trade, and diplomacy. The establishment of Christian monarchies in Scandinavia also played a key role in diminishing the Viking raiding culture, as Christian values emphasized peace, stability, and cooperation rather than war and conquest. By the 12th century, the Viking Age had officially ended. The once feared Viking raiders had been transformed into more traditional medieval rulers, and Scandinavia had evolved into a region dominated by centralized kingdoms with a strong Christian influence. The Norse warriors who had once roamed the seas in search of treasure and glory were now more likely to be found at the courts of monarchs, serving as advisors, soldiers, or members of the growing merchant class. In conclusion, the end of the Viking Age was a complex and multifaceted process that unfolded over several decades. The Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 was a key turning point in this transition, marking the end of Viking military dominance in England. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia, the decline of raiding culture, and the rise of Christianized monarchies all contributed to the decline of the Viking Age. By the 12th century, the Vikings had transformed from fearsome raiders into medieval rulers and statesmen, and their once formidable naval fleets were now turned to trade and diplomacy. The Viking Age, with its raids, explorations, and conquests, had come to an end, but the legacy of the Vikings would live on in the cultural and political landscapes of Europe. The Viking legacy in modern Europe is a multifaceted and enduring one, deeply woven into the cultural, linguistic, and genetic fabric of several countries. The Vikings, who once dominated the seas and laid waste to much of Europe, left behind a lasting imprint on the lands they once raided, traded with, and settled. Their influence can still be seen in the languages, genetics, mythologies, and national identities of modern Europe. From the shores of England and France to the vast expanses of Russia, the Vikings' contributions continue to resonate today. One of the most evident legacies of the Vikings is their impact on language. The Norse language, a North Germanic tongue, left a significant mark on the English language, especially in the regions of England that were once part of the Viking-dominated Danelaw. The Old Norse language contributed many words to English, particularly in areas related to law, governance, and everyday life. Words like law, sky, egg, window, and husband all have their roots in Old Norse. Moreover, the Viking influence extended to the place names of many towns and cities in England. Locations such as York, which was originally known as Jorvik, Durham, and Grimsby, all bear the traces of Viking settlement and language. In addition to England, the Vikings also had a profound impact on the French language. The region of Normandy in northern France was founded by Viking settlers in the 9th and 10th centuries, and their language and culture became deeply integrated into the local society. The name Normandy itself derives from the word Norseman, reflecting the Viking heritage of the region. The Vikings in Normandy eventually adopted the Old French language, but many Norse words remained in the local dialect. Over time, the Viking settlers in Normandy became integrated into the larger French kingdom, and their influence on the language persisted in the form of certain vocabulary, especially in areas related to governance, military terms, and the sea. The Viking genetic legacy is also noteworthy, particularly in countries that saw extensive Viking settlement. Genetic studies have shown that the Viking presence in places such as England, Ireland and Scotland left a clear mark on the modern population. Many people in these regions carry genetic markers that can be traced back to the Vikings. In England, for example, it is estimated that as much as 20% of the population has Viking ancestry, particularly in the north and east of the country, where Viking settlements were most concentrated. Similarly, in Ireland and Scotland, genetic evidence suggests that Viking settlers contributed to the genetic makeup of the local populations, particularly in coastal areas and islands. Viking influence is also evident in Russia, particularly in the region known as Kievan Rus. The Varangians, Scandinavian warriors and traders, played a crucial role in the formation of the Kievan Rus state, and their genetic and cultural legacy remains a part of Russian identity today. Many Russians, especially in the northern regions, can trace part of their ancestry to these early Viking settlers. The Vikings who traveled along the rivers of Eastern Europe and traded with the Byzantine Empire were instrumental in the formation of the early Russian state, and their legacy is still acknowledged in modern Russia, particularly in the traditions and customs of the northern Slavic regions. Beyond language and genetics, Norse mythology continues to have a significant impact on modern culture. The myths of the Vikings, stories of gods like Odin, Thor, Freya and Loki, continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Norse mythology has had a profound influence on literature, art and popular culture. Works like J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings are deeply inspired by Norse myths, particularly in their depiction of gods, giants, and heroic quests. The character of Thor, for example, has become a popular figure in contemporary media, particularly through Marvel Comics and the subsequent films, where he is depicted as a superhero with roots in ancient Norse mythology. Loki, the mischievous god, has also found a prominent place in modern culture, with adaptations in various films, TV series, and comics. The influence of Norse mythology can also be seen in the resurgence of interest in Viking culture in recent years. The popularity of television series like Vikings has brought Norse mythology and Viking history to a global audience, reintroducing these ancient tales to a new generation. The themes of heroism, fate, and the struggle between gods and monsters in Norse mythology continue to resonate with modern audiences, making it one of the most enduring mythological traditions in the world. Another significant aspect of the Viking legacy is the role of Viking symbolism in modern national identities. In countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Viking imagery and symbols have been embraced as part of national pride. The Viking ship, with its iconic dragon-shaped prow, is a powerful symbol of Viking heritage, and it is often used in national celebrations, monuments, and cultural events. The Viking helmet, though a modern invention, Vikings never wore horned helmets, has become a widely recognized symbol of Viking identity. In addition to being embraced by Scandinavia, Viking symbolism has also become a prominent feature in various nationalist movements and popular culture. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Viking symbols were often used to promote ideas of Scandinavian unity and strength. In more recent times, these symbols have been appropriated by certain far-right groups, though this has been a controversial and divisive issue, as the true Viking legacy is one of exploration, trade, and cultural exchange rather than xenophobia or extremism. In conclusion, the Viking legacy in modern Europe is a testament to the enduring impact of these fierce warriors and explorers. From their linguistic and genetic contributions to their influence on mythology, art, and national identity, the Vikings continue to shape the cultural landscape of Europe. Their legacy is not only evident in the countries they once raided or settled, but also in the global fascination with their stories, heroes, and gods. As we look to the future, the Viking legacy will likely continue to inspire and captivate generations to come, reminding us of a time when the world was shaped by the fearsome and bold warriors known as the Vikings. The Vikings, those fierce seafarers and warriors from Scandinavia, have long captured the imagination of people around the world. Over the centuries, the image of the Viking has been shaped by both historical accounts and popular culture, but much of what we think we know about these enigmatic people is based on myths and misconceptions. From horned helmets to the idea of Vikings as nothing more than savage raiders, the truth about the Vikings is far more complex and nuanced than many realize. This chapter seeks to debunk some of the most common misconceptions about the Vikings, compare them with the reality of what modern archaeology has revealed, and explore how pop culture has distorted our understanding of their lives. One of the most enduring myths about the Vikings is their supposed use of horned helmets. For centuries, this image of the horned Viking has been a staple of popular culture, from illustrations in history books to depictions in films, TV shows, and even costume designs for events like Halloween. However, there is no historical evidence to support the idea that Vikings ever wore horned helmets. The earliest depictions of Viking warriors, such as those on the 9th century stone carvings found in Scandinavia, show helmets that were simple and conical in shape, without any horns. Archaeological evidence from Viking graves and settlements has not uncovered any horned helmets either. In fact, the idea of horned helmets was popularized in the 19th century by the designer of the operas about Norse mythology, written by Richard Wagner, and it quickly became ingrained in the collective imagination. While the image of horned helmets might evoke a sense of barbaric ferocity, it is, in reality, a fantasy of the modern era. Another widespread misconception is that the Vikings were nothing more than brutal and savage raiders, with little regard for civilization or culture. This stereotype has been reinforced by centuries of historical accounts that emphasize the Viking raids on monasteries and towns across Europe. While it is true that the Vikings were formidable warriors and that their raids were often brutal and destructive, this portrayal overlooks the many other aspects of Viking life that were far from savage. The Vikings were also skilled traders, explorers, and settlers, and they played a crucial role in the development of early medieval Europe. Viking societies were complex, with well-organized systems of governance, law, and trade. Many Vikings were farmers, craftsmen, and merchants, who engaged in long-distance trade with people from the Islamic world, Byzantium, and even the far reaches of North America. In fact, it was not uncommon for Vikings to establish peaceful trading relationships with the very people they had once raided. The idea of the Vikings as mindless destroyers is a gross oversimplification of their true nature. Modern archaeology has provided us with a much more nuanced understanding of Viking life. Excavations of Viking settlements, burial sites, and shipwrecks have uncovered a wealth of information about the Vikings' everyday lives, their technology, and their culture. One of the most significant discoveries in recent years has been the excavation of Viking longships, which have revealed much about the Vikings' advanced shipbuilding techniques and their prowess as sailors and explorers. The Vikings' longships were not only designed for speed and agility on the open seas, but were also capable of navigating shallow rivers and even being carried overland. These ships were crucial to the Vikings' success as both raiders and traders, and they were a testament to the Vikings' ingenuity and skill. Archaeological evidence has also shed light on Viking settlements and the way they lived. In towns like York in England and Dublin in Ireland, excavations have uncovered the remains of Viking houses, workshops, and marketplaces, providing a glimpse into the daily life of Viking communities. Far from being isolated and barbaric, these settlements were hubs of trade and cultural exchange, with evidence of Viking artisans producing intricate jewelry, tools, and weapons. The Vikings were also skilled farmers, growing crops such as barley, rye, and oats, and raising livestock. Their social structure, too, was more complex than many people realize. Viking society was organized into various classes, including free farmers, wealthy landowners, and slaves, with a system of laws and assemblies known as the Althing in Iceland, which served as an early form of democracy. Perhaps one of the most misunderstood aspects of Viking culture is their relationship with women. Contrary to popular belief, Viking women were not simply passive figures waiting to be rescued by their male counterparts. Archaeological evidence suggests that women in Viking society had a far more active role than is often portrayed. They managed farms, participated in trade, and even served as warriors in some instances. There are accounts of women such as Lagertha, the legendary shield maiden of Norse sagas, fighting alongside male warriors. While the historical accuracy of these stories is debated, there is evidence that Viking women had greater rights and freedoms compared to women in other contemporary societies. They could own property, initiate divorce, and engage in business, making them more independent than women in many other parts of medieval Europe. In addition to the historical realities of Viking life, the popular culture of the modern era has played a significant role in shaping our perceptions of the Vikings. Films, TV shows, books, and video games have all contributed to the mythologizing of Viking culture, often blending historical fact with fantasy and fiction. For example, the popular TV series Vikings, which aired from 2013 to 2020, is filled with dramatic liberties and historical inaccuracies, though it has undoubtedly contributed to the modern fascination with Viking culture. The show, while entertaining, focuses heavily on the violent warrior aspect of Viking life, often neglecting their roles as traders, settlers, and explorers. Similarly, the portrayal of Viking gods and mythology in films like Marvel's Thor has created a larger-than-life image of Norse mythology, with characters like Thor and Loki being reimagined as superheroes rather than the complex deities of Viking belief. In conclusion, while the Vikings were undoubtedly fierce warriors and raiders, the myths and misconceptions surrounding their culture often overshadow the more complex and varied aspects of their society. Through modern archaeology, we now have a more accurate picture of Viking life, one that highlights their achievements as traders, explorers, and settlers, as well as their rich cultural and social structures. The popular image of the Viking, complete with horned helmets and bloodthirsty raids, has been shaped by centuries of myth and fantasy. However, the truth about the Vikings is far more intricate and fascinating than the popular depictions. The real Vikings were innovators, skilled craftsmen, and seafarers who played a crucial role in shaping the medieval world. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, on the night of his birth, the temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable. But Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy. But beyond the books and scrolls, he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age, his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, "Am I a bastard then?" Before the entire court, he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theatre surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself King of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed, and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles, strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, He ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children, but rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror. He was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the oracle of Amun at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief: he was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone, it was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor, stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, This was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen. Thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, he turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route, through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucus Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander I. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived, and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, the Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant East, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, the shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the East, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning, and innovation. The Great Library and the Museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine, and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, they fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms, each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, the struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller, independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality.